Remove this tinfoil from yesterday.
No, I just threw it away. Yeah, no good anymore. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey, blessings. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Blessings,
Good. How you
blessings.
doing?
Good. It's all done.
Okay, wonderful. It looks like everyone is
We're
here.
all ready for time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and ask everyone to mute themselves unless you are a moderator or a organizer, and welcome everyone and appreciate everyone being here for this wonderful conversation for the next 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Alicia will be leading us in an opening prayer, and then we'll be handing it over.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Should we start right now?
Yep, we're starting.
Okay, great. Okay, hi everybody. And hello. Also, some familiar faces I'm seeing, so it's just a delight to be here. I just want to start by just acknowledging that I'm coming to you. I'm speaking today from the unceded, stolen, and occupied homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples here in beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia. And I want to just join us all for a minute, just coming together with some collective intention. So I would just like us all to just take 3 deep breaths together, so we kind of have that energetic flow. So breathing with me in through your nose, and just let it out. One more time, in through your nose, and just let everything go. And one more deep breath in, and release. And I want you to imagine this energy coming from above and rushing through you, through the top of your head, filling you with light all the way on the inside. And I want you to imagine that light going through you all the way through, connecting you to the earth and going down into the center of the planet. And now you can gently open your eyes and look around at everyone and imagine this light that's going through you, also running energetically throughout every person that you see on the screen in front of you, who may be in a different place in space, but energetically who is here. And so while we're here, and I hope you can feel that energetic connection among you, I want to invite us to feel this energetic circle. And I want to welcome in the elements to join us and to be with us in our journey for the next 24 hours. I want to welcome in the element of air that's going to be between us and carrying our thoughts, holding our thoughts in the spaciousness around us. I want to welcome the energy, the element of fire that fuels us. I want to welcome water that cleanses us and washes through us. And I want to welcome the element of earth that's beneath us, that grounds us and supports us. And I want to invite all of you to welcome in any energies, any spirits, any beings, any people into this space, into our space, to be with us as we embark in our journey. And then, I can let us, I can tell us all that our circle, our sacred circle is cast. We are between worlds, and what happens between worlds changes all the worlds. So we'll let this energetic womb hold us for the next 24 hours. And I'm going to turn it over to Nikki for a very brief, another brief intro, and then we'll get started with our first guests from the Phoenix, or from the Ancestry Project this morning.
Peace, everyone. I'm again just moving forward to welcome everyone here, and we will be here for 24 hours. So I want you to make sure that you take care of yourself for the next 24 hours. Make sure that you are hydrating. Make sure that if you need rest, it's okay. We're in a casual setting, even if we are high level in these discussions, because we know what this is. We are the core of where we need to be. So it's all right for you to lay down if you are listening. It's okay for you to turn off your camera if you still want to be a part. It's okay to send a message and say, you know what, this is a lot for me. It's okay, whatever it is, allow yourself to be supported. And if you need to jump off, feel free to hold the filter of this space of our decolonizing, of equity, of inclusion, and be able to walk with that filter through the rest of your day. And then allow yourself, if you so desire, if you have 5 minutes, 10 minutes while you're still in the car, or whatever it might be, drop in. You might find that there is a message that you needed to hear in that 10 minutes. Use it as a form of divination, because we're going 24 hours. So at some point, we're in between worlds, as Alicia has said. So I welcome you all. Please care for yourself and allow yourself to be supported. Allow yourself to communicate in all the things that you might require. And thank you so much. Thank you, Leo, for allowing and holding this space so that we, myself and Alicia, can host, and all the moderators that have come out, so that we know what the goal is here, which is just to allow ourselves to be heard, so that we can unfold and learn more of whatever it is that we need to know and learn about ourselves. Gratitude, everyone, and so I welcome our first moderators from the Ancestor Project, and so grateful that they can share and show. We are welcoming, we're welcoming Dre and Phoenix. Thank you so much.
Yeah, blessings, family. It's good to be here. Can everybody hear me well? Okay, cool. And yeah, it's good to be here. We're thankful, really appreciate the platform that you're providing and the conversation. And we feel honored to be a part of initiating this container in the ceremony. So yeah, very thankful. So the way we start is if Phoenix and I we'll do a prayer. Then Phoenix and I will introduce ourselves to you guys, and then we'll ask everyone to just kind of brief introduction, your name, maybe what territory you're on, and then your intention for the ceremony. And, we call it a ceremony because we live our life in the place of ceremony. It's all the time for us. But I really like to get some of our ancestors, spirit guides, and allies to be in this conversation, kind of sweeten the tongue and soften our hearts to what the wisdom we're going to share. And then the last part is this conversation we're having is intended to be a conversation. We're not going to really be talking at you. Come up with some conversation to support equity and inclusion in the space. Does that feel good for everyone? I can't see you guys, so.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So again, we'll go into a prayer, and then me and Phoenix will introduce ourselves, or Phoenix will introduce herself. I prefer to divide it to kind of lead the conversation anyway. And then we'll just go around the room, do a little bit of brief intro, and then we'll jump into it. So I'm going to ask that everyone, if everyone's in a place that they feel grounded, if you're driving, obviously you can't close your eyes. And I'm also going to ask you to take 3 deep breaths, but each one of the breaths, there's on the exhale, there's going to be a word attached to that. And those words are going to be relax, release, and allow. Once that last exhale happens, then I'll go into the prayer. And then at the end of the prayer, what would really be helpful in terms of amplifying our intention is that you repeat the last couple of words, which you'll hear me say Ashe, Aho, Rasi. So if you can repeat those things, that'll help really solidify this prayer and continue. So take a deep breath in. Hold that breath. You're connected to the pause. And then as you exhale, relax. Deep breath in. Release. Deep breath in. Allow our spirit guides, ancestors, and allies to speak the truth and wisdom through us. The truth is that as humans, we are the babies here, and we know very little, much about what the reality truth is. Creators, spirits that move through all things. Spirit guides, ancestors, allies, and relatives. It is us. And we are one vibration, one heartbeat. And we thank you so much for the breath of life that has been breathed in all of things, all of creation, and ourselves. Spirit keepers from the east, be with us. We ask that you fill us with vision and clarity. So as we walk along this path, we do so with gentleness and respect for ourselves and for all of our relations, all of our relatives. Spirit keepers from the south, be with us. We ask that you fill us with love and compassion for ourselves and for all of our relations. The 2-leggeds, 4-leggeds, the winged ones, the people of the air, the people of the fire, the people of the water, the rock people, the tree people, the plant people, the insect people, the mycelium beings, the virus beings, the bacteria beings, and all of creation themselves. Spirit keepers from the west, be with us. We ask that as the winds blow forth, let it bring forth healing and balance to our bodies, our minds, our spirit, our community, and our environment into one heartbeat, one vibration. Spirit keepers from the north, be with us. We ask that you fill us with wisdom to make wise choices. And as we transition from this place to the next, that we do so peacefully and without regrets. And always remembering to honor the 21 generations that succeed us with all the vibrations that we are responsible for creating in space. Pachamama, so radiant and beautiful, we honor you with deep reverence and respect. And we thank you so much for the abundance of love, safety, and forgiveness that is in this space. We ask that you remind us never to take more than we need from this space, and to always give back more than we take. Ashe,
Ashe,
Aho,
Aho.
Asi. Thank you. So, I am privileged to be here with my co-creator of Ancestor Project. She is the backbone. She is the breath, the lungs, the legs of Ancestor Project. So I want to turn her over to this divine goddess and allow her to introduce ourselves, and then I'll just introduce myself as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Phoenix. I'm the Director of Communications of the Ancestor Project, and also the creator of the Cosmic Playground. So I'm really thankful for this opportunity to be with you all in space and talk about this really juicy topic, which is something that the Ancestor Project has really been advocating ever since its inception. The Ancestor Project is a group which is really in the space to uplift, the wisdom keepers of voices who are marginalized in the medicine space. One of our primary aspects is about education and integration in this space as we're all growing together on this planet in our journey. So I just want to say thanks for this opportunity to have this important discussion about equity in this space, because it's really timely in this ever evolving field. And I'm just looking forward to everything that unfolds in this process.
And my name is Dre. I am traveling through Lenape, Piscataway territory currently. My pronouns are he, him, and my intention for the ceremony is, to learn, to develop and deepen my relationship and community, and to speak the truth with gentleness and respect. So to be here. I think there's enough of us on the call that we can just do a brief introduction and just share your name. If a pronoun is important to you, that too. And if you want to share the territory that you're in and your intention for being here in this space. And this is something.
I'll hop on. I'll go first. I'm from Seattle. My name is Leo, and I just grateful to be here and just so happy to see so many different people from so many different places and walks of life. It's very empowering to me. And when Nikki mentioned being emotional or taking care of ourselves, like I'm very conscious of that, because I'm already ready to just like start crying because I find it so moving that we're all here. So I just am in a place of peace and happiness about being here and grateful and feel that vibe for today, for the 24 hours. But I'm from the Duwamish territory, and the Duwamish have fought really hard to have their tribe be recognized. So we've actually had the head of the Duwamish tribe join several of our events, and just grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Mm-hmm.
I can go next. My name is Haru, he, him, originally from New York, currently residing in Atlanta, Georgia. I found out about this event through Nikki Morgan's email list. So I thought it seemed pretty cool. So I just wanted to check it out, see what this is about.
Thank you, Haru.
Blessings. Haru, pick someone to go next.
Yeah, we're gonna popcorn up in here.
Yeah.
The person next to me, which is Amilcar van der Horst.
Hi, I'm Amilcar van der Horst. I live in Amsterdam, but I happen to be in Accra, Ghana at the moment in West Africa. And I heard about this event through Dr. Z, and I know Alicia through Dr. Z. I met Dr. Z in Amsterdam 10 years ago. We became friends and heard about this, and glad to be here. My pronouns are he, him, and I hope my internet can for you to hear what I just said. Thank you.
Yes, we heard you loud and clear. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to go ahead and popcorn and pick someone else?
I'll
introduce
myself.
Okay, who was that, Nick?
This is, I haven't changed my Zoom settings. This is Satva. I chose the name Satva, but Nick is my born name, Nicholas. I'm calling from Colorado, Denver area. And I heard about this through Clubhouse. It was on, I think it's the Thrive Academy. It was that had a room just yesterday. And I think you were on there a few minutes. And I think you're on your thought, Andrea. And my intention is, like you guys here, most of you guys here, to build community, to give some voice to the voiceless, and to do my part in this great work that we share together. So I am dosing right now. I dosed about 500 milligrams of cubensis. So
Yeah,
thanks.
thank you.
Looking forward to the meeting.
Blessings. So thank you
Yeah.
for sharing, everyone. And if everyone would
Blessings.
just, because we have a lot of people that we want to share and get to, just name, if you want to mention your pronoun in the territory and your intention for ceremony, just share those things.
I'll say my name is Rashonda and I'm on Lenape territory, and I'm just here to listen and see what I can learn. Thank you. Thank you all for
Blessings.
hosting this.
Who's next?
I'll go next. My name is Donna Luisa. I'm a Western medicine woman, and I live on the Salish lands in the Pacific Northwest. And I've come to this community to be a part. I'm from the Sacred Garden community, and yeah, I'm a human being here. Thank you.
Blessings. Good to see you. You want to popcorn over to someone else?
Hi, my name's Kim Haxton. I'm Potawatomi. I am here because I was invited, and I'm really interested in hearing what other people are doing within all of these circles. And I live on the unceded and attested territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam on the West Coast. Really good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Blessings.
Hey, my name's Jan. My pronouns are he, they. It's really good to see you, Dre. Currently on Piscataway lands in Baltimore, and my intention is just community and always a student first and foremost. So really grateful to be here. Pass it on to whoever.
I can go. My name is Annie. I'm very honored, happy to be here. It's so nice to start to see some familiar faces too over the months we've been doing this, that Theo has been doing this. I think that this topic is like an umbrella for everything else almost like happening with psychedelics and with us in general. So yeah, excited. Thank you. I live on Owasso speaking Ohlone territory, aka Santa Cruz, California. Grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. Yay. Whoever hasn't gone, Joelle, you wanna go?
Hi, my name is Joelle. I'm from Baltimore on the land of Pescatarian. I am French, and I learn about it through Ian, who is with me on the Baltimore Psychedelic Society. I am here to learn. I have a lot to learn. So I'm very grateful to be here and just be with you. And I pass it to Neil. Sorry for the accent.
It's okay, Joelle. I'm Neil. I'm based in San Francisco in Ohlone land. Yeah, Leo invited me to this. I'm actually moderating one of the last sessions on sort of regenerative capitalism for the psychedelic space and ethics and psychedelics. So that's kind of where I come from. I'm of Indian origin, born and raised in India, came here when I was 16. There wasn't a place for Asians to be represented. So especially in the psychedelic space, a lot of us don't have a space somewhere. So actually a friend of mine, she started the Asian Psychedelic Collective, which I'm a member of. I'm also a member of DCRIM SF and decriminalizing psychedelics all across the US. So we're actively involved with policy work. I'm I'm very actively involved in California SB 58 to trying to get that bill passed here in the state of California. You know, it's good to connect with people, and just my intention is to get to know everybody, get to connect, because for me it's just building deeper human connections is what it's all about. So however we do that, it's amazing. So thank you for being here, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
How about Tara? Uh-oh, you're unmuted.
Morgan. Have a beautiful day,
Sorry,
buddy.
I was having some Mercury
Is this your
retrograde
lady?
fun.
Satva.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tara.
TTAHH.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you mute?
Kat? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, buddy. Namaskaram.
Oh, okay. It wasn't me. I thought I was bugging out. Okay. So I'm gonna try one more time. My name is Tara. My pronouns are she, her. I'm on Lenape Hoking land, and I just I saw it because I know Aki, and I just was planning to listen while I do my Saturday cleaning.
Thank you. Fairy Hawk or Chanel, would you like to go?
Peace. Hi, hey, Fire I'm sorry, I'm listening because I don't know. I just logged in late, so I don't know what's going on.
No worries.
Yeah, just introduce yourself. Your name, if you want to share your name, if you want to share your pronouns in this territory that you're on, and then your intention for ceremony today.
Oh, my name's Chanel. I currently reside in Tennessee, but that'll be changing in a couple of months. I have no pronouns except for joy, happiness, love, and abundance. And my intentions is just to continue to walk in my path of my higher self.
Blessings.
Peace, y'all. My name is Fairy Hawk. I'm here on Lenape land, and I'm super grateful to be here. Thank you for everyone that is participating, everyone that's here, just here to learn, to listen, and to be in community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for introducing. It feels really good to hear everyone's voice to add another dimension to the richness of the space as well. And so we've got one more person that's coming in. And I think this is a good time to just launch into the discussion of what we were hoping to uplift. And so I know that as a practitioner and someone who is training to become a therapist, I know that there's a lot of, I find myself in the minority in a lot of these spaces, right? I've been in medicine circles and practicing for some years now, but access is a thing. It is such a thing. I have seen the transformative power of medicine and how it has impacted me, but for some reason or another, like financial, just being able to go somewhere and not, worry about getting arrested or threat of all of these real things, right? Really impact people's ability to be present and to be able to sit with medicine, right? And so I'm just wondering, what has been your experience in sitting in the medicine space? If anyone would like to uplift, what they're noticing as far as trends, things that they're recognizing personally.
Can I go?
Of course.
So there's a couple of things that concern me about what I'm seeing. I actually don't want to use the word concern. in these new psychedelic assisted therapy models that we have here in America, what the model says that a person who has some type of degree in therapy is taking the lead, and the shaman, curandera, taita, space holder, facilitator, whatever they want to call themselves, who has a lineage to back them, and also a significant amount of experience expanding their own state of consciousness, and supporting others in their expansion of consciousness, is at best a number two in that conversation. And, you know, also the language around the conversations around this, it seems to be a very like a Western centered heavy conversation, as if these are new discoveries and we need to figure out like how to do these things and do these things safely and effectively and well and optimized experience. You know, but our ancestors have already paved the way and have been doing these things for every group of humans has expanded their consciousness in one way or another, and they've had, and most of the time it's been through a rite of passage. And their approach to these medicines was to be in right relationship with themselves and with everyone else and all vital forces. And in this new paradigm, people are coming because they have a thing that they perceive or they've been taught is wrong with them that they need to fix. And then maybe some of those people will come to the conclusion that like maybe what I'm here to do is just to be present and to surrender to like some wise beings that can teach me something. And then maybe they get to a place of service. So this is what I'm seeing in the space, and I'm concerned that, you know, again, we're doing this backwards. Instead of putting the elders at the forefront of this conversation and kind of taking the lead on how we do this.
Right. Is there anyone else would like to uplift in this space as well? You brought up some really, really good points, Dre. Trying to give space.
No, I do not believe for a second that we
I
don't
know.
have some topics. I mean, come on, everybody's like, oh, quiet. Come on, y'all. If we want,
Kimmy mentioned definitely in its infancy, right? I think as far as like in the West, it's definitely in its infancy. But again, there's medicine practices that have been happening long time ago. And again, as we've become more modernized and we've become secularized in the world, we see the disappearance of these rites of passages and these initiation ceremonies, right? Where are these spaces that we're having these training programs that are done? It's in a commercialized model. You got to get a certificate now to say that you have, you know, expertise in being able to serve, right? And that's a problem. That's a serious problem. I'm seeing so many folks, like even in the medical model, who may not have any relationship with medicine whatsoever, but feel the necessity of having to gain a license so that they can practice, so that they can serve certain types of medicines to expand and be viable in the clinical therapy space. And to me, that I think we can get into some dangerous territory, because I think the sacredness of the practice of knowing, having intimate relationship and being able to build that and have that capacity with medicine becomes decreased. Yes, Neil said medicalization shouldn't be a gatekeeper for most people that need access. Absolutely. Absolutely. Did you want to speak more to that, Neil?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, debate happening in this space, and this is there's particularly a good one that if you kind of watch Dr. Brian Arp who's a University of Oxford professor, talking about sort of ethics in the psychedelic space and how science, while needed, sometimes like pigeonholes and becomes a bottleneck for people that the only route to care, you have to define some sort of condition and you have to label that condition. And that's the only way that pharma companies can then create a drug, because then they can create their solution or have a solution and they apply it to something because that something has to be defined as some sort of condition. And because that's how our FDA model works, because it's sort of a square peg in a round hole situation. While that may be very useful for physical health, it's not very useful for mental health. Even the label mental health, right? And as though, I think he was talking about like 40 years ago, people didn't define what, ADD was, or what, autism spectrum was, or any of these labels and conditions. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't exist. They may exist because people are discovering new ways to label things. And that's maybe very useful for 20% of the people. If you're suffering from schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or something like that, okay, you may want to go to the medical route because they're experts in that field. But for 80% of the conditions, or quote unquote conditions, do we really need to go through the medical organization route? I mean, isn't that a bottleneck that we're creating for access? I mean, it's like, it's a big problem. So we need to, that's why we push for decriminalization first. So we ask, it's like, if you really care about access, which some of the medical community, talks about, like, hey, we want to have access for everybody, right? Fund our $1 billion program or whatever. I said, okay, if you really care about access, then, why aren't you supporting decrim efforts all across the United States? That'll make access available.
Well, and I think another thing too, I think as far as like, again, practitioners, as you mentioned, if you have a more expanded lens of like the human condition, right? In certain communities, they didn't have a name for like necessarily depression. Like there was a different way of looking at, there's a different expanded worldview about the human condition, right? We're so quick to pathologize and label and name things that are very much a part of our lived experience, because we are living in a very dysfunctional society that does not incubate and incorporate health and wellness, right? People, the intention of big pharma is to keep customers, not to heal.
That's right.
Right. It's not to restore health and to strengthen people's capacity to do well. And so if you have practitioners, again, from an indigenous model, who look at the human condition better, I think that then there would be less medicalization of this terminology, because sorry, Kimmy, you had your hand up.
I'm trying to figure out how to work this thing. I'm like, well, I'll just put my hand up like this, but I'm like, I don't know. It's interesting. So I want to speak to this from I am lucky. I've been under an apprenticeship model, which is a very different model than going and taking an 8-week certification, which drives me bonkers. And I also am lucky because I also had a Western psychologist, transpersonal psychologist, also apprentice me for the past, period of time. And so when it really is in its infancy when I see the psychedelic thing. And it's also another thing that I was thinking, I've just come out of ceremonies and I was just thinking about how it's commodified, in the capitalist part of it. Like, how can you go into the mystic, the great mystery, and then be like, ooh, hoo, I'm gonna, like, which I'm seeing all over, seeing people do it, and I'm, and I'm just like, wow, this is kind of, it's funny, not funny, and I'm also seeing, the industry of the capitalist part of it, that I'm like, you don't even have a clue, like, me being arrogant, like, you don't even have a clue. But I just think of, some of the people that I've met in the past few years as I've come out of, traditional ceremonial world into like what's happening in the psychedelic world. And I'm like, like, holy shit, this is un petit problème, and yet I'm seeing things in a way where I'm just like, well, how does the medicine work? And you know, the thing of Western science of pathologizing, you know, mental illness. And I think of some of the teachers, actually probably all of my teachers are considered neurodivergent, or you know, would be labeled as schizophrenic and all of those things. And I'm just like, wow, we have such a place on which limits, you know, and that limitation is also the limitation of the ceiling, I think, where what is available for people in what I've witnessed, you know. And I know that I'm working with Indigenous people because I'm like, I want people of color, I want Indigenous people serving Indigenous people. And, you know, it's so important, you know, on so many levels, and the healing is like ongoing. Like, I mean, I'm, you know, this many years into it, and I'm like, holy shit, I still feel like maybe I'm in grade 1, you know, you know, and without that, I think I don't see that humility within it.
Yes.
And so I feel it's a complicated thing, you know. It's a complicated, because it's not this or that, because there are things about, you know, Western science that are fantastic, you know, but it's arrogance, whatever the word is, you know, is so limiting in the way in which it has, you know, that place in which capitalist hierarchy, patriarchy gets played out in that, without this sense of essence or spirituality, you know, whatever that is, you know, that's so personal for people. So you know, it's one of the things where I'm just like, well, how do we hold all of it? Because the reality is like, how do we hold the paradox, and how do we hold the is the ambiguity? I don't know, because I don't think there's a particular answer, because it's such a crazy tsunami, you know, going forward, and because there's money attached to it, right? You know, and I see that, I'm like, holy smokes, you know. And then seeing people being like, I had a couple who are, I can't name the couple, but I could say that they're ketamine people. And they said to me last year at a conference, they said, you know, if Black and Indigenous people only had more empathy, we wouldn't have to do this work. And I'm just like, what? Did you say that out loud? And I'm like, wow, these are people who are renowned for their work. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like, can I headbutt you right now and be like, excuse me, you know, and I'm just like, wow, there's such a blind spot, you know. And so I think about, you know, when I think about the healing we're talking about, I think about the shadow that exists because people don't know, or we're disconnected, and that shadow is a place in which, you know, is there. So that's all I gotta say. Just a rant, but
that was a
worthy.
That was a
that's a good rant. I like that rant.
Speaking some wisdom. Yeah, totally beautiful. You know, couple of things. I love everything that was been shared. I would just want to challenge a couple of things. This idea of, you know, this mention about schizophrenia and bipolar and the suffering. It is also my experience that many of my teachers would be diagnosed with severe schizophrenia and bipolar. And many of them don't even use medicine. Well, what I've been taught to consider is that these people have expanded states of consciousness just in their ordinary lives. Maybe they're more gifted, and maybe it's our society that doesn't know how to manage and how to support those conditions. And many of my elders would tell me is that when someone had these experiences, then those people would be working in isolation with, you know, a healer to help them, who also had experienced this, to help them like navigate their place in their community and support them. So I just want to uplift that and name that, you know, because there's always this except for bipolar and schizophrenia. The other thing is on the decrim side, you know, my concern about decrim, this whole conversation about decrim, is what we're still seeing is there's still see people in those places that is decriminalized being harassed and arrested by the police. And in addition to that, I think it's there's also this philosophy, let's just get something passed and then we can go back and fix it. But what we see is in things like in the cannabis industry, that industry, the majority of people who control and own that industry are people who are non-melanated, usually men, disproportionately. And, before we should be giving anybody the privilege to make money on these things, we should be making sure all the people who are in prison for these things are taken out of prison, right? And their records expunged. That should be the priority before we say let's get these things decriminalized, so that we can then eventually do either a medical model or do a tax and regulate, right? So I just want to just uplift that to an end. Make sure that equity and inclusion is in those bills that we're looking, or those laws that we're looking to pass. It does not work to try afterwards to try to go back and get those things. We see that in places like Maryland, where they just ignored, and then for the medical model has been there for 5 years, 6 years, and now they're still suing to get equity inclusion in that model. So we got to do it at the beginning. All those things have to be done at the beginning.
Yeah, I think Dre, I think you're right. I think it's like, that's the challenge of any decrim measure, right? I mean, it's a very difficult thing because we live in this society that we have to adhere to the laws that we have here. So, I come from a more practical side that says, what are the steps that we can take to move us there without putting more steps and, rolling back some of the other things. I think you're absolutely right on. Like, hey, we should pardon all the people that were arrested for marijuana possession or possession of any kind for any substances, right? So it's like, that's what needs to be done. But if we limit our movement forward, then we can shoot for the ideal and not make progress. And so sometimes we need to think about, how do we move the ball forward in a way, but the society and this society here, this community here, can raise their voices and be actively engaged, because at the end of the day, that's the system we live in. Now, I've lived under two democratic systems and an authoritarian system, and it's very, very difficult in this system to make progress in the way we want to make progress. So we got to figure out a way to move forward, to move the ball, or make our changes in Lego blocks and try to build on those Lego blocks, and move the ball forward. And we need to figure that out. Otherwise, we can sit here and we can rail against the existing system, but we need to figure out as a community, what's the alternative that we're going to provide? What's the choice? For people to still make a living, pay their bills, do all the things that they need to do, while figuring out a way to not be immersed in the extractive capitalism mode,
Yeah, definitely. And I wanted to uplift Tara. She had mentioned something that's also like really interesting, also speaking to what Kimmy had mentioned about Indigenous people serving Indigenous people. Like Tara said, it's harder for me to find Indigenous folks offering certifications and prices that cater to a certain demographic. And I witnessed the same thing, especially like in disconnected community, because again, there's lots of access to healers, don't necessarily have the certification. But it's so important to have folks in medicine spaces that look like you to reduce these issues of harm, right? Like, again, hearing a person who is serving medicine saying that Black people and other people need to have more empathy, I don't know, that would be devastating. That would rock me in a space, right? And so that's a really big concern for me, because again, a lot of these programs are not necessarily financially accessible to folks in communities as well. And who gives these folks the right to say that you are now an authority in this medicine, that in something in a tradition in which could have been a part of your lineage, right? It could have been a part of your culture, like as a medicine person. So I think that that's really something that I know that I've really been keeping my eye on the pulse of, because I know, as a person who has been sitting in circle as one of the only Black folks, it can be very scary when you have medicine that's already unearthing parts of you, right? It could be re-traumatizing. So it's really important to have practitioners who have this intersectional perspective and lens to, to help process. That is essential for healing.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Sorry, I'm like the
Don't apologize.
the auntie that can't stop. So I'm just like, here we go again. It's Kim, just in case you can't see me, anybody. It's funny that there's a thing here, because I'm north of the border. We don't have as weird wackadoodle system as you do south of the border. It's a wackadoodle system, but and I've just taken my place as, I have a PhD because I have this many years. I have more experience than most of the people who have academic, and I know that, and I finally am like, okay, excuse me, can you get out of the way? And I can do that up here. And people are like, ooh, and there's another level where there's a tokenistic part, which, within some of those systems where they're like, oh, look, it's a Native person, like, ooh, but I'm just like, hell yeah, I'm going to take up my space,
Yes.
And so I kind of am like, how do you hold that energy, like literally? So I want to do it from that perspective, and not in a, a woo-woo state of like, how do you come in with that place where you're like, like Phoenix, what you're carrying, and I know it, or I don't know actually, because I don't live south of the border. I just want to use it like that rather than whatever that imaginary border is.
Yeah.
But I just have a real sense of accessing truth to power with truth, or truth with power, right? And that is something I think is really important. I think it is challenging, and I know it is a policy thing in the States for sure. And so that is important, but I really have questions and beliefs. I mean, I'm just like, no, excuse me, out of the way. And people are like, okay, whoa, yeah, of course, and I don't hold that other piece. And so I am finding people allies in academics who are putting their weight behind me that I can do that. So I think there's a piece there that also gives me the confidence, but also that can challenge the system, because really, the 8-week course or whatever that is really doesn't mean anything. And it does, because I find people are like, well, what is your qualification, Kim? And I'm like, I took this course, and I'm like, well, whoopee woo, right? Because I'm just like, this doesn't, do you know how you sound? Like, I've done 1,000 ceremonies, and I'm like, that's just a breath, right? And there's just that level of like being able to name it and call it. But I know also that you are dealing with a structure, that is the erasure, the history in the States of the erasure of Indigenous people is even more challenging, and I just want to name that because I think it's different up here. We have a different story. And so there's a piece there. To somebody down there, I'm working with an Indigenous community that they're setting up a training. I'm helping them develop their curriculum for, and I say curriculum, their apprenticeship model, which works with other Indigenous communities who haven't lost their pre-Columbian spiritual teachings, and so I'm just putting that out there that it's happening. Just so you know.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Blessings. And this also like brings up another point that I think, as we mentioned, one of the sisters mentioned that she's a Western medicine carrier. I'd appreciated that share. So that, the name of our organization is Ancestor Project. And one of the reasons why that we've chosen that name is because there is a lot of romanticizing of Indigenous people in the space. So here's the truth, that humans all over the world, whether they were Lakota, they were were Shipibo, they were the Maasai, they were the Laplanders, the Druids, the Wiccans. We all, at some point, were hunter-gatherers. We all beat a drum, lit a fire, and expanded our state of consciousness. Now we had different rituals for sure, but if you looked, if everyone on this call looked deeply at your lineage, what you would find is that you have ancestors who practice these rites, these rituals, right? So you don't have to romanticize anyone else or put someone on a pedestal as if they've gotten the keys, but you simply can just look back into your own heritage and find that your ancestors also had these rites. This is not something that's like a small group of people, but like our species. Before colonization happened, that this was a pretty common practice, and then it's almost like it's been forgotten, So I want everybody to get excited about, like, go check out what the Druids and Wiccans are doing. Go check out what's happening in Africa, the Maasai, the Pygmy, the Aka, Baka, and Butu, the traditions in places like Africa, for example. There are over 300 different entheogens that they use to expand their consciousness and rites path. Over 300. We only talk about Iboga, right? But there's a whole lot more to it, right? So yeah, I want everyone to consider that. It's not necessary to romanticize. We all have these traditions. We just need to get back to those traditions.
Yes.
Hey, this is Satva. I needed to say something in regards to the practicing ovens. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Just for those that aren't on video, I know I'm not. I've been practicing ceremony since 16. I'm 37 now, and it was mainly with psilocybin. Those were always my go-tos. I was introduced into peyote ceremony through the Crow Nation and the Navajo Nation on a contract, and I was told to get my Native American card. Now, beyond all of this, I moved to Colorado for the loose, it's okay to explore consciousness here. Things are decriminalized, as well as in Seattle, they're decriminalized. In Washington, California, I believe they're decriminalized as well. One of the things that it had elicited in me is this whole concept of divine protection. And it's a real thing that I subscribe to. It's a matter of, hey, my intention isn't to go out here and party and, oh yeah, man, it's to go do some shrooms, man. No, it's not that. It's like the medicine that it is. And so with that intention, when one is seeking, one can get the 4 kits here now. One can purchase them and grow their own. And in Colorado, you're able to have, I believe it's up to an ounce at any given time without any sort of criminal ramifications. So it is hopeful. There is a lot that is happening, which brings me to this next point. For those that may not be in those areas, I'm not advocating for you to break the law. I am just saying that there is a divine law that trumps and supersedes all of these legalistic laws that we have, and to not let that fear be a hindrance. Now, maybe it's different when one wants to, say, work with others that aren't versed or experienced in holding space. That would be something that would be next level. I don't know the answer for that. I would say, though, for anyone wanting to or has already been exploring their consciousness, to continue to do that, because the medicines quite literally are our ancestors. And being that we are connected into this earth as we are, there's a protection that it passes all understanding and understanding, so that we can overstand things in a way where we can build and grow and do the work. That's what I wanted to say. I give thanks for the space.
Thank you. Oh, who is speaking? Was that Rick?
If you happen to see a dog tag.
Oh. Okay, so someone said the underground is most of the ground. Oh, I like that, Annie.
Yes. I was wondering when we're gonna get to that word.
Right.
That word.
Okay,
Can we talk about this? Like I personally resent when people use the term underground.
Yes.
Right. I am not hiding from anyone. What I would say, this is actually our tradition and the way we move through the space. That the Western paradigm is actually new, right? New to the space. So the idea, this underground makes it like we're not the experts here, and there's always, and then typically when someone mentions underground, then the next comment is, oh, and in the underground, there's a lot of harm happening.
Right.
And we really need to get and this is why licensing is so beneficial. Well,
right.
The truth is that in places in North America, we have the highest rate of anxiety and depression of any nation. And the psychotherapeutic model has not actually done a really good job of supporting and changing that. We are still electrocuting people. We're pumping them with SSRIs. There's tons of harm happening every day by people who have a license. Right. So let's just dispel that mythology that somehow a license gives us more protection. But I do like the idea of having like wisdom councils and circles to help call people in, support accountability.
Yoon had their hand raised. Yoon, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I really resonate a lot with everything that's been said so far. The thing that I just kind of wanted to acknowledge was when we look at this like medicalization of psychedelics and plant medicine from a Western standpoint, it's really in this hyper individualized lens in which healing can really only happen in one single way. And like, that's not the case at all, because then we take out that healing can happen in so many different ways for so many different people. And a lot of that can really be through community. And if we're only forced to heal by ourselves, then I don't think there will be much progress or growth within that at all. I also just feel as though it's important to make the distinction between a consumer experience versus a sacred experience. Yes. Especially kind of moving forward, within, the lens that we're looking through currently. So yeah, I don't really know what the answer is. I just wanted to pop that in there.
Let's see. Alicia, you had a question about the Board of Psychedelic Medicine Therapies. Is this a way of taking down the master's house with the master's tools? Ooh, do you want to speak to that? I know, I'm like, yes, Audrey, bring her in, come through.
Thanks, Phoenix. And I'll just let folks know, I know it's at 11, and I know Phoenix and Dre, you're welcome to continue to stay on because we're still waiting for our next moderator to join. So, but I just want to speak to this issue and about the master's host as well with the master's tools, which I also have recently heard critiqued. How can we take down the master's host with the same tools? We need some new tools to be able to do that. Okay. So that being said, I don't know a lot about this this board, and others may, this Board of Psychedelic Medicine and Therapies in the US, but I put the link there, and I found it really interesting because it talks about creating a certification program for people who are leading psychedelic therapies, but one that really centers equity and inclusion. And I haven't looked at at how they do this, but I do think is this a way of we can't maybe do away, or maybe we can entirely with the medical system that we have. How do we use some of the the methods that we have to try to create safety? And is this a way of saying, yes, okay, we are going to use this certification process, this sort of Eurocentric way of regulating? I think about just issues with midwifery over the past, and how patriarchy, and how a profession like this became regulated and then became changed, and then so many inequitable issues come forward, and the dominance of some perspectives over others in fields like that. Is this happening in psychedelics? And can we look at certification bodies like this as a way of saying, okay, yeah, we are going to have some kind of regulation. However, at the core of it, we're going to insert these values around equity and safety. We're going to make sure that racialized people, indigenous people, for example, maybe are at the center, and taking a look at how other practitioners are considering equity in their work. So I just wanted to put that forward as an idea, wondering your thoughts or other people's thoughts. Is there something in between looking at, the validation of people who are doing ceremony and psychedelics, and looking at this from a completely non-Western perspective or indigenous perspectives, and looking at something, looking at certification that's just coming from Western perspectives in a way that's just benefiting Western people? Or is there some place in between where we can draw on some elements of, I don't know, like safety, or some elements of the Western system, to be able to try to, undo or disrupt, that continued dominance of, who can and cannot lead ceremony, who can and cannot create spaces with psychedelics. So I'll just put that out there, and I just want to check that. I think we're still waiting for our next speaker. So I'll put it back.
No, our next speaker is here.
Wonderful, thank you.
Is here.
Okay.
Yes. So if we can welcome, Aki, and she is, you can see her in the box of Minka School. So Aki, thank you so much for joining us today. We're looking forward to your sharing, and thank you, Ancestor Project, Phoenix and Dre, for that amazing share and breaking ground for our 24 hours. Welcome, Aki.
Love y'all.
Hi, Kitha. How are you doing? How's everybody? I have a big shoe to fill going after Ancestor Project, eh? Well, nice to see all of you, beautiful faces, or some black boxes, but not needless to say. Nice to see all of you. Nice to be here with you. How are we starting, Kitha? Tell me what I'm doing with the
Sure.
start.
You have the floor. The hour, you can move however you wish. If you wish to interact with all of us however you wish, you can, and certainly speak however you desire to.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so I would like us to just take a nice deep breath being here together, so we can just consciously connect to be in this space together in this way, and giving thanks to this blessing of being here with you, and giving thanks to all of my ancestors and all of your ancestors that provided us all the things that we needed to be here at this place together. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Just feeling our feet on the surface below us, connecting to our oldest ancestor, Mother Earth, and all that she provides, all that they provide, and also connecting with the skies to just be thankful for, I'm being thankful for these connections and inspirations that this web of the sphere that allows us to tap into, for us to be so rooted and expanded at the same time. Coming back now to be together here for an hour with me, and much longer with other people. Just briefly introduce myself. My name is Aki Hirata Baker. I am a people have many names for me, but I myself call myself a transformational space holder, because that's really what I see my work to be. It is in healing. What's required the most is to have that sacred space that we can feel safe, we can feel heard, and within that we can have the transformation. So that's how I see my job to be. And I'm a founder of Minka Brooklyn and Minka Mystery School. I use she, they pronoun, and I am in Canarsie people's land, Lenape territory, also known as Brooklyn, New York. And I'm also a moon dancer, and I'm immigrant from Japan. And I work under decolonizing spiritual liberation principles. So I'm here today sharing time with you. However, I don't necessarily call myself a space holder of psychedelic medicine per se. And yet, the work that I do at Minka Brooklyn and beyond, and this idea of decolonizing spiritual liberation principle is a very important one as we talk about this psychedelic movement, in my opinion. And you can disagree to that, and we can have that conversation. And I was thinking about making it into a class. Hi, Tara. I was thinking about making it into a class, but I really think it might be better to make it into a conversation. But in order for us to have a safe conversation, I think it's important for us to have a framework in which that we would have conversations on, right? So it's not just all over the place. And the part of the reason I say that is because that we all, okay, I'm speaking English right now with you. And just by the fact that you all gathered here, I assume you all use English as form of communication. However, just because we use English, that doesn't mean that we all speak the same language. Meaning based on our lived experiences, based on the influences that we have, based on our ancestral experiences, that the way that certain words and certain information resonate is very different. On top of that, we are living in this society where information comes in from various sources. However, all those informations now, especially are through the web sphere, just like this. And in that, what we have been experiencing more and more is that because of the algorithm that web internet uses, that our information, it starts to get more and more funneled to a certain way. Does that make sense? So meaning we started to become more and more tighter into a certain silo where it's becoming very hard to have conversation about a lot of the things. So today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay out a very basic framework from some of the classes that I've offered, so we can talk about things from, so I'm also moon dancer. We talk about this thing, one mind, one heart, one prayer, right? If we have one heart, one mind, one prayer, then we can make a lot of things happen. I think we probably have a lot of similar heart here. One heart is probably here, but one mind, really hard at this moment, correct? So, and I think our prayer is kind of similar. I don't know, we'll get to that. So I want to get us to one mind space through this, and then we're going to get into a conversation. How does that feel for everybody? Okay, cool. So it's still early on the
sounds
day.
good.
So thank you. It's still early on the day, so we can do some heavy lifting, right? Because if it was like 8 p.m., I was like, I think we should just do conversation, but it's only second hour, so we can do this. We can all do this. Yes. All right, so we are today talking about diversity and inclusivity, right? Inclusion. Okay, diversity. We live in the United States. Okay, in that sense of diversity, yeah, we might not see it, but diversity we see. We see different kind of people. We are very many different kind of people, and we see people popping up. So that part, sure. Inclusive. Inclusive by definition means equal access to opportunity. right? That's what that means. And still, that word sounds good, but and still, I always have a issue with this word inclusive. Why? Because there is an agency, gatekeeper, that has to allow someone to come in, right? Inclusivity in a society right now, somebody has to decide who comes in and who doesn't come in. So when we start talking about diversity and inclusivity, I think we missed the point. Because of that, I speak from a principle, a bit more of a decolonizing principle. And then we're gonna just briefly touch on what it means. So first, what is colonization and what does that mean? How does that show up and how we experience that? And then the best friend of colonization, which is white supremacy, and how that culture affects us and how that affects our psyche. Cool? Any questions so far?
No, this is awesome. I'm so excited.
Okay. I'm glad you're
Thank you.
excited. I'm excited too. Awesome. So I'm gonna share this little slide with you. So here, wait, I can't share the slide, I don't think. Can I? I don't have that option.
You're a co-host, you should be able to.
That's what I thought.
Try now.
Try now.
Yes.
Try now. Wait, what's going on? No, that's not it. Try now. No. What should we do? Oh, shoot. I can't. Damn. Sorry, y'all.
Is it working now?
It's working now. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Got it. Sorry. Okay. For a brief moment, I'm sorry that y'all are waiting. And so this brief moment in time, I want us to agree to something. This is community agreement from Minka. The part of the reason why this is important is because we are talking about something a little bit challenging. It's good to have these, right? Do y'all have that already for the day or no?
We do not, so thank you for
Okay.
this.
No problem. So I'm going to read very quickly. And once we go through it, if you have questions, ask me. And if you want to add any, please do that, okay? Community agreement is a way for us to have conversation in a productive and as safe as possible way. Okay, on our land and its history. We all know the United States, now we call the United States, was not United States. It was taken by force, and there was genocide happened here, right? So as a people who, some of you may be indigenous to this land, I am not. So just understanding the history and understanding whose land we are on is very important for us to start this conversation, especially when we're talking about racial history and decolonization and how we can evolve from that, right? I am on Lenape land, unceded Lenape territory, Canarsie people's land. And you can find out on native-land.ca if you are interested in that. I can give you the link later. This is a space where we are actively co-creating safety. We have, as long as we have done this work, safety is never guaranteed for some people. Safety is never a possibility for some group of people. It's because of this history that we have lived through, right? Our ancestors and all the epigenetics that we carry. It's hard for us to feel safe. And yet we have to be bravely being in a space to be able to do that. So safety is something we, through this agreement, actively co-create. So that's what we are using as a term here. Be a risk taker, truth sharer. Cookie dough is another way of saying it. Risk taker means that sometimes that your opinions or thought may not be fully formed yet. It's not baked cookie. You can come as a cookie dough because, again, perfectionism is a side effect of white supremacy. that we experience all the time. I'm pretty sure a lot of us feel that, right? Speak from the I, don't talk about somebody else. Let's speak from our own perspective. It's my thing. I own it. I'm responsible. Be concise. Interesting thing about being concise and being in a cookie dough, we have to always figure out the balance. When is the right place? When is the right time? All of that. Be aware of the space internally and externally. This especially becomes important when you start to feel the emotion rise up, when you start to feel triggered. And it's a right response for some of the information you receive. However, how we manage in a community space matters, right? Maybe you need to move. Maybe you need to eat something, take a sip of water, maybe turn off the videos, whatever that means, right? We do that for ourselves. Make sure to be aware of all the spaces, inside and outside. Be respectful of people's identity. Not much more to be said about that. Oh, it's not it. Be mindful of any judgment that may arise. That's kind of connected to be mindful of the space internally, right? It's not that judgment won't come. It's fine for the judgment to come. When the judgment comes, understand why it's coming, or just put a note in it, put a pin in it, so you can examine what's happening inside of you when that comes up. What you heard, how you're feeling, how you're reacting, and why that is. But that may be something you do later. Assume good intention. By the nature of this gathering, I assume everyone here has good intentions. I at least hope so. And that doesn't guarantee the impact that we bring is going to be always beneficial. Sometimes can be harmful. So we navigate that space, okay? Be curious, because when we are curious, we are less judgmental because we want to know. We are feeling inquisitive about certain people's behavior, certain information. So be curious is a good place to be. Be compassionate and patient with people's learning curves. Some folks here have been talking about this for a long time. Maybe some of you not. We don't know. So be patient and be compassionate. We all walk this path together. Confidentiality, the lessons can leave. The name and identity will stay, always in this room. The most important one here, expect non-closure and befriend uncertainty. This, our friends, this is the work that we do when we talk about decolonization. Today, we're going to give you some informations. You're going to learn some things, but you're not done. I'm not done. We're never going to be done. We're going to touch on that. And it's really going to be about, it's not going to be about you checking this off the list. It's really going to be about you learning this information for you to take with you as a tool of self-reflection, self-examination, without self-criticism, so we can evolve, right? I'm not here to shame anybody. I'm just giving you the facts that I have actually gathered, right? However, the shame may come up because you may feel something. Don't judge. Put a pin in it. Go back to it later. All right? Now, here, who has questions and who wants to add something?
I have something.
Nick, you want to add
So-
something?
Yes, I did. I did. I wanted to
You're a
ask
little
questions.
muffled.
I'm under a muffle. Let me do something here. Hold on a
Okay, yeah,
second.
you're good.
Okay, let me put this on. Okay, that should be better. Is that better?
Yes, it is better. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'll share. What I would add is I come from, okay, my story's long, so I won't get into that.
Yeah.
So basically, what I was put into when I incarnated was triracial, quadracial family. Lines go deep both sides of my great grandparents' sides. And what I had to experience was this unpacking in the traditions that I was given, and the patience that I wanted to add to the patience of the learning curve for people on my mom's side, Germania, German and Norway. It's still the most difficult because there's just so much that they don't have to deal with, that they didn't have to deal with. And it's not a blame with my mother particularly. It's more of just, hey, this actually is how it is, not how I'm perceiving it. And so that is something I found to be invaluable in that patience game with people who have this learning curve. And I took it from a few different angles. One of them was pretty much brute force, like, you're a racist, mom, you don't understand, to, hey, you're not racist, and let's talk about it, and everything in between. So the work is on both sides. And when I found myself doing this work with her, my sister and I and her, it was just the most beautiful thing to watch her begin to melt and dissolve her boundaries. And that's really the space that I wanted to share from, is when that breakthrough happens, it is magic. It is so powerful. And there's just a bright light that just comes through in everyone's spirit. So if anyone has experienced that, which many I'm sure here have, continue going forward. And that's just an encouragement. And the question that I have is, in your particular field with what you're doing, what is the biggest thing that you find when you're coming up to, say, the executive boards of these established orders in getting your requests answered or even heard? Thank you.
Nick, thank you for the emphasis on the being compassionate and be gentle with people's learning curves. Thank you for that. Your question in particular, I'm not necessarily sure if that's my expertise to answer to you. If what I share with you answer some of that, yes, but I don't want to get into that because that's not necessarily what I'm actually doing in this particular segment. And I do believe other people actually do that. And actually, as a person who's in healing and who's in the space of social justice, I actually look at healing as one of the most important part of social change. So in that, I'm actually not asking anyone to let me in. I'm only going into a place where they want to hear me. As a person of color, as a person who is an immigrant background, I'm not begging anyone. I'm here to share my truth. If you don't like it, you can leave the room. You don't have to have me in the room if you don't like what I'm saying, because that's not my job. There are other people who do this job, right? But that's not my job. I'm very clear on what my job is. And that's part of the reason why I'm actually not on the street doing that activism work. I'm doing the work the way I'm doing it, right? So I can also just tell you that, because that's where I stand. That's how I do my work, okay? Okay, so let's briefly talk about this. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So when we're talking about this, and we are in a sacred medicine space, I've noticed that people talk about psychedelics, and some people are not talking about it in a sacred medicine. However, I come from a healing facilitation background. So when I talk about sacred psychedelics, and when I'm having a chat about something like this, I'm specifically talking to people who are engaging with psychedelics to expand consciousness, to have greater connection, and to want to evolve, be a co-creator of this new reality that we are just about to be able to experience if we do this in a good way, right? So if you don't engage it in that way, it's okay. I would like you to just stay on and just be curious. If you feel like that's not your space, that's not either. So when we talk about decolonization, diversity, inclusion, all these things, why do you do it? Tell me this. Why do you want to do this? Someone, why is it important? Someone who hasn't spoken. If Hyun, you want to talk?
You're asking why do I journey? Is that, or why am
No,
I on
why
it?
do we want to talk about diversity? Why do we want to do decolonization?
Oh, because of all the oppressive systems and harms that have been done over years and years and years, which it was really not going anywhere. So let's actually acknowledge the history. Let's acknowledge what's going on now, because I feel like we can't fully heal until that acknowledgement is actually put at the forefront.
Yeah. What else? Who else got? I see you, Amelkar. You getting closer to the screen. Would you like to share? I see you.
Yeah, history, everything Hyun said, why have the discussion? Because I think dialogue is like an interface and communications of yourself. The interface of the language somehow makes you communicate better with yourself, I think.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Who else?
Thank you.
One more, maybe. One more person? Anyone want to share? Why? Why do we have to do it? Because everybody wants to do it now, right? But I really don't know if anybody really think about why we want to do this. Why do we want to do this work?
I'll share.
Yeah.
I think, I agree these medicines are these allies are sacred. I also think psychedelics are non-specific amplifiers. So without the actual work outside of the space, I don't think these things necessarily make people just have enlightenment around these oppressions that are global. And so this is where the real work comes in, I think. And I think the future of our species and planet depends on it.
Indeed. Thank you, Hyun and Amilcar. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but
Amilcar, that's absolutely right. Thank you so
Amilcar,
much.
yeah, and Annie, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Yeah, right. History and healing and the change, all of that, right? So when we are talking about psychedelics or any kind of spiritual work, healing work, right? What we have to be aware of, and okay, so I'm just going to give you the answer. The answer is oneness. In engaging in sacred plant medicine or any spiritual practices or healing, what we are trying to get at is oneness. We want to embody and experience oneness. Somebody may have said it as an enlightenment, right? But not a momentary bliss, but as a constant state. That's where we are trying to get to, right? Is that what we're doing here? Kind of, sort of, maybe? Yeah, great. I like this group. Now, so if that's what we're talking about, I can tell you at this moment in history of time, patriarchy, colonization, and white supremacy is a major roadblock in order for us to get there. And it's not only because if you're white or if you're European descent or if you have a European body, that's not what we're saying. That we live and breathe white supremacy, colonization, and patriarchy simply by existing on this planet at this moment. And this is not United States specific either. It's everywhere, right? Your hand is up, Sunil. Sunil.
Oh, thank you. I was when you're ready for questions or comments, I'd love to share.
You don't want to do it now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'll be happy to. I didn't know if this was a good time. I wanted to share that I feel like what part of decolonizing spirituality for me has been a lot about breaking down the understanding of what the freedom of religion or even what the definition or concept of what a religious practice, religious experience, and just the term religare means to like also to link up, to connect. It's that force of our human consciousness and being that is necessary and is enshrined in all these places of rights and dignity and everything that we need every tool.
I hear
to
that.
liberate.
Yeah.
We need every tool to liberate. Oh, sorry.
It's awesome you're talking about the Sunil, because I actually teach this class called Spiritual Alignment, and that really talks about how religion has skewed spirituality, and talking about the difference between spirituality and religion, and how that actually further moved the colonization forward, right? And how people use religion, which is a powerful force, spiritual movement is a powerful force. They use that to progress colonization. And there's a class for that. So if you're interested, always, by all means, I would love to have you. So, okay, let's look at this. So this one is from that particular class that I just shared with Sunil. The goal here, again, this is powerful expression of your soul frequency, meaning you get to share your most authentic version of yourself powerfully. Greater connection to the invisible realm. Invisible realm is just the realm that's here that we don't usually tap into, where you get to tap into in plant medicine ceremonies and such, right? And combining those things, what you can actually achieve is positively affecting cosmic reality and collective consciousness. And that's what Annie was talking about. Our lives depend on it. Hell yes, our lives depend on it at this moment, right? And it's not also about putting pressure on ourselves either, because that's also another thing that we're going to talk about. So how do you feel about this idea of our goal of doing decolonization work and also using plant medicine is in this realm? How are we feeling with that?
I feel like it can be fun.
Sattva?
Yes.
You were saying?
I feel like it can be fun. Like it doesn't always have to be doom and gloom.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I believe, right? The work is not easy. I'm not saying that. And if we have a good framework, we can do this honestly. We can do this with joy, because I want to be joyous, because that's the future I want to live in. And the future is the next moment that I get to live. So if I'm not ready in the present moment, if I cannot be feeling that within that present moment within myself, then I can't get there when I get to the next moment, right? So that's also a practice. As we do this difficult work together, we'll be joyous together. Yeah? Okay, so we're gonna get into a little bit more of the nitty gritty, shall we? Any questions so far? We good? This thing keeps moving and I can't see. Okay, so let's talk about this. Very fun. Very fun. Here we go. Colonization. What is colonization? The definition that this gives us, the dictionary gives us, is a practice by which a powerful country directly controls less powerful countries and uses their resources to increase its own power and wealth. So today we are not going to get into the politics, right? Because that's not what we're doing, but we are specifically discussing on the effect of colonization we see in our belief system. So first it happens in a sphere, and now we are actually experiencing that everywhere, including our mind and our hearts and our behavior, right? So when we talk about this, powerful country directly controls less powerful countries to use their resources to increase its own power and wealth. What do you think is the emotion attached to the movement of colonization? This greed, definitely, but underneath greed, what is it that you feel? Can you identify that? Anyone?
Fear. Fear.
Say that again.
Fear.
Fear. That's right. Fear. So these people talking about they making big boy moves or big people moves, but in reality, it's the fear that they are manifesting that is colonization. And not some shit. So I define colonization as a process born out of scarcity and fear, right? If you are familiar with Resmaa Menakem's work, My Grandmother's Hand is the book he wrote, yeah? He talks about how the colonization started to affect European countries far before any of us, right? We always oppressed, we like humanities, haha. We tend to other others. We are really good at it. I come from Japan. People think Japan is a homogeneous country, but I felt othered. That's why I'm here, right? So it's not necessarily new, this idea of othering, but with this idea of using the commercialism and capitalism and continue to perpetuate this harm, which is colonization, is a process born out of scarcity and fear on steroids. That's how I see it. Another one that I really like is this definition by Roger Tournier. But what I want to read is the very last part. The colonizers are convinced of their superiority and their ordained mandate to rule. That's not a fact. However, this is a belief system. It is not a fact, yet it is a belief system most of us operate under. We will go against it, we won't like it. However, a lot of our subconscious works this way. And now let's look at this other slide here to further illustrate how this manifests. Here, yeah? So when we take that colonization and keep it going, what came is white supremacist culture. This list was created by Tema Okun. You can find out more about them, dismantlingracism.org. Now, white supremacist culture, I want us to read this. You can read this on your own, and I can also read this. White supremacist culture has perfectionism, sense of urgency, quantity over quality. That also relates to progress is bigger and more. That's kind of an end. Defensiveness, either or thinking. And this is connected to only one right way, and another one that connects to is individualism, and I'm the only one. So this is really the binary or polarized thinking, and this is very prevalent right now in the society we live in, that if one person is right, the other opinion is wrong. That's actually not reality. Depending on how we have been experienced in life, there can be many different realities, there can be many different truths, right? But white supremacist culture always wants you to choose. So that's something that we experience. Objectivity, and I think we say objectivity, and it's what it's saying more is that no space for subjectivity, meaning being objective is superior to being subjective, meaning your emotions, your lived experiences, your personal aspects of the things doesn't necessarily matter within this picture. You as a person doesn't matter within this white supremacist culture. Paternalism, This can show up a lot in a diversity and inclusion conversation, I would say, that you know, European descent folks want to instead of just being listening, they want to be in the space of expertise, and they want to be the one leading the conversations. So I'm very thankful for this team to appoint Keither to lead the conversation and not taking it on, right? That's how dismantling works. That's how that looked like. Worship of the written word. This is a very big one. Power hoarding, fear of open conflict, right to comfort. So defensiveness, fear of open conflict, and right to comfort stops us from having any productive conversation. Right? So let's talk about this. How do we feel about this? How are we experiencing this?
I'm personally feeling like I'm that list helped me to identify aspects of my white supremacy.
Right. Thank you, Keither, for your transparency and vulnerability, because we all live in and breathing in it. And how many of you feel the stress and anxiety caused by this culture? There's a hand over there. Leo's hand is like swerving. And yes, so many of us, right? So if this is the mode, and then this is our semi-normal mode of operation. So if this is how we are operating and we are doing plant medicine, on a good day, that may stay in the back. On the other time, it could be totally front and centered. Right? And I'm actually hearing more and more about this conversation of more is better, or bigger the better conversation within the plant medicine field too, right? The progress means that you are doing more plant medicine instead of integrating the work, because going fast is important and going slow doesn't mean anything, right? It's always a competition. So how do we undo all of that? Your hand is up, Alicia.
Yes, thank you, Aki. I just wanted to make a comment about perfectionism, if it's okay, and your question around how it shows up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm getting hearing my echo. Oh, maybe it's going. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this fear of making mistakes, the fear of doing the wrong thing that a lot of people have. I see this a lot, especially with white people, with settlers, when it comes to looking at issues related to racism and colonization. And you know, one of the ways that I've seen it show up in psychedelic organization in Canada, in the context where I'm working in, has been in just this idea around apologies, you know, sort of making an apology or writing a letter of apology. And sometimes in it, I see the apology might have the sentiment of sort of, you know, I'm so sorry you were feeling this way, you know, rather than kind of actually taking a moment just to acknowledge the harm that may have been created, even when that good intention was right there. And I like how you talked about intentions at the beginning, you know, in your agreements. You know, we might have good intentions, but this is different than the impact that we have on other people. So just one of the ways that I see this idea around perfectionism showing up, it's that, you know, one is the fear of not being able to say the right thing. And so I think a lot of cases there's a maintenance of the status quo and continued exclusion of groups of people from the psychedelic community. And also just in this idea around apologies, this idea where I see there being a lot of fragility or unwillingness of people who've maybe been in the wrong, or who've exerted their power, or who've maintained spaces of inequity and have been alerted to maybe some harms, and just this kind of refusal or denial, or maybe it's a fear of actually being able to kind of own the harm that they were part of, and look at it and work through it. You know, I see this kind of defensiveness sometimes in these apologies, letters of apology. And I would really like us as a community to move through this. You know, that, you know, if we do harm someone, yes, we're not perfect, and to value, you know, I value my mistakes. I value modeling. I value people who model mistakes when they talk about it. And I'm saying this, you know, more in the context of, you know, organizations or leaders, for example, who are called out around issues of power and power imbalance. And I would love to see more people in those positions really take ownership of ways that they may have created harm, rather than just kind of blanket apologies, and then we can just leave it like that without any opportunity for growth. So that, anyways, I just want to share that sort of one way where I see perfectionism kind of showing up. And yeah, and thank you for bringing Tema Okun's work into the conversation around dismantling white supremacy. Has been very, very helpful to, I think, point a finger and to articulate the ways that colonialism and other kinds of power dominance show up in the organizations and institutions that we're working on. Because I think sometimes people have a lot of good intentions of wanting to disrupt things, but they're not actually aware of how things like, you know, refusal to actually honor our mistakes, that perfectionism, for example, how that shows up. So thank you so much.
Yes, Alicia, thank you for that. And I also want to point you to what Annie shared on the chat. There is a relationship repair conversation framework. So thank you, Annie, for sharing that. Yes, so as you can see, even in the thing that Alicia just talked about, how she wanted to talk about perfectionism, but what else? Did anybody pick up any other things from that list within the things she talked about? What are the other things? Who was listening from that analysis? You can put it in a chat too, if that's easier. Did anybody hear anything else within that?
I heard.
Tell me.
Okay, it's Sattva. So this sense of hurriedness,
exactly,
this like anxiety that is so thick everywhere. It can literally be cut with a knife. Right. So in that respect, I used to question this, like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, sense of urgency, right?
Yeah, and it's very subversive, and it's very subliminal. And then I pause, and then I'm like, okay, all right, well, this isn't me. This isn't mine. So then looking at around me, you know, I always check to make sure that I'm not the asshole first. And then, you know, looking around me, it's like, okay, well, who and what is this coming from?
What did you notice?
Yes.
What did you notice? Who
I
and
noticed,
where coming from?
Yeah, I noticed that it's the culture. I mean, it doesn't take long. You just look out and you got people
Everyone's
honking the
doing
horn.
it.
Yeah, everybody's honking the horn. Everybody's got to get somewhere. It's just like, yeah, no.
Everyone's doing it. We live in it. We swimming in it, right? So we heard the sense of urgency in that. That's why you got to get things out real quick. So I'm just going to I'm not going to really think about it. I'm just going to put something together. I'm going to put it out, right? That's the sense of urgency. Another one I heard is the very subtle defensiveness, right? I'm going to apologize to you, and I'm not going to apologize for what I did. I'm going to apologize for how you feel. So instead of owning it, like you were saying, Alicia, so the reason why I'm breaking it down is it's going to be very critical for all of us to be able to look at this and examine how because it's so many layered. What's going to happen when this happens to you is that you feel like you are receiving a whole bunch of stuff. And you're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do with myself. It's just too much. I'm confused. I feel offended, but this person is sending me an apology letter, but at the same time, I'm also offended and I don't understand why. You know what I'm saying? It's a real mindfuck when this happens. So I'm actually showing, I'm just kind of going through, thank you, Alicia, for your example, because I can now use that to break down further into what is happening when that happens, right? One, somebody apologies very quickly. I guess in some ways it's very superficial. You just want to be perfect by the from the eyes of the mass. So you let me just get the apology letter out real quick, right? Sense of urgency, perfectionism, right? Another one is defensiveness, because you are actually defending your action by saying, I'm sorry for what you're feeling. I'm not saying for what I've done or the impact that I have caused. That's two different things. So a lot of the times people feel gaslighted by that, right? Because that's not a real apology. They're not sorry for what they've done. Is that apology? No, it's not apology, right? That's just like trying to make you feel better. And what is trying to make you feel better is, oh, I'm sorry for how you're feeling. How are you positioned? How is this person positioning themselves? Are they positioning themselves as equal? Or what is the positionality? This person is trying to position themselves above you. I'm sorry about how you're feeling. Now that's a paternalism, that I somehow know better, therefore I have the right to do what I'm doing, because that's subliminally, that's what it's saying, right? You see the breakdown? That's what we have to do when we encounter the things. The reason why is so we become skillful at this. And the reason why is that we can actually decode that when that happens within our own mind, because this is also happening within our mind all the time. Now, you may not use this in race relations. You may use this in power dynamics within your personal relationship. You may use this within your client to facilitate a relationship. There's many ways this is now being used, but the basis of where it's coming from is coming from this framework. What questions do we have? And what comments and what do you notice within your life from that list?
A question for me that comes up is immediately when I looked at the list and I saw my behaviors that exhibit white supremacy culture, I think to myself, okay, well then what's the step to get out of that? Because the structure I've built in life has been surrounded by that white supremacy rush, or progress is bigger, or whatever those things are. So how do I get to a grinding halt, or I'm calling a grinding halt, right, because of the speed, in order to aerate?
We want to get to that. What time is it? Oh shit. Yeah, because it's 2:56. We really want to get there now. Okay. I wanted to do this as a conversation, as a community building exercise. But what I'm going to tell you is what you said is right, grinding halt. Do you know the quote by Audre Lorde that says, self-care, taking time for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation. Therefore, it is a act of political something. I can never remember those terms word by word, but you know what I'm saying. That the grinding halt, the resist to grind, to come to a place of halt, is that act of resistance. So is healing. So is connecting deeply to have conversations. If we here at the end of the day can have that conversation in a calm, collective, and an honest way, I'm not saying we can, but if we can, now that is an act of radical shift, right? But I will bring this to you as the last part of what I share. This is the reason why I say healing is what's needed for social change. If we can't heal, we can't change the world we live in because we are one. That's what I'm saying. That's why we are talking about oneness here today. If we want to change the world, we have to heal ourselves. So thank you for the work you do personally and collectively, right? And when we talk about healing, I want us to now start thinking about these things. These are the things that you are healing, but don't do it separately. Again, separatism is a white supremacist culture. It's a decolonization. Know that as you do your healing work, you're doing this work. As a person of color, noticing this and becoming aware of this and healing yourself and healing your ancestors through healing yourself. Now that is a decolonization work. For white folks, for European descent folks, for people who has the privilege of having lighter skin color. Now that may also look a little bit different too, because you have the financial capacity to actually invest differently, right? So those things are a little bit different. But for me as a healing facilitator, for me as a person who's doing this work from this framework, I will tell you, heal. If you heal within this framework, you are doing exactly what you need to be doing. And you are changing the world by the way you exist. Because you are that powerful. And that's how we are made. So that's what I would say.
Thank you,
last
Aki.
question?
Thank you.
259.
Thank you so much, Aki. I want to thank you for being with us today, for sharing your wisdom, for holding space, for inviting so many people to think about colonization, colonialism, to think about disrupting it, for us to think about how it shows up, and for creating the space at the beginning as well, those agreements that held us together today. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
I want to now see if our next moderator is here. So we're waiting for Julian. And I'm just looking to see if Julian is here. I know there's one person on the phone, on the iPhone. And I don't know if that's you, but maybe I'll just take a second to see if Julian is here.
Hey, Aki, is it cool if I ask another question?
Sure, if that's okay with them.
Please go ahead.
Please.
Okay, this is, I don't want this to come off as like too personal, but I haven't really met any Japanese individuals talking about decolonization work. I'm Korean. So there is a history there between Japan and Korea in colonization. And I'm just curious about your process, because obviously you don't speak for all Japanese people, but your process in like examining that side of decolonization and colonization.
Thank you, Hyun, for bringing that up. So today was a very short class, so I did a very abbreviated version of a lot of the things. I actually tell my student when I'm teaching that I am a Japanese immigrant. That means I have oppressive gene in myself, meaning that my ancestors directly caused a lot of harm. And I even joke the Japanese people are a Asian conquistador, right? Because that's what we did. Japanese empire was huge, not because we had huge landmass, but it's through the massacre, genocide, and rape, right? So for me to do this work is to do my ancestors' work. For me to be this way is for me to be very clear on the past mistake that my ancestors have made. They might be blood related to me, but the fact of the matter is the land that I was born carry this history. That means I personally have a responsibility to do an investigation in how I show up. And I always ask folks that if I show up in any way that I'm perpetuating that, I need you to tell me, because that means that I'm blind to that side of myself. Because if I'm an oppressor, sometimes I don't actually have an ability to be able to see that. right? So I always open my space up by saying that if I'm doing that kind of a class in larger scale. And Hyun, thank you so much for bringing that up. And I appreciate you being here in that way.
I appreciate you and thank you so much. And I love seeing Asian people in these spaces. Like, let's fucking take up as much space as possible.
I wonder if on that note, I can take up a little space and comment as well if there's still space. So South Asian American, but American born, but parents immigrants from India. I have to say, number one, that there's quite a bit of, well, colonizer, you can say, or caste supremacy that's baked into the, my ancestry in this. Now India is just took over as the most populated country on the planet. It surpassed China. So this country with most people in it in the world has this very deep, long-standing history of spiritual hierarchy, of being born into certain privileges. And there's a whole science of it, and it's an incredible system. It's sad because of what I believe is so much of the teachings and knowledge that were selectively held and kind of a. So I just want to acknowledge that as well in my own Asian ancestry. The way in which supremacy integrates into just who I am, because I come from an upper caste tradition, Banya. You can look if you want to look that up. You can learn a little bit about that. But it's a big problem still today in India, and those of us who are Asian immigrants here in the States, South Asian immigrants, completely often are very clueless about this piece that we're bringing in. And we kind of mix into a larger mix around caste oppression here in the States, which is very different, of course. But I just wanted to bring that into the mix as well, as Hyun brought up the Japanese-Korean relationship. I'm sure there's many others like that we can all look at. And the other thing I wanted to say, I really appreciate Aki's saying that we want to become aware and be hopefully bring up our blind spots. And so I'm hoping that when we get those fake apologies, sorry, not sorry, I'm sorry the way you felt, I'm not going to take responsibility for my actions. However, I do feel something and I want to say something. And it's like, okay, well, you're moving in some direction. Let's work with that. Let's take the energy and, redirect it or build on it so that it, because there's always a coming together from the top and the bottom or whatever. And I want to encourage that kind of patience as opposed to kind of like, well, you know what, this is going nowhere. You're just never going to get it. But I do think there's something to be said for empathy, sympathy, some form of like acknowledgement. First of all, acknowledgement that there's another person in the room, that you exist. Anyway, I feel like it's important that we try to do that. And I feel like that'll help some of the tensions that I've seen in our movements. But not all things can be solved, but I have hope. And anyway, it's so cool to be in groups like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Sunil, for bringing us back to the community agreement that Nick emphasized earlier. Be compassionate to everyone's learning curves. So thank you, Sunil. You brought us right back to the original place. And I appreciate you. And I really am thankful for your awareness of where you come from and how that beautiful tradition that also have that flawed system. Can I say it that way? Flawed system, right? Beautiful tradition, flawed system. The beautiful spiritual teachings with the human aspect of it that's so deeply fucked up. And that's really what it is, right? So again, in decolonization work, you get to embrace both of the things as the truth. Yes, it's awesome. And yes, it's fucked up. Acknowledging that something is fucked up within the tradition doesn't make the tradition go bad, right? That's really the part why decolonization is so important. So we can embrace the whole of life as what it is. And we don't have to throw anybody away. you know? Like, we don't want to throw anybody away. We don't have time for that. We need everybody's genius. But we are so good at throwing people away. You know, and that's the painful part of living on this in this society now. Even no matter what the spectrum is, people are canceling each other like left and right. Right? That's not decolonized. I mean, thank you so much, everyone, for your, for your input. And it's really been a beautiful, beautiful group. So I appreciate you. I hope I get to talk to many of you, continue to be able to talk with you. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Aki. Thank you for continuing to lead us in our dialogue. And I think we are actually still waiting for Julian to come and speak. And I think that they are just taking a little bit of time to get back to their place, but will be joining us. So maybe in the meantime, I just want to maybe ask a question just to follow up on the conversation that we just left off, just around canceling and calling each other out, and just Aki saying that, this is not necessarily helpful, or this isn't something that is bringing us closer to decolonizing ourselves, our mindsets, our communities. And so I just like to maybe open that up. And I know I have some thoughts of, of how I've seen conversations become centered on blaming each other, rather than sort of looking at the impact that people are, that we're all having in the structures that we're in. So I have some thoughts around it, especially in the context of white people and white women working in anti-racist spaces. But maybe before I share thoughts on that, I just want to open it up to see if anyone else has any thoughts or wants to share some of their experiences that they may have seen in relation to cancel culture or calling each other out in the context of psychedelic work. And what experiences do you have with that? Do you think it was helpful? What would you have liked to seen? Or maybe it was impactful? Yes. And I see Leo says Julian is 2 minutes away. So maybe one person wants to share. If not, I can share. I'm happy to share some of my thoughts of how I've seen it in health and government context. Yes, Georgette, please go ahead.
Hi, peace, everyone. Happy Saturday. And so in regards to the cancel culture, just even, I loved how Aki said, throwing people away. One, that felt like a stone throw into my spirit, because I needed to hear that. I think for me, it has been very easy to throw people away, especially if they're attached to any type of trauma that I am consciously aware of or unconsciously aware of. And so I have actively dismissed people, clipped people, left them in the dust. And my natural being doesn't actually operate that way. But there have been instances where I have pushed people out of my heart, I guess is a better way to say that. And I am still moving through those things. I have done work with Keith there, and still looking to do some more work and being more community to expand my awareness on why that continues to happen. In regards to my experience with plant medicine, I had my first shroom experience about almost 3 years ago, but that was before I was reconnected with my body. I was dissociated at the time without realizing it, but it was just kind of this euphoric moment in conversations that were happening. And I was moving through different conversations with ancestors, my sister being one of them, even the entity of God being one of them, at least for me. And so there was a lot of resistance. There were a lot of things that I kept holding on to. And so I'm curious for myself, what if I was to do another journey with me now having a lot more awareness spiritually and actively working to decolonize my views around things. I'm sure there might be a different entry point with shrooms. I have done Bufo, and I did that with Keith there, and so that was also something that elevated me, and I still feel like I'm feeling the effects of that. But I think I wanted the plant medicine to be like an end all be all, like we're resolved, we got it done, we're good. And it was like, no, no, no. This is just scratching the surface of now you having the awareness of a grounding point. And so I think there's part of me that's still nervous to go back under. But I think there's still some things that are lingering that I need to do some work around.
Thank you so much, Georgette. Thank you for bringing your vulnerability to this conversation, because I think that's something that's also, it's really important when we talk about the mistakes that we make. And again, it's a great, just setting such a great example for all of us, and we can model that we're strong enough. This is the antidote to fragility, right? Is this vulnerability when we can put it out there and talk about our mistakes. So I want to thank you for modeling that for all of us. And I know that, so we're still waiting for, I think our speakers is a few minutes away, but I want to just open it up as well. Oh, I also wanted to say, Georgette, thank you for your experience also with sharing psychedelics, your lived experience with psychedelics. And I want to, I welcome anyone, invite anyone to also to share their experience. Also reminding people too that this session is recorded and live streamed. But I think one of the points that you mentioned was around how your work, your personal work with this medicine, psychedelic medicine, has been a part of allowing you to open up and to be receptive to that, to owning where we come from and owning what we need to shift. And I personally am really excited about this idea, and I want to talk about it a little bit later on today. But I'll just turn around and ask anyone else too. Is there anyone else who'd like to share their experiences around either making mistakes or cancel culture or calling out? Oh, actually, I see
Julian
that
just arrived.
I see that Julian has just arrived, which is fabulous. Julian, hello there, welcome.
Hey everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've just been finishing up our conversation, and I am going to turn it over to you to lead us in whichever way you feel is right for you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you everyone. It's great to be here. Apologies for being late. I had some train delays, but I'm happy to be here with you all, and I'm happy to have this conversation. So yeah, I guess today what I wanted to talk about was, as the title implies, equity and inclusion within psychedelics. And I think that we're at a very momentous time in US history where, this country has, to be blunt, a very sordid and violent history, a very sordid and violent past. And after years of just masking over all of the deep forms of structural violence, inequality, and oppression that this country was built on, now we're in this moment where a lot of this stuff is being vomited up. And in the past, the tools that we've used to face these forms of oppression have been primarily external. And that's incredibly important, but there's also this need to engage this process of inner work for, as marginalized and oppressed people, our own healing and transformation, decolonization of our minds, our own liberation, but also for the oppressor in their own transformation, So that's basically the basis and the subject that I wanted to unpack today, is the role that psychedelics can play in our own process of healing and decolonization for marginalized and oppressed people, but also for the oppressor, for white folks. Like, how can psychedelics be part of a process of deprogramming the negative core beliefs about others, and also the negative core beliefs that uphold those beliefs about others around supremacy and identity and things like that. So that's basically the broad kind of overview, and I'm interested in what others would have to say, thoughts about that, or reflections from their own personal experience of engaging psychedelics as a tool for mindset reprogramming in the direction of liberation, social liberation.
Thank you, Julian, for the question. Maybe I'm happy to sort of start us off. And I really, really appreciate your invitation to think about this. I've been thinking of it about a lot lately, actually. And I see that there's some comments in the chat that you may want to speak to, but I'll just say that I know for myself, one of the things that I've experienced with psychedelics, especially with, ketamine, for example, at the end of a journey, I find myself in this place of okayness, in this arrival of being okay within my soul, of taking a step back and being able to understand the bigger picture. I've seen this, for example, in my interpersonal relationships. I know I've just been going through a divorce in the last year, my partner of 18 years, and it just felt like I have kind of been a little bit of a mess and not able to really hold things, to be able to, understand things from their perspective, because I've just been so wrapped up in my own emotion. And I think for, I'm a white person and a settler. And I think, for a lot of, or many white people, white settlers, when they first come into this idea around systemic racism and colonization and their role, there can be a lot of emotion, a lot of fragility that comes up for people, feelings of shame and feelings of guilt. And I think that psychedelics have the power, I think, to bring people to that place of authenticity, to bring people to that place of okayness. I'm okay. I always think about, Ketamine Goddess says the same message to me every time, it's okay. You're here for a short time, enjoy, and I feel like that place of okayness really allows me to have an openness, to sort of not actually be fragile, but to be solid in who I am, to be connected to spirit, to be able to show up and look at this person and the person in front of me, and to say, I can see that I've hurt you. I can see I've participated in an oppression. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to hear what you're saying, and I want to work together. I want to work to change things. And so I feel like psychedelics can allow us to be in that place of emotional strength, inner security, and help us move through fragility, to be able to work on disrupting power dynamics, disrupting white supremacy, and work towards decolonization.
Thank you a lot. Thank you so much, Alicia. Yeah, I definitely agree that psychedelics can be really powerful in helping to kind of create a firm foundation of inner security and peace with which you can gaze deeply into yourself and process your own emotional reactions, and processing things like guilt and other emotions like that. I'm also interested if anyone else would like to chime in, and we can all just kind of piggyback off of each other.
Hi, I'd like to say something. My name is Chanel. I've been listening the whole time. I'm super busy. I'm going through a divorce after 22 years. So Alicia, you was just speaking to me, like this whole conversation is speaking to me, because I did a sacred womb ceremony with Kiefer in December, and I felt like it was really amazing. And things had happened, and integration is so important, because you kind of forget, like, oh, okay, you did it on this day, and now 2 weeks later, a month later, 3 months later, you kind of forget about it. But I know slowly there has been inner workings on a cellular level, to where certain things have happened, and impulses have happened, and thoughts have happened to push me to make certain actions, to do other actions, to end up at like an ayahuasca festival, or not festival, God. It was a celebration though, but, and that really, really, really opened me up to self. And so before, I was in denial about getting a divorce, like, oh my God, how could this happen to me? And I feel so liberated, because I'm like, oh my God, this is the best thing that ever happened to me. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. So, because instead of looking at it in a negative perception, it's like, what lesson did I learn, right? And had I not done the womb ceremony, I probably wouldn't even be at this place where I can talk today without hyperventilating and losing my breath, because it was so overwhelming to know that this was coming up. All the signs have been there, and the ayahuasca definitely taught me to admit things to myself that I probably never would have admitted to myself, and taking full responsibility of my part in it and not being a victim, and then still leaning into all of the pain, but a pain as a strength and not as a weakness. So I absolutely love psychedelics for when taken as a sacrament and using it for healing purpose. So far, I just know the stuff that I've taken so far has just connected me back to my soul, because I had been disconnected. I forgot who the hell I was, but I know who I am now, and I continue to strive towards who that inner being is, with the help of psychedelics, with the help of integration, with the help of rituals and tools to continue to bring me back and focus and live a life in intention. And I'm just so grateful to be in these spaces, because I don't want to be swiping up all day, numbed out, not paying attention to who the hell I am and what the hell is going on. Like, I want to be present in every moment and continue to be present every moment as this time currency gets used up. So thank you, all of you, for your time. I really appreciate everybody's input, and I really love the energy in the space.
Thank you so much, Chanel. That was a really amazing share, and it definitely touched on a lot of big themes that I want to explore more in this conversation. First and foremost, I want to extend my compassion to you during this time of big transition in your life. That's really deep and that's really painful, and I'm grateful for you to be vulnerable enough to share that with us in this space. And I hope and I pray that this process of transformation and transition in your heart is a space that you can find the healing and peace and security and clarity that you need. And as part of your share, like some things that I definitely want to touch on more is, for one, of course, the sacramental use of psychedelics, and that's kind of the context, that's kind of the broader context around what I want to talk about, with the use of psychedelics for mindset reprogramming within the context of kind of sacramental use. And also, as you brought up, the incorporation of ritual into psychedelic as well, I think is incredibly powerful, and also enables us to kind of direct the energy of these, profound psychedelic experiences towards a particular aim. And so thank you again for being vulnerable with us, talking about, what's going on with your divorce and womb healing and all of that. Really grateful.
I would like to piggyback if I could. Well, first of all, I want to say thanks to all the energy that's in this room, because we're all one consciousness and we're connected on a higher level of just beings. People are being vulnerable. I was divorced 7 years ago. And one thing I want to share, psychedelics and the things that we do as rituals, or, whether it's psychedelics, whether it's cannabis, the process before that, I've realized some of us, we miss the stuff like shadow work or dark night of your soul or energy cleansing or balancing your chakras and things like that, which kind of sets off as the young lady was saying, you go a few months and forget, when did you start that ritual? When did you go back to that? And, I was married for 17 years. It was like a whole disruption. But in that time, as a cannabis grower and one who knew which strain helped me on different things and how to connect with self and source, and how to connect with people, I became more aware of being in nature and being more connected to individuals that I wanted to love on. And when I started seeing that there was a lack of love in so many communities, when I realized love was the highest frequency, love was the first thing that we needed to do to, one, love ourselves, but love those other things we, might express ourselves with, whether it's psychedelics, whether it's other individuals, whether it's time and meditation, whether it's taking a shower even, such as a good cleansing portion. Showers are very, very powerful. And, before I do any psychedelics, before I may medicate off of cannabis, I try to set my intentions. And I think earlier someone was talking about, like, if your brain isn't connected to your heart's not connected to your soul's not connected to your spirit, you have some off balances. And that's the biggest thing about how people are so easy to disconnect, as we were talking about earlier. They disconnect from people because they're off balance. Their inner man is in balance. So source is trying to go one way, which is positive. The mind is saying something different, which is a negative. and then the person is projecting their energy onto us in another concept. And it confuses our energy fields and our auras not to be balanced as we're one. I'm you, you're me, we're all one consciousness. And when we're doing certain things throughout the day, we pick up the other auras, we pick up the other energies. You know, you pick up your ancestors trying to connect to you. And I've noticed in the last 3 years, just when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is meditate and shower. And I'm talking to ancestors, I'm talking to source. And these things have helped me come through a very hard divorce and abandonments and all of that. But I'm more happier now to want to know, let me love on someone and get that love in return. And if we could just show the higher levels of love in our vibrations, we can go ahead and conquer this colonization and these things that have been set in trends in our communities over eons, you know, just over eons. So I'm proud to, you know, to be a part of this. I'm very humble to be a part of this community, this group, because everybody is vulnerable on their understanding and overstanding of what they're dealing with. So, and all that saying, you know, reflection, love, and peace.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated that. I can't see your name. It says iPhone, but deep gratitude for your share.
I'm Markeen, by the way.
Okay.
Pop up. I don't know why, but yeah, my name is Markeen, and pretty much been in this space for some, you know, over 2 decades now. So I'm just grateful to be a part of your family.
Yeah, gratitude, Martine. Thank you. And yeah, I think a lot of really great things. I really resonate with everything that you said, of course. And especially, you know, the reminder that at the level of consciousness, we're all one. We are all this kind of divinity. And, you know, I think the basis of all of our experiences of social oppression and colonization and racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, all of the different isms, is this awareness, is this false belief that the other is less divine, is not that divinity, you know? And it's like coming to a place where we learn to respect and honor and worship the divinity that lives in all of us across our different forms, is kind of a kind of spiritual view of what a more socially just culture and society would look like. And when you were going into talking about incorporation of ritual and the use of psychedelics for the balancing of the different chakras, you know, I'm a practitioner of yoga and tantra in the Kundalini Kriya Yoga tradition and the Nath tradition. And so that's a very core part of my spiritual practice. And, you know, for many years, I've thought about like, how would I map, you know, how would I map, for example, like the colonization of the mind onto the chakra system? Like, where are these beliefs held? And how can one engage in ritual practices to help to move that energy out of those centers? And how can that be used as a tool to kind of transform consciousness? And, you know, I've done a lot of that work on myself, both just doing the yogic and meditation practices modified with those intentions. And I've also done some of that work with my own psychedelic journey. When I was much younger, my psychedelic of choice was LSD. And I would often perform like acid rituals where I would try to go in and transform different layers of my consciousness. And then afterwards, I kind of had one big experience to kind of end all of my experiences. And it went about 5 years without tripping, just integrating that and deepening into my meditation. And since then, I've started to kind of rebuild a relationship with psilocybin, both microdosing and then also sometimes taking heroic doses. And, you know, I find that when setting these kinds of intentions and also bringing in the kind of yogic element of the chakra work and movement and the breath work, it helps me to really learn how to surf the high seas of my consciousness and direct my awareness towards transforming specific key things that are coming up within me. And I guess the last part that you brought up, I was really heavy, and that really resonated with me, was about like, you're talking about like you wake up in the morning, you medicate, and you talk to the ancestors, you know? And I recently had a really profound, like life-changing experience back in February. My father had just passed away on January 14th, and it was a huge kind of life-changing moment, and it was kind of a tragic, he died in kind of a tragic way. And, you know, I took like a macro dose of psilocybin, and I'm also like initiated into a spiritual tradition that's connected to like West African Yoruba spirituality. And I sat before my Orisha shrine, I sat before my ancestors, and I said a prayer, and I was like gazing, meditating on his photo, and he like stepped out of the photo, and like from that point forward, we had like an hours long conversation about our relationship when he was alive. But it was against this backdrop where I had access to that universal consciousness and he had access to that universal consciousness. And it's like against that backdrop, we were able to just work through like everything in like a 10-hour period. And I was reduced to tears for most of it, but it was one of the most transformative, ancestral experiences that I've had, facilitated by the use of these psychedelics. And so I heavily resonate with that, like ancestor work, psychedelics, working with the chakras and psychedelics, and how do we construct rituals and practices to create sacramental ceremonies to address, our wounding, and, for others, like how do you create these kinds of rituals to reprogram your own consciousness towards, truly embodying, the recognition of the divinity of others in the world.
If I may, it's a big thing on understanding. We always use this word in our society, and it's been around for years, unconditional love. And we're always taught to treat people how you want to be treated. Well, I learned out of one day of download from source was like, we always want to treat people how we want to be treated, but why don't we ever ask people, how do they want to be treated? Treat people how they want to be treated. And sometimes you're not going to have false expectations, and you can have more sort of requirements, and what we're doing sometimes, we're setting up false intentions because we're not vulnerable enough to tell the person how we really feel. Okay, you have a love language, but I might want to buy you a gift. You keep buying me gifts, but the reverse of that might be right now you just want some attention. You want gratitude. You want to be. So we've been taught so many things, and I've always, and some of the people that I help throughout their journeys always say, we have to learn to unlearn everything we've learned, because some of these things are backwards. So if I keep saying, well, treat people how they want to be treated, and then one day I'm doing them and say, hold on, why don't I treat them how they're asking to be treated? Because I'm treating them how I want to be treated, but they might not want a gift right now. They might just want a conversation of listening, and when I married, I was a pastor at the time. I was a former, into Christianity real heavy, but I studied over 10 different religions throughout my life. And my ex-wife used to always say, am I talking to the pastor, the prophet, the teacher, the best friend, or whatever? And sometimes we ask ourselves that in our individual selves when somebody comes to us, why are you asking me this? Or why are you venting? Or what are you expecting from me, or whatever? And that's even setting your intentions on the 3D. If we're not shifting correctly of those moments in time of when we're in our psychedelic, like I said, right before I said anything on this live, I meditated. So therefore, if I get a download from source, I know it's going to speak and resonate to several people, and not just me blabbering my inner man. So I thank you for being here and saying, hey, that touched you, because I realized over the 2 decades that I've been on this journey and the 40-something years I've been alive, we have the most powerful thing in the universe is love. Okay, that's the most powerful frequency. And love is a destroyer of anything. Most of us have fear because we're not getting love. Most of us don't want to talk because our throat chakras are jacked up and we can't express our love and feelings. Most of us come into gangs because we want to be loved. Everything is love-based. And when you see that, okay, I love this plant, what I'm saying? I come out here every day, I'm in all of this. I'm going to talk to the creatures. I'm going to talk. Squirrels come up to me now. Pigeons come up to me now. I've always been into nature. So we have to remember these trees, when you hug a tree, the roots are connected to every tree in the forest. One tree you hug, you can connect to anything in your backyard. When you go to the ocean, it's the same way. So we're the same way as individual beings, but we have to realize and understand that set your intentions high and talk to your ancestors, talk to your spirit guides, give them permission, invite them in. I've learned even to call on our archangels, our cherubims, and you give them the gratitude and thankfulness. Hey, I need my uncle from before, who was the guy who hunted a lot. Tell me, what should I do in this situation? And the same way we talk to each other is the same way we have to talk to these entities, our spirits, I thank you for saying what I said resonated, because that's the first thing organization also. You're scared to speak your truth because you don't want to be shunned or looked upon or frowned upon. But if we have people who accept us and say, you know what, how did we say it earlier? Your apology. Well, I've learned over the years, if someone apologizes, that's a time for healing for both people. That's a time for you to say, you know what, thank you for bringing that point up. I'm gonna go ahead and meditate on that, because evidently it bothered you, and maybe you're the only one who loved me enough to share me how much that bothered you. So I'm gonna give that reflect that back to you, and I'm gonna take this time to see, okay, I didn't, what I said, I might have meant, but I didn't mean for it to hurt you. Because if I hurt you, I hurt myself. If I hurt my ex-wife, I hurt myself. When I hurt my kids, I hurt myself. If I say something to you right now, I hurt myself. And that's where the anger and hurt comes in. Now I'm double hurt. I hurt myself on the outside and I hurt myself on the inside. So I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. I see your hands up, Sunil and then Basira.
Julian and Marky for those shares. I'm also going through divorce, and it's nice to be in a group where others are facing that change in their lives, and it's really good to be in a space where people are just speaking their truths and being open and honest. Is very. I'm so grateful for Theo and Leo, everyone who put this together, and who are here just listening and sharing. I want to respond to Julian, your prompt about how to use these psychedelic sacramental healing modality to help us process our deep colonial, oppressive, all the different things that reflect in our lives that we need to wake up to. I'm still really keen on I want to share about I've been involved in a psychedelic church called the Sacred Garden Community for about 18 months. They're out of Oakland, and kind of global on Zoom kind of thing, but also have a place there, and some really wonderful people there. And I just wanted to say it's been a nice experience to be in a kind of a church concept that is reclaiming these terms and saying that there's really the only thing that joins us together is the least amount of dogma. I'm open to the possibility that through careful, respectful, engagement with the sacraments of the church, that I'm open to the possibility of a direct experience of the divine within my lifetime. And that's kind of how they've kind of worded this. And it's amazing. You go to these meetings and it's just like, you bring whatever your tradition is, it's a gift, it's your ancestors' gift. We just welcome it. There's none of this sort of like, this is the way and I'm the boss and, you will learn from me. And I mean, it's just a different thing. And I really need that because I'm a religious trauma survivor. I grew up in the buckle of the Bible Belt in Oklahoma as a minority brown person. And I'm very much aware of, I've seen the beauty of people who can be in the public sphere in their conviction of their religiosity, of, especially like the beautiful Beatitudes, turn the other cheek, and love, like the power of love, but also the power of hate. And I don't want that. I don't believe that. I don't trust the feminine spiritual sexuality. I don't trust this colored person. I don't trust this, whatever the things are. I've heard them all growing up in the buckle of the Bible Belt. We talked about prayers, but when I was in school, public school, it was like, we're going to pray in a certain way. And that was, that's what people did. And it was very upsetting to me. I know there's other ways to pray. I'm now supportive of the idea of prayer, but the idea that everyone's going to pray the same way, and that we're going to legislate that, mandate that. 2 times in my life, in 7th grade biology, and then in 10th grade, or 9th or 10th grade, I can't remember, evolution was just, we're just not going to talk about that. We're just not going to discuss that idea that's this, because it's just against our understandings. Anyway, I'm just sharing those kind of things with you to say that, it's not that this does not have to be the way it is. And I believe that there is a larger right that relates to religion that everybody, no matter what your sacrament is, should have. And I believe, I think about the conquistadors that came over in the 1500s and described the practices of whatever Aztec cities they visited and Mayan cultures, and described what they called the satanic diabolical masses. That's what they wrote in their books and their journals. The different priests that came with the conquering parties, they're doing diabolical midnight satanic masses. They're communing with these mushroom fleshes and not the body and blood of Christ and the wine and the wafer. And so we have to criminalize that, and we're going to punish them by hanging their bodies upside down in the square in what's today Mexico City, Tehuacán. This was the beginning of the Inquisition practices carried over to the New World, and it was very much seen as a affront to the religious practices of communion. That was the beginning of the whole thing. And I wanted to say that, I live in Washington State, the state of Washington. We got rules. We have laws from the teens and 20s that alcohol can be shipped across state lines, and anybody can purchase it. And there's no restrictions as long as you are a minister. You get your alcohol, and that's all good. And it's like nobody questions that. And here we were having a work group, for psilocybin, and I want the same kind of respect. And I think it's important for us to recognize how much we have given to the dominant religion's sacraments, and just recognize that I'm not saying, oh, let's take it away. I'm saying just recognize that we already do this and have this. I want you to Google sometime buying sacramental alcohol and wine, how easy it is, and what it's like out there. And it's a way of respecting. Last thing I want to say is about somebody was sharing earlier. I think it was Chantel. I don't know if she's still with us here, but just around the ideas around healing and forgiveness and sharing and recognizing the errors of our ways. This is what they do. This is what we do in confession, in Catholicism. Chanel, thank you. I'm not a Catholic. I went to Catholic school for a couple of years, but I know that there is a process around sharing the things that we're vulnerable about, that we are ashamed about, and getting a sense it's okay. I accept you for what you are. Let's move forward past shame, past the internalized trauma. Let's try to repair and heal. And it's a really wonderful thing. It's a really wonderful and important thing. And guess what? That's a protected thing in our under our Constitution and in our rights. And it's just like I really want to expand, decolonize this idea that these kinds of things are only accessible to Judeo-Christian, certain frameworks, because they're not. They're actually, religion is a universal human right, however you describe your connection. But we've been so afraid of touching it because it's become such a third rail, and it's been used to beat people over the head and oppress them and murder them and genocide them, all kinds of crazy stuff. But it is not, it doesn't have to be that way. And I feel like that's one method that I would put forth as a path for us to reinvert and process, recognize that there is an aspect of this that is very deeply religious in nature, coming to terms with your sense of being forever fucked or being forever possible, open to healing, that you have a chance to be redeemed, and that we can find a way to come together. And I just love that stuff. I look forward to having more rights and recognition of a decolonized framework that allows us to practice. Obviously, there's lots of things that have to be careful about, but I do think it's something that I'm a doctor, I'm in the medical field. I can tell you the limitations of the medical model. I can tell you where things, what happens in that frame. There's powerful things too, but there's a lot of the way that the industrial complex has captured medicine is no joke. And yeah, so I know that I believe in there's things outside of religion and medicine, but there is religion and there is medicine, and there is, I think, a much broader understanding that I'd love to bring into the space. So I hope I didn't go on too long, and I'm really grateful again for the chance to share here on with you all. I'm not in Oakland. I'm in the Washington area, Seattle.
Thanks so much, Sunil.
And this is the traditional land of the Duwamish, the Coast Salish people. I'm so grateful to be in a place that recognizes that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sunil. I really appreciated so many elements of your share, and I also resonate as someone who grew up with a level of religious trauma and going through that whole experience. So thank you. Basira, I know your hands have been up for a minute, so I'd love for you to share.
Peace to everybody and to all the beings. I want to say special greetings to Kether. So I'm Basira, and I've sat with Bufo about maybe a year and a half, almost going on 2 years now. And it was an experience that I can't even, words can't express my gratitude for the medicine and for the facilitation of Kether. And in my ceremony, I actually had an extraction. And with that came a level of shame during my process, and actually having to sit down and being instructed that, you know, there's an integration process that happens after sitting with the medicine. That was so important to me. And I didn't know I had great guidance, you know, via Kether with the integration. And I would like to say that I'm still integrating now, you know, just opening up and just being more vulnerable and being more expansive and being thrusted into a paradigm of people like you all, you know, of different creeds, colors, and religions, and just a different background. And, you know, I used to think that I'm just, I have a lot of agility, you know, to me, and not knowing that I didn't, well, I did at a certain level, but now just being open more with the releasing of the extraction, the releasing of shame, the releasing of guilt, the releasing of anger, you know what I'm saying? And just being more open. And then it's helping me to then be a better facilitator, be a better being overall, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just grateful. And I too come from a religious trauma background as well, and pointed the finger at where I come from, and then being on the other side of it, like, oh, you guys are this, and just actually just shedding that process has been, it's so beautiful to me. It is a beautiful, beautiful process. And I'm humbled to the medicine. I'm humbled to myself, and I'm humbled to spaces like this. And so I think that's all I really wanted to say. I just wanted to share this. I think it's not a coincidence, because I just shared my experience of my extraction and just sitting with sacred medicine of Bufo yesterday on a live. For the very first time, I shared that it wasn't a lot of people, but it was voicing that and putting that out there in the world, in the ethers, publicly. And it felt so liberating. And then being able to, and possibly helping someone else to say, hey, let go of the shame, however your journey looks, whatever traumas or dealings that you're having within your process, be okay with that, because look, you're not the only one. I too, you know, had the same situation, or, you know, things attached to me that I had to get rid of, you know what I'm saying? And just possibly being a vessel to help segue people to being more open to their journeys and being more open to just people in general. So I want to say again, thank you to everybody in your sharing, and just much gratitude.
Thank you, Basira. That was amazing, and it was amazing to hear about your Bupo experience facilitated by Catherine. It's really dope. I love to see it, love to hear it. Yeah, I think that there's something really powerful about coming together with people that you know and trust, and taking these kind of entheogenic journeys together and experiencing that deep transformation and experiencing that universal consciousness, and to see it reflected in the people around you, I think helps to really ground this sense of deep-seated unity. Would anyone else like to come in? And if not, I can kind of add to the prompt to facilitate more discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say, for people that's going through a divorce right now, at first I was like everybody else, you're gonna be sad, right? Shocked, a whole other myriad of feelings. I was hurt deeply because I'm going through my divorce alone because my significant other is immediately in another relationship. like most people, right? I don't want to deal with their feelings. And so I was like hiding from the internet and social media because he all in relationship statuses on social media when legally he's still married. And for those of you that are suffering because you might be going through the same situation, let me tell you how powerful I felt to show my face again, because I am not ashamed of my divorce. I learned that it's super important. Don't you compare yourself to nobody else because you the shit. And don't you think that, oh, this person look like this, or this person is that. And that person is them. I haven't cursed this woman. I don't like my family members are like, oh, this B and this, that. And I'm like, no. Because I love myself. And, I love her too. Because I realize with compassion, someone said it earlier, you have to be understanding of other people's cycles or where they are in this process. And they're obviously not in a place where you are in your process. So I understand for someone else to take someone else that's still in a relationship that's obviously hurt from a marriage into their life, they're obviously hurt too, right? So I understand that and I have compassion. So have compassion. Don't have anger. When you release that anger and knowing that obviously they're still hurt, that's a whole red flag, right? Being married, going from one house to another house, and you don't have any time to sit with yourself. Have compassion and understanding and not hate, because they're just running away from their pain while you sitting in yours. Okay. And while you sit in your pain, you will learn that you are the priority in your life. And when you learn to love you, you can learn to love others no matter what that looks like and no matter what they're going through. So don't compare yourself to nobody else. Focus on you and prioritize you and love you and hold your head up and don't be ashamed, because you're not the only person going through divorce. 50% of all marriages end in divorce. It's not the end of the world. It's just the end of that chapter and the start of a new book, maybe. So hold your head up and know that you're an amazing person, and just focus on what you learned from this marriage. Because the reason why I ended is because something had to be learned. And so focus on that lesson.
Thank you so much, Chanel. Gianita?
I just wanted to tap on with the young lady that was right before was speaking. And I've been divorced now for, I can't remember, 2019, right? And the thought that came to mind when she was speaking was about her journey. And I'm trying to remember eloquently what she had said. But the thought that came to mind is that the idea of marriage. And I was in another group, and the person was speaking so adamantly about the rules of marriage. And I was asking them, before the patriarchal ruling of the world, was there marriage? You know, did we journey with each other for a portion of time to learn and ascend? And our idea of marriage is kind of old, outdated, right? And still wrapped around, as you have mentioned, colonization and patriarchal. And I may be coming from a mindset because I've had 3 marriages. And I remember my godmother telling me that I shouldn't be the marrying type. And it kind of hurt my feeling as I was like a little ouchy. You know, I was like, ooh, you know, because we're rare as women specifically, that's our goal in some cases in our life is to marry, right? That establishes us in a different hierarchy, if you will, right? That I've always been running from. And so when she had mentioned that, I felt like I wanted to share with her that sometimes marriages, relationships, they're not forever, even though we're taught that. We're taught one mate forever. And if we take our knowledge from nature in itself as we connect to the world around us, there's not any other living animal, there's very few in nature that mate for life. The only one that comes to mind right now is a penguin. There's probably more, but
there's
penguin
more.
comes.
There's lots more, but yeah.
There's probably lots more, but that's the only one that comes. So I was just thinking, I'm coming in a little bit late on the concept, and right now, or the topic, and right now we're talking about marriage. But that was the idea that came to mind is that, you know, our attachments to things, people, places, and that is marriage just another attachment? And to maybe look at it as we dissolve our marriages or our relationships, that as she said in her conversation, that it was a learning to sit and to grow and to learn. And it may be painful, but also, you know, I send all of my past husbands love. And yeah, I just wanted to tap in on that. I might have missed that topic, but I just wanted to just share with her that all relationships are not forever and a day. And quantity doesn't equal quality, you know? And as women, we're taught that the longer you are married, you know, all that special, juicy, yummy stuff that we're taught when we're so young. And I think Disney, Mr. Disney, always get a little special with him. He has ruined many, many women, girls' lives by kind of that whole hero of the prince and the rescuing us and having this forever and a day thing. But that's all I had to say. I'm coming in kind of behind, and I hope I'm not speaking off topic. I just wanted to tap in after the sister had spoken, because I'm kind of dealing with that here in Mexico, where we're all at a mindset that all of us that are using or communing with the sacred plants, that we don't, I know for me, I do come across more people that are communing with the sacred plants here, but they're not, some of them are not communing with them on a spiritual level in some cases. And every sacred plant that I commune with, I pray to them and ask them, you know, to commune with me and not just to take them for granted. So I have done 2 ayahuascas here, and I'm still looking for my community where I want to do Kambo. Oh, and I did do Shanga. Shanga was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely a very, very beautiful experience. So that's all I have to say. I feel like that I talked too much. I just got done eating, so I may have a little full stomach chattiness going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianita. And yeah, I think that thank you for sharing on your experience and reflection around marriage and, you know, the impermanence of marriage, and how that counters what we're taught and the images that we are kind of given from the time we're children. In many ways, I think that like Disney, like Walt Disney was a real magician in a lot of ways. And he like seeded our subconscious minds with all these narratives through these very magical stories that really stick with us for life and still structure the ways in which we navigate our expectations, you know. And also, I think that like when I think about various systems of oppression like racism, sexism, classism, you know, homophobia, transphobia, all the different isms, you know, like Bell Hooks once described systemic oppression as systemic like lovelessness, you know, and I think that there are a lot of deep roots of lovelessness that pervade our culture and pervade our society. And as a result, it adds stress to and makes difficult the practice of love in love relationships and in marriages. And so I think that like as these systems exist and persist, there is a real impact on surviving in a world of systemic lovelessness, on our capacity to show up to love in a deep and fulfilling way. And so I simultaneously agree with, you know, that like sometimes the love of our lives or soulmates, like whatever you want to call it, like sometimes that's for a chapter and not for the whole book. And there's impermanence even in those relationships too. I also think that there is a possibility around that kind of lifelong love, but we are embedded in so many systems of lovelessness that it makes the ways in which we practice love less sustainable to ourselves and each other. And perhaps in a future where we're able to create a more equitable and just society, a more spiritually realized society, then we'll be able to practice love at a much deeper level and in a much more sustainable way. Yeah, that's just some of my reflections on it. You know, I'm grateful for all the people bringing up their experiences of divorce and processing it and being vulnerable around it. I personally have not yet been married, but I am possibly, you know, dealing with a breakup of a relationship that I had marriage expectations around of 8 years. So yeah, I'm feeling a lot of that grief as well in a different way. And so yeah, we have a little bit more time. Thank you, Sunil. I see that you're leaving in the chat. I'm just now reading the chat. And we have a little bit more time before the next speaker. So if anyone would like to come in and share their reflections, feel free. And also deep gratitude to you all. I've had an amazing conversation, amazing time in discussion with you. The energy is great. You're all really amazing. You're all really amazing people.
I also have to say, for a lot of people, it's like I'm going through my own divorce at the moment, and it's nice to not have to have any animosity, you know, no bitterness, and she needs to have her own life, and I wish her nothing but blissfulness in her life. That I'm I'm basically trying to do the same thing with mine. And it's even with relationships, I think as human beings, we all need this sort of a universal basic need. We need connection, and I need connection. You know, it's just part of what I want for my life. You know, I always ask myself is, do I want to chase happiness, or do I just want to have a blissful life? And my goal is to just have a blissful life. And however that happens, and even with my relationships now, it's like I know that one person will never be able to meet all of my emotional needs. So I have to surround myself with a community of people that I can count on, and they can count on me, and we're there for each other, and people can reach out and just, even if I don't talk to them in a couple of weeks, they call me back and say, hey, I just want to talk to you about something, or I reach out to them and want to talk to them about something, and it's great. So yeah, relationships are changing. And what do we even mean by relationships? I think we are on a spectrum. There's a spectrum of intimacies, and different people for us in our community, in our own circle, can meet our different needs, and we can meet theirs.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate your reflections. I see Maria, your hand is up.
Yes. First of all, thank you everyone, including organizers, for gathering such an amazing group together. It's so wonderful, that we share our experience and views. And I want to ask a question, related to divorce, because I'm going through a difficult one. Of course, we are responsible for our emotional needs, and it's important not to have animosity and, being blissful and all these wonderful things. But how do you actually, act and behave and align yourself when the other party is really angry, aggressive, provocative? Like, I always thought that, for war, you need two parties. But sometimes you don't really want a war, but you have to protect yourself, right? If the other parties, trying to take away kids or some material things, or just, going to your house unannounced, like really being aggressive, bullish, narcissistic. You still have to protect yourself, right? You still have to fight, even if you don't. What would be the right, state for this? Thank you.
I mean, if I can say, for me, I used to be a relationship coach as a pastor before I walked away from religion. And when I dealt with a lot of people who were dealing with divorces or premarital counseling or whatever, one question I always asked was, this person doesn't change what bothers you. Could you live with them for the rest of your life? And when I went through my divorce, it was very painful. I'm always open to share. 17 years, she took my 3 kids. She ended up trying to ruin me through all my friends' relationships. There was a lot of me loving her and forgiving her, because I understood it wasn't just her, it was entities and different energies and dumb downloads she was getting from other individuals. But in your process, what you can do is when I did my energy cleansing and they talked to my ancestors and guides, we can rewrite our contracts. You made a soul contract with her on this planet and you signed some paperwork and you did this. I said, okay, yeah. She said, so she broke that by wanting a divorce. She disconnected from me. And the way she went about it, what she did, you're not in that contract anymore. Rewrite it. You're the author, the finisher, the director, and the actor of your own reality. You can rewrite it with your kids and salsa. And once I started taking on that concept and really digging deeper into it, I realized that the manipulation that was there and all the insecurities that was there, the gaslighting and all of that, that energy was trying to attack me. And now here we are, several years later, I can be in a group like this and share my experience and say, this may help, because everybody's journey is different. And sometimes, it's not a loss, it's a lesson. And the lessons that we have to learn is, how does it help us help the next person? I had the greatest marriage ever. I had 5 businesses, everything's great. But then once it came to the divorce, shame came in. Oh, everybody wanted to be like us in our marriage. Now they're saying we're going through divorce. How do I go into the public? How do I get on social media? Why are people asking me these questions? And instead of embracing it and loving on it, it was shame and guilt. And once I dealt with the dark night of my soul and rewrote the same way we speak, all the negative of how it's going, say that for a moment, but then start speaking what you want to really happen out of it. Start speaking that reality. Start meditating on that reality. Start writing that reality down. I started doing so many different things that work. I did the water technique, released her and forgave myself for, even taking on that pain. So it's amazing that we're in this group and it's so many people coming out saying, hey, I'm going through divorce. Of course, I'm in shame, I'm in pain, I'm in hurt. But in all actuality, we can rewrite the way we want these things to go about. And you need the community and the tribe to be in agreement with you. You don't have nobody in agreement with you, there's nothing that can really manifest and take over at that moment in time.
And to add on to that, I believe there's something called sacred anger. I don't think that you're always supposed to be the deer. You're supposed to be the lion sometimes. And to someone who's grown up being taught to be sweet, to be kind, to care about everybody, that might be odd. That might be, but these triggers, as we know, they point to us. They tell us what we need to work on. And in this case, all his aggression and all this anger he's throwing at you, that might be anger that you need to deal with within yourself, that you need to release, and to know that anger is actually a beautiful thing. And it's something that you need to get out of you. Otherwise, that's maybe why the other party is pushing you and trying to kind of evoke that out of you. And so anger is beautiful and is sacred. And when fostered and pointed in the right direction, can help you out. So kind of like, look at it as this person's being a teacher to me. So I think someone in the chat said, put your boundaries. And that's something like, can you ask yourself these questions? Like, do I have boundaries in place? Am I just being the deer? Because it's about balance. I think sometimes you have to be like, no, put that foot down and be like, I'm the lion now.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it greatly.
Hey, thanks everyone. Thanks, Julian. I just wanted to check in because we're still waiting for Solana, and I just wanted to see if Solana was here. I know there's a couple of folks that have joined by iPhone. So Solana, are you on the call yet? Okay. I know we're having a really good discussion. Julian, are you okay to continue for a little bit? You're good? Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, Solana just arrived.
Oh, great.
Connecting audio.
Good timing. Excellent. Well, in that case, while we're just waiting for Solana to come and get settled, welcome, Solana. I just want to extend my gratitude, my thanks to Julian, who has held space for us and allowed people to come forward in their vulnerability and share their own experience about their journeys and their relationships and create a sense of connectedness between everyone. So thank you so much, Julian. And for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you for inviting me to come and speak. And I really had an amazing discussion with you all. Thank you all for holding such amazing space, for bringing your energy, your insight, your wisdom, your experience. And I'm really happy to be here. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your discussion.
Thank you so much. And with that, I want to welcome you, Solana. We're glad that you're here. I hope that you're settled. We can see you over there. So please go ahead and take it away. I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, IHKCM. Deep bow for those of you who understand that way. My hands go up to those of you that understand the Salish way. Yeah, thank you so much. And now, Qualis Cloak Alciam, Aisquatachi CIOCM, Solana Ishtene Weji, Leithlin Blue, and Nooksack, Mohaka Bequent, and Simsian Dalwanu, Beatrice Anderson, Chief Sam George, Chief Joe Ortiz, White Owl, House of the Wolf, and then William Booth, Violet Atkinson, Raven Clan, Ganhara Dalwanut, Timakochi Chante, Tinakus, Nulak Sawaida, Glani Limina Utsu, Awal Miam, Dimgan Walt Nulwon. So I just did brief introduction about my 3 Indian names, my mother, my father, their associations, and their parents and their clans, and from the heart of the prairie to the heart of the ocean. The universe sings to my soul, and because of God, it will be done. So be it. Yeah, being a mother of 9, I only birthed 4 of them though, but 5 are my sisters. You know, and having 2 granddaughters, I call them little grandmothers in training. You know, that's what brings me joy, and like that's what helps me do this work. When I share these things with you, when I go to the woods, when I go foraging, when I go gathering, hunting, singing, drumming. Canoe Journey's coming up this year, and you know, you all are invited to participate. It's it doesn't cost anything except your presence. That's all it costs. Like, it just costs your presence. So feel free to look that up. I don't have any links or anything to put in the chat, but yeah, you're all invited to that. The reason I want to start out with that invitation is because you invited me here to talk about diversity. You invited me here to share a little bit about the multiplexes and the dynamic and the constant, like, raging diversity that happens in what people call psychedelic spaces, but I prefer the term mother's breath. And the canoe journey, the indigenous ways are like, diversity isn't out here. It's not like we don't see it with our eyes. It's diversity, equity, inclusion, the way it's been framed to us and like trained to us and displayed and modeled to us is the cart before the horse. And I just very humbly am saying this in a good way, that the way that we practice these things are backwards, and the way that we practice you know, equity for sure is definitely backwards. And I'll give you some hints to how and what I'm saying and how it's applicable is that on the inside of us, right, we have all of our very special parts. We have these different amazing systems that work together. I'm not going to go down all the different systems. I don't want to get medical right now. Let's just say that we have an amazing, organic, natural, super diverse system that happens inside of us. And the moment we start suppressing, the moment we start having to, you know, to survive, we have to suppress certain emotions. To survive, we have to, you know, the people in our home, our parents, our aunties, our uncles, our cousins, our sisters, our brothers, they only want to see happiness, or they only want to see or hear like nice words that make them smile, or compliments, or like they only want you to do things for them. No one cares about the sadness or the hurt feelings, or the fact that you're hungry, or the fact that, you know, you didn't get as much as somebody else did, or a lot of things. So like, the moment we start suppressing is when we're not honoring our diversity. So the moment we start having to like make up words to fill in the space of the truth, the moment we start making up emotions to trick ourselves and like just like fake it, you know, to keep going, is there's so much rich diversity in us. And what we're doing emotionally is we're segregating our emotional selves. And the key here, which I didn't explain, was as a human being, we're made of water, mostly just like Mother Earth, just like the star people. So we're mostly water. Well, the water is our emotional self. The water is, that's why we can be like boiling mad or like frozen scared, frozen cold, like very harsh. So the water in our body is our emotional self. And the water, water is so powerful, right? Like water floods, water can damage. Water, there was 3 great floods. There wasn't just one. Like we have those stories. So like water brings life. Like we're made and we're cultivated in water, not just the clean, not just like the happy emotion water, like not just, the traumatic, bloody water, all the water, like all the water, all the fresh water, all the fresh water, all the fresh water. That's what holds us. And just like on Mother Earth, how her fresh water, like the glacier melt and the hydromorphology goes down the mountain or, eventually towards the salt water, right? The making of her salt water and the making of our salt water is very hard, but it's honorable. And it's what we have to do to take care of our own diversity. We have to make our salt water. We have to do the work and honor all the diversity, equity, inclusion inside of our bodies, inside of our systems, in our emotional self, mostly, to make the salt water, to honor our water. We do need boiling water sometimes. Like we do need, some things need to get cooked, some things need to be hammered, like some of us have like entire wombs that are damaged. Some of us have entire reproductive systems that won't allow us to have a baby. Some of us have reproductive systems that work, okay, like that can bring a baby here, that can bring life here. Like this is a different kind of diversity, people. Like this kind of diversity that I'm talking about is this weird, non-functioning, toxic diversity that's happening outside of us, right? Because inside of us, it's happening there too. So let's go back a little bit more. So we'll go back to our bodies being mostly water, because I want us to understand and relate to that element. I invite you to get water at some point during this call, and we'll make sure that we do a small water ceremony today. And if you want to right now, that's fine. You can go get it. When we're holding the water, when we're with the water, with this fresh water from our tap, from a source, from a glacier melt, from the water that we're going to drink, not only are we imagining and being with this water as if it's in our body, but we could also imagine and be with it as if it brought us life. We could imagine and be with it as if it brought our mother here. We could imagine and be with it as if it brought our great, 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 great grandmother here, wherever here is on this side of Mother Earth. We could look at this water and imagine it being able to wash this icky, toxic diversity off, like wash all the residue off. We could look at this water and ask it to destroy some things. How water can move earth, like water moves earth pretty crazy, right? Like it's amazing and beautiful and strong and powerful. But this water here, it's like mostly and most appropriately manipulated by air, by our breath. And so when we do breath work, we could send our breath to wherever we want in our body. We can send our breath and focus our breath and find our water in our body and find the sensational cues. We can find the sensations of how our bodies are talking to us. And the problem with that is, if we started suppressing certain emotions, if we started like suppressing some grief, then it's going to be trickier for us, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45 years later to listen to our bodies, to understand and appreciate our bodies and the way they talk to us sensationally, the way they get activated around certain times of the year, around certain elements, when the moon is full, like when it's high tide, when it's low tide, like around the elements. If there's a fire nearby, if there's like an actual wood stacked fire, our bodies respond differently, right? Like if there's a propane fire or, a fireplace with a switch, like at my house, our bodies respond differently. And so just even in those 3 examples, like that's a lot of diversity, like that's a ton of diversity. And I'm not going to say inequity because it's, it's up to you. Like it's like whatever your order is, so for me being a mother and all these other things, like being canoe family skippering, ceremonies, plants, medicines, cats and dogs and like babies and sisters and all these fun things, chill cat weaving, for me, I know that my diversity includes Solana, I will take care of you. Ishdenewaji, I will take care of you. Lechlin Blue, I will take care of you. Tonight we'll do something extra, or like, looks like I'm not getting any self-love today at all until tomorrow night, or so on. But like, whatever your order is what your order is. And, your body and your mind and your heart, wherever your mind is, right? Like some of us keep our minds and our hearts out here, outside of our body, so that they're safe and protected. And this is an old teaching. So if you want to share any of my teachings, if you want to share anything that I'm sharing with you today, feel free to do so, and just give the credit and just be like, hey, Solana says this, and that's the way it goes. And feel free to say that verbatim. It's up to you. But this is an old teaching. It just came, and I want to trust it and share it with you because it does include, it's a practical way to consider diversity and caretaking of your own heart and mind. So Lugalamgam Goda means my heart is happy. And if my heart is happy, that means a lot of things that could be like fulfilling, or that could be, my heart is happy. My mom's in a good place now. Like she's in her new house. My heart is happy, right? Like, so it could mean a lot of things. I'm not asking you to use the language. I'm asking you to consider this teaching, this tool, and then we'll go back to the body and the elements. So our hearts and our minds, I was taught to take care of them outside of our body so that I can protect them and keep them somewhere safe. So I can make sure that they get maximized for their strength, when they're really needed. Because sometimes, like when I'm building my desk, I made like a cedar desk, like a really cool yellow cedar desk. A lot of the times I didn't need my heart in it because I'm like, I just need to measure and be safe and wear earplugs and goggles and not get cut and not cut my fingers off, and like be safe, be strategic and be logistical. When I'm putting flooring down, like same thing when I'm building things, when I'm working around the house, doing dishes and mopping the floors, washing the windows, folding laundry, right? My heart is out here and it's safe and it's good. I know where my heart is, and same thing with my mind, like it's safe, it's good. However, Like I get the feeling, right? I'm listening to my body. I get the feeling that one of my babies are having a tough time. So like it just comes, or my body knows before I know. Like that's how smart my body is. Like that's how wise and amazing and in tune your bodies are naturally, no matter if the suppression has been happening still, your body is still in tune with everything around you, everything close to you, everything that's been in you, everything that's been in you. Like that's amazing and beautiful. So I know that I'm going to need my heart when I'm talking to my baby. So I'm going to grab my heart and put it before my mouth. And I'm going to grab my heart and put it before my eyes when I'm looking at them, when I'm going to grab my heart and put it before my ears when I'm listening, and invite them to do the same. Invite them to do the same during certain times, because, to protect ourselves, we don't need our heart sometimes to protect ourselves. Like if we know that there's some pretty tricky, crazy people around the corner in our family or at the friend house or at the whatever, we don't need certain things, period. Like if we're just passing through, right? If it's just if we're on a journey and we're like pulling water and pulling water and pulling water and somebody has to make a pit stop, we could either jump out of the canoe and go in the Sailor Sound, or we can pull to some shore, run up and relieve ourselves. That is not where we're staying. That is not where we're landing. And that's how life is inside of our body. And that's what happens outside of our body. So in order to preserve and protect and care and appropriate, right? Like for appropriateness, then I invite you to use that as a teaching or as a tool as well. And so we'll go back to the elements in our breath. So water is also very powerful for, right? Like you can put fire on water. You can put all kinds of chemicals on water and it just separates. It's just like, I'm good. Like I'll find my own water. Like I'll take care of that and I'll separate it for you, right? Like water is so strong that way. Water is so equitable that way. It's almost like the water knows its own mission of becoming salt water. Like water knows its own destination, right? Like water brings life and it's done. Like it keeps moving, like it brings it and it keeps going and it becomes salt water. So the diversity of the inside our bodies of making a salt water includes a lot of work, right? It includes so much work. Sometimes when I talk about diversity inside our bodies and diversity outside, people automatically consider privilege and they automatically consider things like money. All of a sudden they're, going down and almost like our minds go to like a matrix, like a budget spreadsheet type thing when we start naming diversity and equity and inclusion for some reason. And I feel like that's a natural thing to do. I also feel like, unfortunately, our minds are also trained to do certain things a certain way because society and the lack of diversity and the rigidity and the constant like trauma responding and the constant like I can't even, all I'm thinking is like entanglement. That's all I see in my mind is like entanglement, like a big ball of like entanglement and all this line, like this yarn or this thread or this cedar bark, like it's just super entangled because just like that water that brings life, that water that moves to bring life and then eventually go into salt water, that our essence, our core, our spirit, our mental self, our emotional self, our spiritual self, our physical self, we're moving to bring life too. We as a people, we as a being, we as a plant, we as a part of Mother Earth, like what her breath does, like it moves to bring life too. That's what we're doing. That's like, we're not on this call to compare grocery lists, or like, we're not on this call so I can teach you how to make a paddle. Like, we're getting down in it. Like, we're in it, like our sleeves are up right now, and like, thank you for being here with me. And thank you for listening and sharing with me too. And so, because it's that serious for a lot of us, because a lot of us know, like a lot of us know not just mother's breath, these plant medicines, but a lot of us know that so many of us are not prepared. So many of us need to prepare better. They need more relatable, practical ways to drop in. And I'm sharing this with you because I invite you to consider that diversity starts inside here. That if we don't know all of our full selves, if we don't understand our true privilege, if we don't understand our true strengths and how to appropriate and protect all of those things, then it doesn't, like, diversity outside of us doesn't matter. And it doesn't. And that's true. That's why I think people are having such a tough time, because intellectually, right? Intellectually, we could remember and memorize and write books and like really understand it intellectually. We could really, really, diversity, equity, and inclusion are so important, and so is cultural competency, and so is I forgot, but there's been trends throughout the years of like how important it is to be inclusive, to have cultural competency, like to not be racist. And that's all bogus to me. Screw that, because that's the cart before the horse, and you're setting me up to fail. You're setting me up to fail, and you don't know how to do nothing right because you're inappropriate with your emotions. You suppress, you don't want to see emotion. And so you can't do that. There's natural sacred laws that I'm referencing, that I'm speaking to, and diversity starts in here. It has to start in here. You have to be full. You have to understand and be aware of who you are, of these things, so that you understand the diversity, so that it's even clear, right? And I'll give you an example of how Mother shows us all the time, how amazing her diversity is, which is ours. So her way is our way. That's why she's Mother. We're the same, we're made the same way. So let's acquiesce. So what she does is every single cedar tree has a plan. They know they're going to be stripped for their bark, or they're going to be taken down for a canoe. They're going to be stacked a fire someday. They're going to make a lodge. They're going to make a hat, whatever it is. Or they're only going to sit there and stay strong and listen to the salmon when the salmon come back home. And they're going to listen to those stories, and they're going to remember those stories. These cedar trees, these trees, these medicines have been here since before beads, since before beadwork, since before colonial settlerism, since before, I don't want to start naming things because I don't want to start triggering people, right? It's so easy for me to get like that. So I'll stop right there, and I'll just say, if we are not fully cared for inside of ourselves, all the yucky, all the amazing, all the stuff that we don't want no one to know, all the stuff that is, sorry, it's my cat, all this stuff that's embarrassing or shameful, or that wasn't our fault at all. That wasn't our fault, at all. I didn't have a choice, right? All those things, or that we're proud of, all those things, all of them, not just the ones you could write down and share, with your boss or with your coworker, right? Or with a buddy at the camp. Like, so all those things, we have to start reckoning inside. We have to start reckoning inside so that we could really honor somebody outside. Because when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion outside of us, those are other nations of people. Those are ancestors of other nations from other territories of people and other parts of Mother Earth. They got special animals, four-leggeds, wingeds, water swimmers, crawlers. They got amazing lineage and relationships. Why do you want to know about that? Why is that important to you? Why is that important to you to go and, wave that sweetgrass, or to go and wave that sage and you don't even know where it came from or why? Like, why does it matter to you? Like, what is it? Like, let's get real. Like, does it make you feel good? Okay, let's talk about why. Like, let's learn that lesson and see what we're missing, and like talk about our own inequities. Why do we have to, let's go there. Let's start with that. Like, let's talk about our own diversity and our own inequities, our own lack of diversity, like inside of us, so that we stop hurting our sisters and brothers, period. So that they stop hurting our babies, period. That's what has been happening with all this nasty, racist, erasure, genocide, annihilation, Holocaust, whatever. Like, babies aren't being honored. Babies aren't being honored. People who bring babies aren't being honored. People who can't bring babies aren't making sure that people who can bring them are being honored. Like, that's not cool. None of that is okay or acceptable. And I'm not going to put up with it no more. So I'm going to call myself an Indian, because when settlers came here in Indian country and like the US was started and they stole the Iroquois Confederacy Constitution and made it the United States Constitution, we were known as Indians, right? Like, we're not a people, and we have a number so that we could eventually be erased. Like, how are you okay with your sister being a number? How are you okay with knowing that? And you want to know diversity? Do you really? Right? Like, that's hurtful. It hurts me to say it. Like, it hurts me to say all these true things, like these true things, like, so I'm going to call myself an Indian because I will forever be the enemy. Indian country is enemy country, period, according to the US Army, according to the Blue Coats, according to whoever tries to invade wherever. Like, Indian country is enemy country because Indians, there's this way that we have. There's this way that we have, and I named a few laws. I named a few laws about our babies. Our babies are to be cared for, period. Our babies are to be cared for, period. Like, it's never natural to see a hungry child and keep going. It's not natural to see a pregnant person on the ground hungry. Like, it's not natural to see all those terrible relationships outside of you. Like, that's not okay. And that's because it's a cart before the horse. That's because we're talking and talking and talking and talking and talking about diversity being outside of us, and we're not honoring and placemaking and placekeeping for all the things inside of us. And round and round we're going to go. Round and round and round we're going to go, people. And like, it's not acceptable. And so we really need to start practicing true DEI. And I wanted to read something for you guys that I wrote about diversity. And it's a little bit explicit, but it's nothing more than what I've already said. There's not going to be like foul language, but it's a little bit. So this is my diversity. My blood is my privilege because of all my ancestors, including Mother Earth, having been annihilated. The process of annihilation, every single one, including my mother, who died having me. Like, she wasn't supposed to have babies, but she had to have me so I can doctor her, right? So I could know her synthetic medicine, so I could know all these things in the Western world and like figure it out and like drop in all the time, just stay dropped in. So because of that, including my mother and daughter, attempts of annihilation onto my children and grandchildren, because we are fighting back now. And listen, the best defense is offense. And we are Mother's Breath allies. And her medicines now are the finality of our ancestors' flesh back into her after annihilation. We are offense, and we're offering and we're offering and we're offering, and our hands are up, our hands are open, and they're out to you. Like, I'm offering you this, and we're focused now, and there's too much to share and there's too little time. But time is irrelevant for healing. Time is irrelevant to my privilege. Time is irrelevant for my ancestors' reconciliation, and time is irrelevant for my grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren. There's too little time because of people's pains cause consequences. These pains cause consequences, constant internalization of genocide, constant internalization of being a number, constant internalization of you were never here, that erasure, like that constant internalization of genocide and annihilating of the Indian. My blood is my privilege, the synonym and the antonym, the annihilation and creation, they're not separate. They're both in me. They're both in me. I have been annihilated many times and times again. Now throughout my children and throughout their annihilation, they are the ones creating and regenerating. They are the beneficiaries of new life. Themselves and one another throughout their annihilation, they are creation in real time, happening right in front of me, like right now. They are the true Indian, the sacred, the beneficiaries of new life. We are the addicts they are fighting for. The Indian, our blood, our babies are fighting the addict for life. What's true, what grows naturally, what loves, what heals, what holds, what carries, and who. How many ancestors of yours have been annihilated? Like, how much do you have to reckon with? How many women, aunties, cousins, grandmothers do you know that had to be naked, running away in the elements to be caught again? How much privilege do you have? What do you count as privilege compared to mine? What do you identify as your own privilege? And what is your diversity? And that it's just a short like note thing, but that's where I'm at, dear ones. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, it's time to not just be radically humble, but it's time to love radically. It's time to heal radically. It's the thing about healing people and dear ones and loved ones. I just saw a good friend on here. I saw their face. Okay. The thing about healing and love and people don't know this. So we might keep it on the low a little bit. But you know how like pain and trauma is so not part, we don't want that kind of diversity, but it happens. And when it does happen, it like catches you off guard, right? All of a sudden there's a disease. All of a sudden there's a cough, there's a sniffle, your body hurts. Like all of a sudden, because you felt good, now you don't. All of a sudden someone passes away. Like all of a sudden, like all these things are just sad and terrible. And, we know what they can do to us. The best part of all those things, right? And when those things happen, time is irrelevant. When those things happen, we're not thinking, I only got 2 minutes. I only got like, oh my God, this took like 20 minutes. Like, we're not thinking about that, right? Because time is irrelevant. Like now time doesn't even matter because I don't get any more time with that person, right? Like time is irrelevant when that happens. And the good, the best, my favorite thing is that when love and healing, that wisdom, when that happens, it's just as spontaneous. It's like just as spontaneous. It's just as powerful. And it's irrelevant to time as well. It's irrelevant. Time is irrelevant when that wisdom, when that love, when that knowledge, when that healing happens. You couldn't have timed it. You couldn't have asked for it to happen at like 2:23, Wednesday, right before that test, like all of a sudden it clicks and you get it, or like all of a sudden, you walk in at the right time to meet the right person, to get that raise, to get that promotion, to be gifted that way, to like hold that space in such a way it's going to change your whole life forever. Like all those things are just as spontaneous and just as powerful and just as strong. I would say stronger than pain and trauma, right? These two agencies, time is irrelevant for these two agencies, but when they collide, if our diversity isn't full, if our diversity isn't reckoned with already, and then we got to wait for the next go around because it's coming back again. That pain and trauma and that wisdom and knowledge, that conflict is constantly, they want to reckon. Like our wisdom wants to be acted out too. Our wisdom is not just us and something that we thought of. There's a whole agency of sacred law, of light, of dark, of star people, of the stories of how it makes sense in our body, the same stories that are happening in the star people, they're the same stories. So that, people call it astrology, I call it star people. This is a star nation up there. There's more of them than us, period. And how come we don't talk more about what they're doing? Like, don't we want to know who these, like, don't we need to start looking up more? Like, don't we need to honor mother's diversity too, and where she comes from and her stories? And so I just wanted to share as much as I could. And I wish I was here right at the 1 o'clock time. My timing today has been a little bit off, and I just thank you so much for being patient with me and for listening. And I just want to open this last few minutes for questions or anything.
I don't know if this is necessarily a question, but like the whole thing with me is, I'm half Persian, half Mexican, and I feel since I was young, I feel my native side. I feel it deeply. I definitely know I'm a medicine woman. I was here to help, but I don't know the rituals. It comes to me naturally, but it's nothing that I was raised in. So like my people, whatever they did ritualistically, I don't know that. And so when you said, why are you using the sage? Why are you using, well, it's what I learned. It's what I learned to do to clear the space. It's not because I want to look cute using sage. So what's hard for me is like, and I ask spirit every day, like, help me to learn my people's ways, like help me to learn who my ancestors are, where I'm from. It's important to me, but like, even being from African descent, it's like, what tribe am I from? Who are my people? Where did I come from? It's like that in the back of our mind, like organically we feel it. We feel the drums, we feel the shakers, we feel it's in our body, but like how my ancestors used it back in the day, I don't know. And every day I'm like, help me remember. So I don't know. That's, I guess, what's my question? My question is, how do I find the ways of my ancestors?
I love that. Suzette, is it Suzette?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I love that question. And actually now you're going into my other parts of work. So there's ways to, right? Like the mother's breath definitely can help us go back into like our lineage and like our territories and what feels most natural, right? Like the strength-based way of finding your own diversity through mother's breath. So there's that. There's also like intergenerational brain spotting, which I do that too, but there's a lot of practitioners all over the world that do that. And what brain spotting does is it goes into your implicit memories, but it's very, very fast. So I wouldn't advise it. I mean, it's up to you. Like I would definitely do some somatic work first so that you can understand how fast it can go to keep up with it. Right? Because you don't want your body to happen to you. You want to happen with your body. And it sounds like that's what you want with the medicines and with all the things. So I think that's a great question and great quest is what you're speaking to, like a quest, like a journey. You're talking about being on a journey. And I think that's amazing. And however I can support, I'm a storyteller as well. And sometimes, these stories, they're not just creation stories and teachings. Sometimes hearing a certain story, right, can activate certain parts of our body. And once we start listening, like, it doesn't stop, right? Like, your body is so amazing and beautiful and smart and like amazing. And it has all those stories. It has everything that you want in it. It does. It has all those memories. It has all those teachings, all those ways. So you can start with those things if you'd like, and then, reach out to me and I could send you the email with the information or the text or what have you. But I think a lot of people are on that journey, Suzette. I really do. Yeah, thank you for being on it. Oh, Anita? Sorry.
Yes, I wasn't sure if we were popcorning in or raising.
However,
so I raised my hand. I was like, "Well, should I popcorn in?" So the tag onto what the young lady said before, which really kind of triggered an idea, because I was orphaned when I was 5, and I've had various mothers throughout my life that I feel like my biological mother has sent me along my journey. However, my question was, what sacred plant or mother's breath would you suggest to aid us first into recalling those generational memories? So I've always attempted to tap in to speak with my mother. So I've actually had 2 ayahuasca ceremonies, and I've been being called here to do Cambo.
Oh, yeah.
So I just found a practitioner, but I had a beautiful journey with Shanga. It was very short-lived, but it was amazing. So that would be my question, is what mother's breath would you suggest? I know we should intune our own spiritual, but that was my question.
No, I love that question, because my favorite part of her breath is the one, it reminds me of myself, and that's why it's my favorite. And it's my favorite also because when I facilitate those ceremonies, like, I'm allowed, for some reason, like, I have a special relationship, and I feel like it's because my mom's lineage is the one who brought the plants back after the 3rd flood. I feel like it's because of that, but this plant and the tea or the medicine of it allows me to go into your journey. Like, if I'm facilitating your journey, I'm with you in yours, but I'm also in mine, so I can help you remember what your intentions are, right? Like, that's the whole point, because if someone is doing your work for you, then you definitely, that's not going to get integrated, right? Like, so we really have to be careful and make sure that when we're doing this work on our journey, that we are the ones noticing the things, that we are the ones seeing and hearing all the things, that we are the ones saying, like stating where we're at, stating how we feel about it, like being there with all the things. And it's, it's never okay for someone to tell you what you're doing, how you're, like, you know what I mean? Like, that whole, I just think of like the different people on the TV shows or on the movies and stuff. Like, that's wrong. That's backwards. Don't do that. That's not safe for your body. So my favorite one is the psilocybin, and it's my favorite not just because I can go into the journeys. It's my favorite because when I consider how powerful and how strong, and I consider why, like I said, it reminds me of me. This mushroom, the roots are the environment. The roots of the mushroom are the environment, period. There's no root to like dig up and unearth and like take care of the roots of the medicine and make sure, like, no, like, the mushrooms are products of the environment. Like, they are the epigenetic, they are the medicine, like, they are strong. And some people call him the ghost plant or what have you, but it's just my favorite because it's very, the way it holds me and how I can see into that journey with you and like, and all, yeah, but that's my favorite one. And that's one of the most strongest ones.
Thank you so much.
I haven't seen it I haven't had it in a while. I think the last time I had some, I live here in Mexico. So the last time that I had some, I was using it for my creativity because I'm a writer, but I haven't, gosh, it's been a while since I communed with her. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, I just noticed I'm over time. Leo, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, Solana. We were actually, I know Graham, actually our next moderator, just came on just a few minutes ago. So this was perfect. I just want to take the time to thank you on behalf of the group. Thank you for sharing your words of wisdom with us, for holding this space, for inviting us to think about the natural world, the diversity within us, and really expanding ourselves in our journey as we wrestle with the idea of this emerging discourse, diversity, equity, inclusion, just making it real, connecting it deep within ourselves and the natural world around us. So thank you so much, Solana.
Thank you, Alicia. And everybody, thank you. My hands go up to you. Aichka CM, Aichka CM, Gela Kasla, Hawa, and Doixasin, Gunakchish, Hi, Miguech. Gracias. Thank you. Have a good one. I'm going to keep it on so I can listen. But I'm going to turn my video off now and just thank you so much for this invitation and holding me. And it was an honor to be with all of you right now.
Thank you so much. And please, yes, you're welcome to stay on and everyone's welcome to do what you need to do with your camera off or on. We know this is a 24-hour dialogue. Everyone's calling from their home, doing their own thing. So with that, I'd just like to welcome Graham. Thanks so much for joining us. We are looking forward to hearing from you. And so with that, I'm just going to turn it over to you to go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. And since it has been, I know, quite a few hours, maybe I can start by just giving us a moment to take some breaths or stand up if people have been sitting down for the last few hours. I need a few breaths because I always get a little nervous before speaking. So maybe I can just call on us to just either think about or remind ourselves if we've forgotten that we're just grateful to be here and be here together and able to share with each other. I'm really looking forward to sharing a bit about my background with you. We're grateful to be able to learn from each other and have this really extraordinarily open space today, 24 hours. This is something that I hadn't really heard of before, but it seems like quite a challenge to be able to do it. So I think to be grateful to be able to be here for all that time too. So I'm going to take just a few minutes to take some deep breaths. So I'd invite you to do that too. Hopefully we're feeling a bit more grounded. I also want to start here by just acknowledging that as I guess you can see, I'm a white man. I'm also a cis straight man, and I don't have really any lived experiences myself with any discrimination. And even though I've been a person who uses drugs, I've never had any legal troubles with drugs or really even any direct experience with the stigma around drugs. And the circles where I've been in, especially with my use of cannabis and psychedelics, it's been very accepted and very respected. So I definitely understand. I'm coming from a real place of great privilege. And actually, when I was asked to be a moderator today and to participate, I was very hesitant even to accept it first because I'm uncertain that I have the kind of experience needed to talk about issues of equity and inclusion. And actually concerned too that as a white, straight, cis male body, I already have the privilege of speaking probably too often. And so, I wanted to acknowledge that, but in thinking about, what I could bring with my background and experience, and I'll talk a little bit more about who I am and what I do, but my experiences in intellectual property and in patents, and patents in particular themselves are really used as a form of creating exclusion. They're actually called legally a right to exclude. And so thinking about how exclusion, is something that I work in and think about a lot, kind of trying to figure out and talk about the kind of flip side of that inclusion. I thought perhaps I would be able to have something that we can discuss today, and so hopefully I can add something with this hour that I'm moderating. So I guess my hopes for this hour really are to focus the conversation on issues of inclusion and access that are impacted by the attempts to own and control psychedelics and psychedelic therapy, especially through patents, and how equity and inclusion are impacted by the ways that the psychedelic space itself as a whole evolves towards models that prioritize certain forms of ownership and control, and especially profit. And whether the kind of preference for these models, like medicalization over decrim or access through churches or sacramental use, how that can lead to different forms of exclusion and different types of inequalities. And what I'm hoping to talk about and maybe learn from you is like if there's ways to work against that and towards models that are more equitable. So I guess I'll underscore that I don't have the answers, and I'm very much here to learn. And so I'm hoping I can at least maybe ask some of the right questions, but that we can have a good discussion, and I can learn a lot from everyone here. So I guess before we get there, a bit more background just on myself. So I'm a patent lawyer, and almost all of my work is in the psychedelic space. So most of the companies that I work with are trying to create new psychedelics that are patentable, new forms of psychedelic drugs. And I also work with some investors who are investing in psychedelics companies to see whether the drugs that they're developing are patentable or whether they might be infringing the patents of others. I get personally, like the way I kind of ended up in psychedelics. I mean, I've been a drug user since junior high school. As a cannabis smoker, I've always appreciated how it expanded my my awareness and my consciousness. I grew up in Oakland, and in 1996, not that long after I first got my driver's license, I started going to a number of meetings around Prop 215. So people might be familiar. That was when cannabis was on the ballot in Oakland, in California, rather, for medical use. That's kind of where I first met adults at the time. Even I was just still in high school, who were also cannabis users, and started thinking about and kind of talking about the injustices of drug prohibition. And then, like in college, after I had my first mushroom and other psychedelic experiences, and continued to really appreciate the way that they expanded my awareness even kind of further from cannabis, I studied neuroscience and biochemistry, learned about Sasha Shulgin and his work, thought that maybe I could have a career one day making new psychedelics. And I was discouraged from going to grad school to actually do that, because the professors that I had thought taking acid would fry your brain or scramble your brain, and you couldn't be a professor and take psychedelics. But because I had been also interested in drug policy, thought maybe I could go to law school to do drug policy or cognitive liberty, do something around removing the barriers to legal access to different drugs. Although once I got to law school, especially in New York, I realized to pay off my loans, there wasn't really a way to work in cognitive liberty. There was like one person who was doing that. Wouldn't really be very easy to do that with drug policy. But because I had a science background, I became a patent lawyer. And in law school, I started thinking a lot about the impacts patent law could have on access to pharmaceutical drugs, because people weren't then patenting psychedelics. I actually wrote my thesis paper on how big pharma played a lot of games with the patent system and with patents to extend their monopolies, keep drug prices really high, and how those additional revenues that drug companies were making with those kind of abuses of the patent system, they weren't really necessary, as they said often, for researching new drugs, but mostly just went to keeping corporate profits for big pharma really high. And like, despite having thought about that, I wrote my thesis paper in law school about that. First job I had after law school was actually working for big pharma, defending their patent monopolies. So there's kind of a sense I have now that I'm trying to work off some of that bad karma, I guess. And through about a decade of working at law firms around patents, also spent a lot of time challenging really big patent monopolies. So I was on a number of cases against Apple around their touchscreen devices, their iPhones and iPads, Microsoft for their like file systems. Everybody probably is familiar that most file names end with 3 letters like .pdf or .doc. Microsoft had patents on that. And so there's a number of patent cases around that. And probably most relevant, at least to the work that I ended up doing right after was on a number of cases against Monsanto for their GMO corn and soybeans patents, and saw they really use those patents to destroy the ability of like small farmers to continue their work, and also just kind of to destroy the diversity in crops, because nearly all cropland, because of the way people could use Roundup with these GMO crops, everything just kind of became monoculture, the same Monsanto corn and soybeans, on a model where farmers couldn't even save their own seed and didn't have much control over what they were growing. And so once I paid off my law school loans, I actually started the patent firm that I have now called Calyx Law, with the purpose of working with cannabis companies. Once this was now 2 decades later, Prop 64 was on the ballot in California, and thinking about how like big ag, like Monsanto or big tobacco, could enter the cannabis market, and by using patents, try to buy up all the genetics and push like small cultivators out of business, as they were trying to now come above board, as they finally had the opportunity to start legitimate businesses. And so I guess that kind of brings me to where I am now, and kind of why I guess I'm here is because I've thought a lot about how patents are forms of exclusion, and how patents are able to provide this right to exclude. That means that oftentimes it's one company, one monopolist, or a set of companies, or just wealthy companies in general have the control and the ownership over the valuable technologies or valuable things in a particular space. And so we're seeing that a lot now in the psychedelic space in particular. I think people probably are familiar with some of the big psychedelics corporations like Compass and others. I don't know if folks have heard all that much about them or read about them or find themselves, I guess, following some of those controversies. And so maybe a place just to start to catch up a little bit just on patents in general, I guess. I mean, so maybe people are all familiar with patents, but just to very briefly, I mean, they're like a temporary monopoly that the government grants on a particular invention, as long as the invention is novel and non-obvious. So it's considered to be like a bargain between the public and whoever the inventor is. And the purpose of this bargain is to promote the inventive activities. The Constitution, it's actually one of the first clauses in the Constitution to promote the progress of science. And so we can maybe unpack and dismantle some of that, but that's maybe just a place to kind of orient ourselves. And so I guess the sort of most maybe simple form of exclusion that patents can be seen as providing is similar to what's happening in the pharmaceutical space in general, which is just the ability to patent and protect drugs leads to much higher cost and much more difficulty having access to in the pharmaceutical space. It can be life-saving medications, and in the psychedelic space it can be drugs that we know have great value in personal healing and in community healing. So maybe I'll start there, and just I'm curious if like people have any reflections in general on like what's going on now with patents in the psychedelic space, or any thoughts in particular on that, or kind of any places where maybe we can kind of take the conversation from here, because I know I've probably talked for quite a bit now.
I know in some states right now with the mushrooms, I know in Florida, a gentleman actually opened up a store, and he sells just about every mushroom that you can possibly think of that's in our space right now. snuck up underneath everybody's nose. Of course, you know, with being a psychedelic like that, you know, you never think someone will open up a store just with all mushrooms in it. But I do know with me, I deal with a company in Cali. It's called Canavision, and they deal with, you know, people like yourself, people who, the doctors, the lawyers, you know, the politicians, whatever, state to state, pretty much connected in all those, you know, different arenas. And in some places, I think like in Pennsylvania, New York, they're also starting to see more spike in psychedelics. You know, some of the smoke shops end up releasing some of them. The government now has released CIA docs on how they use psychedelics and mushrooms for, you know, decades, even in the wars and so forth. And actually, I just read some CIA docs that some years, like a couple, you know, thousands of years ago, some of the mushrooms that grew was 40 feet tall. You know, and mushrooms actually have a language. They speak over 12 different words to other mushrooms in the forest. So that's probably why when we take that psychedelic, you know, our connectivity to source and, you know, our ancestors is different much on a intellectual, but, you know, telepathic way, because that's how they communicate, because they're alive. So the patents that they want to pull in, especially like the big cigarette companies, you know, the same thing they're doing with the cannabis, you know, they're trying to tie into it. In DC, they actually have a place that's been there for over 60 years who was sending out medical marijuana, you know, under the radar for, you know, 35, for almost 40 years now. And they want to create patents on certain strains, you know, and, you know, with us in our country, I deal with patents as far as in business, as far as garments and stuff like that. Our country holds patents, but the sad part is when they send anything out of our country, a lot of the other countries don't respect patent rights. You know, so what is your take on if they patent it here and then produce it somewhere like in Mexico, you know, or in Canada? How would that affect us in long term of strain specific names?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. And, you know, one of the things that the US has exported around the world, I think many people aren't that familiar with, is the strength of the patent system. Back in the 90s and earlier, every country had slightly different patent system, and almost all were actually much weaker in terms of the rights they granted than the US. Many countries didn't allow patents at all on pharmaceuticals. I think actually more than half, or maybe they only allowed them on a method of manufacturing a new drug, but you couldn't get a patent on the drug itself because it was seen as so critical to, you know, just everybody would need it, and it wouldn't be fair for somebody not to be able to get it because it was protected by a patent and somebody was able to charge monopoly prices. But the US, through trade negotiations and the WTO actually, and in large part driven by the pharmaceutical lobby in the US, made in the sort of the end of the 90s to the 2000s, all the other countries around the world adopt a patent system that was as strong as the US has. And so that's, you know, really kind of exported the same problems of the US patent system to other countries, and made things that other countries might want to, you know, have cheap HIV medication or cheap hepatitis C medication, very difficult. It's created a lot of problems, of course, with the way the vaccine has been able to, you know, get around the world through COVID. And yeah, so, you know, I don't know that I'm directly answering your question, I guess, but it just kind of goes to say that, you know, when we think about trying to dismantle the worst parts of the patent system, similar maybe to the way the US has exported the kind of drug prohibition system, you know, like through the UN, and now every country around the world basically has made illegal all the, you know, the same drugs, same way the US has, because the US put pressure on everybody. You know, the US has kind of led the way in doing that with the patent system too. Yeah, but thanks for those reflections on mushrooms. And yeah, I mean, it's really interesting thinking about, you know, the ways that mushrooms and other plants communicate. One of the things actually I do when I'm not a patent lawyer is I've volunteered as a ranger at Muir Woods, like a redwood forest in the Bay Area. And one of the things I love to tell people about is how mushrooms and trees communicate. even though in the redwood forest, actually, there are very few mushrooms because of redwoods have certain compounds called tannins that mushrooms don't really like that much. So there's only a small handful, but it really is amazing. And there's some really great books on kind of mushroom communication and with trees that I've really found inspiring.
I'm just curious.
Sure.
You got it.
You got it. You got it, Gianita.
It's always been my fascination that the government can put a patent on sacred plants. I get very leery. I moved here from Boston, but I generally wouldn't purchase anything from some of the cannabis places because I feel like history as a government has done so many dicey, I'm trying to use the most kindest words because I'm working on karma, have done to people that I would trust the government to now say okay to various strands of cannabis, psilocybin, any of those sacred plants or mother's breaths, because then the flip side to that is we understand we live in a capitalistic country. And so there's so many variations of that has gone wrong in the past, can go wrong in the future, and probably is going wrong right now that we don't know of. And although we need these things for our expansion of our consciousness, as well as some of the neurological things, people that would need it, I'm even very careful locally where I get my cannabis. I ask questions, how's it grown? What are you doing? Are you praying over it? And all of various things. And that's not what I just think I didn't think it's odd. So my question is how is that formulated? I know it's more of a historical question than not, but how do you patent nature? How do you patent nature?
Yeah. No, it's a really good question. It's a very live question too. I'm sure maybe you're familiar with Paul Stamets. He's been trying for a long time and actually was just successful a couple of months ago at patenting his microdosing stack. That's psilocybin and lion's mane, and it's just extracts of lion's mane, and you can put like ground psilocybin mushrooms together. And the U.S. Patent Office kept saying that it was a natural product and he shouldn't be able to patent it. And he appealed it several times and finally was able to. And that's been a controversy, but the patent system in general tends to be very much in favor of allowing patents, and most restrictions on patenting have been because of this bias, kind of brought down by people who are willing to spend the money to really try to challenge it, and certainly that's created problems too around just natural medicines and traditional medicines. There've been a lot of controversies in the past where, because you can't patent just like a natural medicine itself, so something like just a psilocybin mushroom can't be patented, but you can patent the product of using some form of kind of Western science on that particular natural product. So there were some controversies where like turmeric and neem and some other parts of kind of ancient Ayurvedic medicine were patented, because even though like turmeric couldn't be patented, somebody could extract and isolate a specific compound from it and get a patent on it, and then potentially use that patent to even prevent people who are doing it the sort of traditional way from being able to use the products that they were using before. And so like that's, I guess, a challenge in the psychedelic space too. There have been patents granted on psilocybin if it's isolated and crystallized in a certain way. And so I guess the answer to how one can patent a natural compound is, as long as there's some form of sort of scientific manipulation on it, it's possible. The kind of dangers there are, whether being able to patent it can make it harder to use the natural compound itself, which obviously, someone didn't invent if they patented just like an isolated compound from it. And I certainly recognize that controversy around what the government is doing. I mean, maybe you're familiar with like the government patent on CBD that now it's expired because it was, I think it's filed over 20 years ago, but there was really a controversy, or really I guess a hypocrisy of, the government saying that they didn't believe cannabis had medical use, but the Department of Health and Human Services had this patent on using CBD as an antioxidant. And so, certainly there's a lot of hypocrisies in general, but that was certainly one of them. So I think Nikki, you had your hand up earlier, or
I did, but you answered a piece of that question. There was in some of my research, there was a patent conversation around psilocybin mixed with lion's mane, and that part of my question was exactly that, like, how are you patenting these natural things? Especially because it is so accessible and so easy for us to grow naturally ourselves. I guess the next question then connected to that would be, what does it look like when these things are patented, but in our homes we are able to? I mean, is this something that it's does that mean that the conversation is don't mass market it, but I can share it amongst my community? Like what are some of the risks that come with these patented conversations for the everyday person that is not involved in some of these details?
Yeah, no, I mean that's a really good question, and I think it's one that will really depend on how psychedelics and how, for instance, like the Stammet psilocybin lion's mane microdosing kind of product reaches people or reaches consumers. If it's something that you're just making in your home, if you're just using psilocybin that you grew yourself and lion's mane that maybe you grow yourself or mix them together, I can't imagine that even reaches the awareness of somebody that has a patent on it. But if you want to start a small business and sell it on Instagram or or sell it elsewhere, that might be something where you can get a lawsuit telling you to either stop or trying to make you pay damages. And this is something where it's really quite inexpensive to sue somebody for patent infringement. And so, we hear about patent trolls, for instance, where there might be a patent that's not even valid or maybe doesn't even cover what's being charged with infringement, but because it's so inexpensive to just file a complaint, but it's very expensive to try to defend against that patent infringement. It creates this sort of chilling effect where people may be very hesitant to do something. So, if somebody says they have patent on, psilocybin microdoses, it might mean that lots of people that might want to start a business doing that would be unwilling to, because they wouldn't just want to have the risk. One patent that was granted last year that I think would be invalidated if it was ever challenged, but it costs sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars or more to challenge. The patent is one that just covers DMT and 5-MeO DMT and 2CB vape pens. And this was granted last year. It was only filed a couple years before. Certainly people have been making vape pens for a lot longer. And this has created a lot of concern around people who are thinking about, potentially trying to sell them, or people that are selling them now. Of course, the people who are selling them now are selling them in the gray or really in the black market because they're not legal. But if you had a patent on it, like as this person does, if you could figure out the identity of the people who are selling them, I mean, you could send them letters asking them to pay you $50,000 or something, and saying, if you don't pay me, I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to ask for all your financial records. We're going to show that you're not paying taxes on these, or we're going to, prove in court that you're violating the law. And so, even before something is even legal to sell, the patent can have these sort of consequences. And so, I guess those are some of them. I'm not sure I answered the whole question. So maybe if you had other questions still left, but yeah, I mean, one of the other, I think, problems just in general around like having people chasing patents in this space is, it's kind of like where the money is going. So, one of the things I heard somebody say at a conference a while ago was how passing Measure 109 in Oregon cost $5 million. And if they had $100 million, they could do the same thing in like 20 different states. But just how hard it was to get that money. But if we think about the like hundreds of millions of dollars that are going into psychedelic drug development right now, that's all money that could go to like decriminalization efforts or, getting people who are incarcerated for, drug crimes out of jail, or passing other legalization efforts, a lot of other things. So it's also like this kind of question of just focus, because people see the value of a patent and being able to get these monopoly prices at the end of it. So it's like an investment. I mean, or at least I think like MAPS has had a much harder time raising funding, and I imagine a lot of other organizations who have raised money from people who are interested in psychedelics have had a harder time, as people want to spend that money in a way that returns profit back to them.
I think it's it's like the long, so I'm ex-military, and when I think of things in that way, because a lot of movement in our government is that way, it's a military type of movement, that they would invest that type of money in the long run only because the long run, and ignore the short run, because the long run is where the money is. So if we are able to get the patents for these various mother's breaths and sacred plants, we can then demonize it for those that are doing traditional ceremonies and infiltrate them in a way, right? Because I'm thinking now in just social justice, how many organizations were toppled over, and it's used, that same tactic is used in every system, the medical system, the social system, the educational system, the same tactic is used. And so when you had just mentioned that, they're investing this money into the development of psilocybin mushrooms, and they could be putting it in those different programs and incarcerated people and things of that nature, because it's a numbers game. It's a total numbers game. It blew my mind. I already knew how the COVID was going to go, and it blew my mind how quickly the stages of it went. When in general, when we've had movements, I'm talking military, it's a little bit longer. Now we've moved up. Movements are in shorter time frames than they were many times before. But I just wanted to tag into that, because as soon as you said it like that, I was just like, oh, that's just a military move. That's every movement that's made like that. It's so repetitive. I can't understand how people have not really gotten that. It's a repetitive thing. Rothschild, in one of his books that I read, someone had asked him in an interview, like, how did you maintain your money, and how did your family never suffer, and you continue to be these world bankers? And one of the things that was very interesting that he said, because we created, not only did we put money on both sides, but in any time the society is in a situation and they need to boister things, we create worlds. There's three things: we create famine, we create diseases, and we create wars. That's what we do, as Rothschild says. And when we do, we then put the finances. He doesn't care who wins, he said in the book. He puts his money on everyone because then he wins on every platform. That was just my little thing. I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent.
No, that's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, it makes me think too that along with making those things, I forget what you said, but war and starvation. I mean, it's making scarcity, and one of the ways that patents create value for the owners is by creating this scarcity, because it means that only one person or one company is able to sell something, and so the price of that thing then goes up because others can't also offer it.
Supply and demand.
Yeah, supply and demand. I mean, trying to think here of some other kind of ways that it acts as an exclusion. One thing it does is it excludes sort of non-Western, I guess, ways of knowing. So, this is kind of a form of maybe epistemic injustice, in the sense that, like, patents, because of the way they're supported and because of the thing that they're directed to, it's about proof through the scientific method of hypothesis testing and gathering data, and it's also supporting this idea of kind of Western individualism. A patent goes to a single, usually individual inventor, maybe a couple of inventors, and it's kind of based on this very Western idea of this kind of lone genius inventor. The myth of this like romantic aristocrat, this like gentleman at his workbench. And even though I think in the psychedelics space in particular, and with plant medicines, there's a long history of centuries, millennia of, indigenous traditions and community wisdom and traditional knowledge. And so these are very much devalued by the patent system and really not rewarded by them. And so, it's also, devaluing these, these ways of sort of knowing and of creating knowledge, and really only finding ways to sort of replicate the same ones that the, I guess, Western or capitalist system does, in ways that maybe make it hard to challenge because of the way that it channels value and channels reward to those same ways of kind of being and knowing.
Graham, I have a question for you on patent, if I may.
Please. Yeah, please.
So I deal with patents, like I said, and on our clothing line, I've found out that when you have patents and even some trademarks, if you don't put something on there that the person can't infringe upon, you pretty much can't do anything. So let's say, for instance, my clothing line, if I didn't say I wanted, I got the patent on this design on hoodie, for instance, and someone else did that hoodie with our emblem, because what my brother did, it was very creative. If anybody's in the fishing community, the word the gaff, is that what we use when we go fishing? Well, we actually created a clothing line behind that and trademarked it and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So, but what we did when we got a kickback one time, we had to redo something, and it was saying because we didn't cover that one item, that someone can still use that name. It couldn't use the way it was branded, the way we wrote the gap on it, but we didn't have no rights to it. Is there a workaround behind that, or how do we cover something that you could say anything that it might be a bike cover, it might be a steering wheel cover, and et cetera, et cetera. How do we protect ourselves, not just in my industry, but in any other industry, for those things that we know our government has created laws for themselves? When they realize they're doing some illegal stuff, they'll create the law, rewrite the law, or make it a color of law to go ahead and make sure they know the workaround. But as individuals, we don't figure it out until it's too late, of course. So what is your take on it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because that, like, question about what it takes to work around or design around a patent is I think seen very differently from the perspective of the inventors or the patent owners and the rest of the people who might want to find a way not to infringe the patent. And as a patent lawyer, one of the things I'm generally advising clients all the time is from one perspective or the other of that question. And as somebody who's applying for a patent, you want to make sure or try to get coverage that's as broad as possible. But you can see questions where, if you're really getting very broad coverage, where does that become kind of unfair or unjust to others? Because it's maybe something that you didn't really invent, or it's kind of jumping ahead to covering future inventions and maybe making it harder for others to, do kind of follow-on invention beyond the work you're doing. And so, that can be a concern, I guess, for a patent owner, because you don't want to invent something and then somebody just makes like a minor modification to it and, is able to learn from what you disclose in a patent and, but not infringe the patent and just kind of copy your invention. But there's also a concern that, you don't want people to be able to just patent things that are so broad, it like stops a whole like area from developing it, like there's another patent in the psychedelic space, like maybe 2 years ago was granted, that covers psychedelics for allergies. And it's, very broad, covering all kinds of allergies and covering all kinds of psychedelics. Even though there's like, I think some very public stories of like Andy Weil talking about how he lost his cat allergy after taking LSD. But also there's like no research on psychedelics really for allergies. And so having somebody's patent out there means, nobody's going to bother doing the research because, unless they own the patent, there's no reason that they would do something. And so, that might be an example of like a patent that's so broad, it actually kind of stops an area from developing. So if we're thinking about it from like a policy perspective, I guess we can think about, what is fair to the inventor? How do we make sure we give them what they, what they're entitled to? But we don't like block the area from developing. And like historically, from even a couple hundred years ago, really as long as there's been a patent system and as long as there's been patents granted, this has like created a lot of problems. And probably, I think I'm looking back through it, a lot of people would think that patents tend to be too strong. And oftentimes, when a patent is granted, it's like stops the research from happening in a field until the patent expires. Going all the way back from like when the first steam engine was invented by James Watt, he got some really strong patents on it. And he had only invented the steam engine just as a way of like getting water out of mines, like basically like making your buckets go around so you can, if a mine flooded, you could get the water out. But he filed patents that covered the use of steam engines on everything. So nobody else could really use steam engines or like innovate around them. And then like 20 years passed, and after his patent expired, then people realized, well, now I can use this steam engine technology. I can make like a steam locomotive. I can make a car. I can make a boat. I can do all these other things. And that like has happened like many, many times throughout history. There's all sorts of examples where like these really strong patents somebody gets, if they're really broad, they actually like stop innovation in a space from happening. So you can imagine, like, for instance, maybe in the psychedelic space, if somebody gets really broad patents on the use of different psychedelics.
I like the box there because I don't like to focus on people's faces. I find it makes me self-conscious.
No, but we're not muted. Here.
No, but you have your hand up, so I can
Yeah.
take a question from you.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's a question or just I wanted to make a comment, but I have I'm an inventor.
I've seen many of your patents. I'm actually curious kind of what your take on. Obviously, I think you've probably done well by having filed a number of patents. I don't know that I
120. I have 120 granted patents to my name.
120 granted patents. Well, you have even more than I would have expected.
Yeah. And and now what I'm working on is a platform that helps people make their own invention by using a side of science that hasn't been explored as yet. It's called silent metabolism, and it's the way plants react with synthetic molecules. This could allow people to potentially grow birth control, in their garden vegetables, grow anabolic steroids in their garden vegetables, grow psychedelics in their garden vegetables, grow. Wow. We have a very broad experimental matrix, but it's so broad that we built the platform for people to onboard and do the research themselves. We can't do all of it on our own. So we're trying to kind of build a community, and we've weaved intellectual property securement as part of the process. You create a technology, you make a discovery, and we've got a template that now I've worked for companies that had patent templates that they would fire at the USPTO when at the end of the Human Genome Project. Compugen was elucidating genes in the human genome and then connecting them to the text from the articles that the descriptions in the articles that describe the experiments that brought those sequences to NCBI, right? And they could distill the function of the genes from the text, right? From the underlying text. And so they could patent gene after gene after gene. And it was like in 2004, I think, they were doing it at such a pace that the USPTO actually asked them to slow down.
Well,
they were overwhelmed.
Yeah, how many were they filing? How many were they filing?
Maybe 2 or 3 a day.
Wow.
Yeah. Because it was mostly automated. There wasn't that. There were algorithms putting the human genome together, right? And you get a gene, and then you run a search. You put the keywords together. You run some kind of AI or neural net or statistical network. You get like kind of an indication of what it's for through keywords. You run it by 2 experts and 1 lawyer through a patent template, and you can get 2 or 3 documents a day that way.
Can I jump in for just a sec?
Yeah, Rick, please.
So earlier, someone mentioned something about one of the Rothschilds. They didn't say which one, saying something about controlling famines and wars. I looked it up. I couldn't find that. So not only did he not say that, but there's no evidence whatsoever that they controlled any famines or wars at all. They're wealthy Jewish family. A lot of conspiracy shit has been spread about them over the years. But that's how like more anti-Semitism and those type of tropes and shit spreads, and it's tinfoil bullshit, and we stop saying that.
Well, listen, Rick, I'm Jewish, right? And I think
Same here. I got my menorah right on the mantle.
I think that, and the Rothschilds admit that they sold to the British and the French. They sold money to both sides of that war, right?
Yeah, but I don't see, like, there's a lot of rich fucks that have been causing a lot of misery over the course of the time. They seem to be focused on a bit more than other rich people because they're Jewish, and we just shouldn't be spreading tinfoil bullshit. That's
it's good that you called bullshit on that. And the Rothschilds do take a lot of shit for things they didn't do, but they're not exactly,
well, what rich person is squeaky clean? Come on, man.
What was that?
I said, never mind.
What's that?
I said there's not, like, wealthy people, there's not very many wealthy people that are squeaky clean at all.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, if you got $1 billion, you probably profited off of suffering at some point to get it. And you're probably doing some shady shit to hide it from, like, taxes.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's actually easier to profit from prosperity than it is from suffering. Just mathematically, if you are in a system that creates growth from growth, then it's easier to whip that up into something big than something that creates growth from exploitation, growth from diminution, right? That's just mathematically.
When you start, like, these people have been blamed for, like, every war, every assassination, it's just like, come on. It's just
the real.
It's happened really quick. First of all, that was me who said that, and that's not what I said. I said there was a book that the Rothschild was interviewed with that said how they made their money during the war. That was the first aspect.
No, you said that we control the famine and we control the wars. That's what you said. That a Rothschild said we control famine, we control war.
That the military does that as how the economy makes money. Now, the book that I was referring to, I'll put it in the chat. I have to go to my book case to tell you the book that I was actually reading from, that interview was part of. So, and this third thing is, I think it was there could have been a better way that you expressed yourself just now, because at no time did I ever say that it was Jewish, or did I say anything that had to do with Jewish in general. I just mentioned a name.
Yeah, so that I just mentioned that's how more anti-Semitic tropes get spread.
Right, but that was not, you're putting something on me that I didn't say. You're suggesting that, and to put that out there like that, you're making a suggestion and not holding space and asking at least what my thoughts were and where I got that information. You came in very hot, my friend, very, very hot. And it was very on the edge of, if I can even say this with as much love as I can, it was totally disrespectful because you did not know what spirit I was coming from. You could have kindly, lovingly, compassionately corrected me and shown me where you got the information from so that I could ascend to that knowledge and correct myself. But what you did was, you created a schism between you and I and maybe some other people on this line or on this chat that made it seem like that I was going after this particular name because they were Jewish. And I
didn't-
think that was
No, okay, so say
Thank
you're
you.
not aware of it, which is why I said, please.
Hi there. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, it's Alicia. I'm just going to jump in here. And sorry, Rick, I know I muted you there. I just wanted to take a moment. First of all, just to thank Gianita. Thank you for, bringing yourself, your vulnerability and how you felt in that interaction. And thank you, Rick, for your participation. And I think this is a moment actually for us to just take a breath and reflect on the reason why we're all here, which is to talk about issues related to equity in the psychedelic movement. And I know a few weeks ago, or maybe a few months ago now, Leo had a session around conflict. And when we, I think, it's so important, we didn't set out group agreements at the beginning, but I think it is common for us to, have differences of perspectives and to disagree with each other. And also thinking about, just thinking about those broader issues of power and how we may be, marginalizing each other when we put forward our perspectives, and also just recognizing sometimes when just when the onus falls on people who have experienced exclusion, how the onus is on them to kind of bring their issue forward and sort of educate everybody else. And I just recognize this is a little bit about what was happening. I know it wasn't intentional, Rick, some of the comments that you brought forward, and I know we're all here with a view to focusing on equity in light of psychedelics, and just really wanting to hear you, Gianita, and thank you for bringing your issue to the forefront. And it certainly isn't your responsibility, and I know I really appreciate it. So with that, I'm just going to invite us all maybe just to take a breath, and then I will turn it back to, and also holding us all here together. We're figuring these things out. And I think it's really important we think about, continue to think about what our message is and how we get it across, and be open to being reflexive and, making mistakes. And I know I want to talk about a little bit more about that later on, because I think it's a really important part of our work. We're not going for perfection here. And those of us who were here when Aki was talking about the ways that white supremacy and colonialism shows up in our spaces, well, one of those ways is perfectionism, and so and also the sense of urgency, our sense to rush and kind of not sit in our mistakes. And so I just want to take a moment, let's just take a breath together, maybe just breathing in, and letting it out. You're just feeling our heart center and just feeling it open, letting that feedback in, so we can be okay, so we can listen to where we might need to shift. And I'm just going to invite Graham to sort of wrap it up, and if you want to say a final word, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kim to lead us and to moderate the next session. So Graham, why don't you take a second, and then I'll and before you do that, I just want to thank you so much for holding the space for us and for talking to us about patents, and even at the beginning talking about yourself as a white person coming into the space and your own insecurity around it. I think sharing your own vulnerability was quite appropriate. So I'll leave it to you to say anything else, and then we'll turn over to Kim.
Well, thank you, Alicia, and thank you for closing us like that. I think that was helpful, and something I had a hard time bringing myself to do. So I really appreciate it, and feel like I could learn from your way of gracefully sort of taking us from what was a very hot moment to this is something I'm happy to have learned from you, and happy to have learned from everybody here from your questions. And thank you for your attention, and thank you for giving me the space to share a little bit about patents, which may have seemed like not necessarily the best thing to fit into a day like today, but I hope it did in a little way, and appreciate being able to speak with you all. And thanks for inviting me to participate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Graham. Thanks for joining us, and feel free to stay on, or if you like, and to come in and out anytime in the next 24 hours. And with that, I want to welcome Kim, who's joined our space. I know you came a little while ago, and we're here a little bit this morning. It's wonderful to see you. So please, Kim, feel free to introduce yourself if you like, and just take it away for the next hour.
Can you sit in front of the camera for a while?
Yeah.
Be the face.
Yeah.
Um, Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Haxton. I am Potawatomi. I'm from a place called Wasauksing. And, you know, it's funny when people say, what do you do for a living? And I'm like, whatever's necessary and no more, because there's a lot to do. I'm a storyteller. And so I'm going to weave in participation, and I want you to, we're going to weave into conversation because there's a lot here, and there's a lot of people here that have knowledge and stuff that I don't know about. So it's really good that we can share it together. But I was thinking about, you know, in that, you know, with jumping from, I'm like, the hell do I go from patent stuff to, you know, diversity, what hasn't been said? And I'm like, whatever, you can repeat whatever, you know, there's always new people showing up. So I was thinking about how I had a ceremony one time, and I'd had kind of been in a spiritual train wreck with my teacher, and the lesson was about judgment, right? And the medicine took me like a rocket ship out to the center of the universe, and I experienced infinity, which my little brain box was just like, melting, not fun. And then back to the earth and seeing, like, I live in Vancouver, BC, seeing somebody in the downtown east side, seeing this sister, sex trade worker, friend of mine, and being like, she's okay, then back out to the universe. And then back in, and it talked about governments. It showed me about government systems. It showed me about war. It actually showed me places that I was in the near distant future that I would be heading into, right? That I didn't know at the time. I was just seeing, you know, places around the world that I actually ended up going into, and shooting back out and shooting back in. And you know, it's funny when we talk about patents, you know, I part of me is like, you know, the big part of me is like, fuck your patents, you know, and I say that with pure joy, right? Because I'm just like, it is so arrogant, you know, and on levels of this. And also, we also live in a time where there's a system that people have to do that. You know, I remember there was a thing, I think somewhere, was it in Peru? I don't know. So this is where I might be lying, and somebody probably has the information, so just bear with me. An imaginary place in the Southern Hemisphere, in the Americas. And a patent company came in to sort of patent indigenous medicine. They went in to learn from the indigenous people, and then they were trying to patent it. And I believe eventually it got thrown out of court, which was like amazing, but it was so gross and disgusting that there was even a thought that people could do that. So from there, please take a breath with me. I'm going to start with, and you can fill up the with one word into the chat. You know, my question is, who are you? You can give me your biggest, most humble brag. Who are you? Right? One word. Who are you? Beautiful. The universe. Yes. Yes. Channel. Yes. Right? Who are you? I ask again. So keep on populating the chat with who are you? Right? Who are you? You know, I'm part of my ancestors, right? I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I'm everything. Who are you?
Yeah.
Right? Beautiful. Thank you, Alicia. Who are you? I'm just going to keep on going because I want to see more. Who are you? Yeah. Who are you? Beautiful. My next question is, where are you from? One word. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? And I suppose that changes depending on the time of day and what's happening, and if you had your orange juice in the morning or whatever that is for you, right? Where are you from? Beautiful. Here, right? Here, and I was pointing to my to my heart. I'm from here. Sometimes I'm from here. Doesn't do me any good when I'm from here, right? So as I start from that place of who are you and where are you from, you know, and the vast breadth of what that looks like, I want to invite everybody here that is, you are all welcome. I want to welcome all the beautiful human beings and all the shapes and the forms that we are. I want to welcome all of you that come from different cultures and different nations. I want to welcome all of your unseen ancestors that are also present. You know, remember my grandma saying that to me. She's like, I'm always with you. And I'm like, there's sometimes, Grandma, I don't want you to be with me. You know, it's not appropriate. But, you know, I always hear her saying that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I hear you. And when I get the gonk in the head, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, you're here. Right. And so I also say with this, I'm like, I want to welcome all how we show up and how you've shown up in all the ways that it is, whether it's limitless or limited, you know, and it's the right way. There's no right way to be a human. And I often am confounded by that, and confounded by that when I'm working within a system of hierarchy, of patriarchy, in a system that is a hoarding system, you know, and in a system where there's so much inequality, right? In a system which challenges are just right to be. And I know from my path with medicines, and I feel lucky that I've been for, I always hate saying something like, ooh, it's 31 years, you know, I've been training and I've been learning from elders, and I've been, you know, on that path. Thank goodness they saw me and were like, get over here, you know, get. And I'm just like, I'm busy right now. You know, that stuff's woo woo. I don't need that stuff. And then, you know, snorted some medicine and was like, holy shift, right? My friend Joe Lukey from Haiti, from Port-au-Prince, he says, that's his word. He's a priest, and he says, Kim, it's the holy shift time, you know? And I don't think he still runs his blog, but I think it's really important because it is the holy shift. And that shift looks so different for so many people. If for those of you who didn't hear, I'm in the plant path, I do facilitation work, and recently I've been stepping into the psychedelic world. You know, it's not my world because I work primarily in indigenous communities. And as I step in to be like, so what's the psychedelic world? I know psychonauts, there's a lot of psychonauts. I've seen them buzzing around, you know, and what is this stuff about? Because obviously I come from a bias of a plant world and a ceremonial world and an apprenticeship and a lineage world, right? You know, that's the training I have and that I step forward with. And as I've been asked to step in and do diversity work and, you know, with MAPS or other big organizations, and I'm like, are we still here? Like, you know, my teacher would always say to me, Kim, you have a question, do more medicine. And I'm like, these people haven't done enough medicine, you know, and I say that in a way of like that right? That place of like understanding or overstanding, or that place of humility, that place of that responsibility and reciprocity, you know? And so how do we, like everyone is welcome, you know, how do we do that? Even when the people, I was just doing ceremonies in a place with this guy who was white guy, he was about 70, and he's like, Kim, you know, indigenous people. And I'm like, Brian, sweetheart, I don't want to hear your opinions. Like, thank you. But I've heard enough white men's opinions, and it just, he's like, oh, okay. It was beautiful. It was innocently beautiful, actually, you know, and I was like, okay, Brian, we're going to start with, you know, we're going to start with some lessons here, but not in the way that you think it is. I'm going to give you a reading list. You got to do the work. Google is here, right? You know, that those sort of things, it's not inexcusable. It's just in a time where it's different, you know? I think, how do we hold the paradox, right? Not only in the time and the place we're in, you know, we talk about decolonization, and I hear people react to it, get triggered, and they're like, you can't go back to the way you were before. And I'm like, well, it's limited mind. We're not talking about that kind of shit. We're talking about, you know, that place in which we're looking at 500 years into the future of our ancestors, our future ancestors, our ancestors from 500 years before us that have helped us to be in this place, whatever that place is. Our job is like, we got this little puzzle, you know, I don't know about you, but I love games. And I feel like our healing is like a puzzle. It's tricky, you know, there's definitely a labyrinth of healing, you know, but it's there for us. You know, not everybody has equal access to that. And I think that's a huge one when you throw in capitalism, you know, and we know that we access different medicines. Like, I'm like, heck yeah, like Dr. Z, nice to see you, brother. You know, I'm like, I love what you're doing. Like, it's like, you know, I talked about you when I was in Belize this winter, you know, in ceremony. And I'm just like, yeah. And then there's Dr. Z. I'm like, you know, he's a beautiful brother and doing things in his own way. And he's going to affect people in whatever that means. And so I hold that place when I speak, because I think it's really important. It's like, we talk about diversity and equity and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm like, excuse me, anti-swear, but I'm like, quit you being a fucking asshole. That's all it is. Like, just show up, you know, just show up and just show up, you know. And I look at the news when I see, or I don't look at the news, I just see the news coming in. I've decided that, you know, I always get informed anyways, because everybody's talking about it. And, you know, I think of, you know, the United States of America, and I'm just like, you know, there's a place in which, you know, that's some interesting karma if you want to look at it from a spiritual perspective, you know, how it's built and how it was built and how it continues to sort of create, you know, like, I'm just like, who are those bozos, you know, that are leading the country? How did that happen, you know? And I smile because I'm just like, oh yeah, of course they're injured. They haven't done their work, you know, and I have a bit of compassion, you know, and I think of the story where I saw this Tibetan monk, this old guy, and he was up giving a lecture, and he was talking about compassion, and he said, and I love this, he said, there's nothing wrong with breaking somebody's nose as long as you do it compassionately. And I was like, hell yeah, that was beautiful, right? You know, because sometimes we got to do things like that, you know? And I think of, you know, the medicine, I'm like, when's the medicine going to be compassionate with me? You know, it's like a bit of a roller coaster. Sometimes it's so beautiful and aesthetic. And sometimes, you know, it takes us into those deep places, which is like, whoa. But I also know, you know, what's out there right now, we're still coming from a model, which is based on, you know, a capitalist model, right? We talked about, I think Dr. Z and I talked about one late night, we talked about Maimonides, a 4th century Hebrew scholar, who talks about, I don't know if it's 7 or 8 levels of generosity. It doesn't matter. You can figure that stuff out, details, right? And they talked about, you know, the one level where the giver gives and the receiver's like, thank you so much. And the giver's like, here, gives belligerently. And it's kind of like a spectrum where the receiver over on this end receives without knowing where it comes from, and the giver gives with just as a gift, you know. And I started thinking about our society, and most of our society is based on the, you know, the control, obey. You know, we look at religions, we look at all our financial systems. It's on, you know, you can have this if you do this. If you in a university, you can have this grant if you do this, and you can have this research if you do this. And I'm just like, they're missing the point, you know, when I think of the possibility, as we all know, the possibility of medicines. And I think of the gift, and most of the things where I've seen it are in indigenous communities or in communities where people don't have a lot of money, you know, where people are truly generous, you know, and take care of each other. And I look at that, I think of, like, I'm here in the West Coast, and I'm living in a place where the potlatch system exists, and it's not about how much you hoard, it's about how much you take care of your community. You know, normally we have a price tag right now, and the reality, because we have to pay rent, we have to do all these things. And I think, you know, how do we actually do this in a way that is, you know, in a place of justness? I don't know if that's the right thing, but, you know, I look at the metrics, and in Canada, Indigenous people, we're 4%, maybe 5% now of the population, and we represent up to 80% of the people in prisons in some of the provinces, and we have 57 to 90% of kids that are in foster care, you know, and the metrics of that don't work out. And I know it's different, you know, when you cross the border. And I look at these places where I'm just like, well, what does this mean? You know, what does it really mean? And so I'm going to open it up in a minute. But I think about, you know, when we talk about diversity and access, you know, for all genders, for all of the beautiful humans that we are, and we get really uptight, you know, well, they can't access this, or we know, you know, I think with the 5-MeO DMT, I'm seeing people charge astronomical, I think it's astronomical rates, because I'm looking at how much it actually costs, you know, from the lab. And I'm like, that's some bullshit, you know. And people are like, well, Kim, I have 20 years experience, or I've done 1,000 ceremonies. And I'm like, that's just a breath. Like, why are you doing this? You know, but you know, there's a thing about our mindset. So back to the decolonization, you know, I loved what that sister, I heard that sister earlier, you know, she had some really cool things that she said that I was like, heck yeah, you know, self-awareness is important. You know, those places in which we get stuck or cramped up into places of like, you know, how do we live as a generous spirit? How do we live in a place of like humility, which is a hard one, you know, like I'm always eating humble pie. I just got to say that. I'm the first to admit that, you know, where it's just like, oh shit, that went sideways, or ooh, I said that, and that's ooh, you know, and I can think of 1,000 different things of stories, even in the not 1,000, but this week alone, you know, of things that I said where I was like, oh, that's wait, ugh, oops, you know. So I think of my elders who are like, Kim, we're, you know, I think of my one of my elder friends, Della. She's like in the Longhouse community here, and she's like, she's the real thing, and she says, Kim, they're just children and they're just playing, aren't they funny? You know, and I'm like, not really, but then I hear the wisdom of her, like having the passion to love, right? You know, I heard that topic come up today about, you know, how do we love? You know, and as we're unwinding these things within us, like how can we hold the capacity for, you know, we're always going to have differences. You know, I work in a lot of conflict places of, you know, within families and communities, but understanding, when we start understanding the effects of all of that, you know, and I love the medicines for that. So it's interesting because I think, you know, with the diversity and inclusivity is like, you know, we can have the best darn intentions, but our impact, you know, is always something to be, you know, as it is, right? You know, like I think people are always telling me that I'm scary, you know, I look like Medusa, and it's mostly white people that tell me that. I'm like, well, good. I'm glad you think that, you know, and I also am like, is that are they giving me a compliment, or should I be, you know, should I be like, oh, you know, Medusa's not my culture, you know, but I also am like, man, she's a badass bitch, so I think I like her, you know. And so when I say that, I think about how are we together? You know, we just saw a little bit of a flare up of a misunderstanding, you know, and I saw somebody write about, said something about, you know, we just need to be heard. We don't even know how to listen. And when I think about listening, I think of some of the indigenous communities in remote places I've been in where they're like, can't you hear the music that they're singing, the plants? Can't you hear the plants harmonizing, Kim? And I'm like, cleaning out my ears. No, I can't, you know, and I'm like, God, I've got the itty bitty shitty committee in my head and I can't even hear my own thoughts, let alone other people, you know, it's the radio waves, right? Again, like we're inundated with, you know, so much happening of like the against me radio where there's like climate change, war, you know, how am I going to pay my rent next week? Like all the different things that are happening, let alone our interpersonal relationships, you know, it's a lot. And so I say this in a place of, you know, how do we invite people in, and how do we also learn to stay in our own lane, right? You know, I often ask people like, just if you do any work with me, you often hear me saying in groups, just stay in your lane. You know, that's my polite way of, you know, asking people to like, just don't worry about other people, just watch yourself. I often ask this, and the gift I give is like, I don't know, I come from a place where we do hunting. And one of the things, metaphors I use around hunting is being able to, when you're tracking, you know, and we need to be starting to track ourselves, our domesticated self, not the wild part of ourselves, the domesticated self, and watching that animal and how that animal moves and how it, you know, lives and works. So it's funny because I could get into the diversity and equity stuff and I'm like, yeah. Boundary work. Exactly, Julian. You know, I'd love you to bring your voice in. I heard you before. So like, I'm opening this up for, besides me ranting, I'm like, these are the anti-rants, right? Auntie rants, I mean, not anti. They could be a bit of both, but yeah. And Alicia, like, you're such a good ally. Because I loved how you wrapped everything up and gave reflection, right? You know, I often, yeah. And how do we do it in those moments? Anyone got a voice out there? Talk to me, please.
Hi, my name is Aya. One of the things that came up for me from listening to you was, staying in your own lane is, I think, hard in the way we're indoctrinated, educated in this culture, because we are taught to know and that we're good if we know. And we forget that humility is about forgetting what you think you know, so you can be in an experience to what is right now. And ultimately, whether that is psychedelics or medicine, because I too see the two as different.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the biggest common gifts that they have for us as modern Western people, is to build a lived relationship to right now. Because when you're in that, to actually be in a relationship to it, you have to let your cup be empty so that you can be in the experience of it. And it's really easy to lose that and jump back into ego and what you think you know. And now you're just tripping on your model. And maybe your model's accurate, but maybe it's not. And in this conversation, I think very few people recognize how actually inaccurate their model is, because a relatively small group of people, and not simply Jews, but some of them were Jews, some of them were also just pale Europeans who were very wealthy coming out of the end of the 19th century, socially engineered both America and Europe so that we live life now that isn't anything like anybody's traditional cultural lifestyles. And because people get so believing what they think they know and they've attached their identity to it, even in the face of court solid evidence, I've had the most challenging time for people to accept that, oh, maybe everything I was taught in school or as common knowledge on the internet or Wikipedia isn't accurate, because I'm being presented information that is earlier than that I have no reason to know why it would be biased in ways that I don't understand, and indicates that the reality is different than what I've been taught. And so with that, I'm like, okay, well, it's not my job to convince people of real truth, but I heard a saying recently that I thought was so cool. You can take a man to knowledge, but you can't make him think.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think thank you so much. I think there's a thing around, I remember one time, another time, ceremonies where I was sitting there under the stars and I started laughing because I was like, oh my God, all of my stories, and so many stories. And I laughed about my stories and like, wah, 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 and it's lived experience and some tough shit. But, it made me laugh to be like, wow, the places in which we become defended, or the problem. I love one of my teachers. She says, the problem with truth is everybody has their own, right? And she says, Kim, we need to learn to be with ourselves, letting other people be with themselves, letting go of the issues that bind us, and I'm aware of how do we build our communities, right? How do we, we're not alone, and I see that within a lot of places in the world, there are a lot of different cultures where it's about family, right? It's about our communities. It's about that responsibility to our families, and to our extended families or our spiritual families, and what does that look like? And, there's a lot of, you see the place, you can sort of feel, oops, sorry, I just lost everybody. You can feel the places in which, we're not in alignment with that, right? where does he go, right? Which is kind of a jokey thing. Sometimes I'm just like, holy smokes, did you just say that out loud? That's and it's I'm coming to an age where I'm laughing at it, a lot, because I'm just like, wow, we are funny, these humans. We really are. Anybody else have a thought, a random thought?
Yasmin might, if you call on Yasmin, she might share.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. You're on mute.
Okay. Hi. I just joined, so I didn't catch the topic of right now, but I just saw Leo wrote in the chat that I would be a good person to share something or speak about. So could you let me know what the topic is? Sorry, I just joined the meeting.
Well, we're talking about ethity. I don't even know what we're talking about. There you go. Diversity, equity, and we're talking about, we're talking about all the things. There we go. Because the whole theme that through this thing is around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we're also talking about, the place in which we use medicine and the limitations. Maybe around that, the capitalist part of it and the cultural parts of it, So you can drop in anywhere you want, and that's all you need to do. So how about whatever's on your heart?
Okay. It's funny. I just found one of the poems that I wrote one of the first times I went to the hospital, and the first line of it says, an epic battle from the start, being a soul with a big heart. She was born free, but never knew equality. That to me really is my story. Like, even though I was born free, I never really felt equal. And in my experiences, there's a lot of, diversity is good, but I don't think people are actually embracing it the way that we really could. Sometimes we already have our stereotypes and our thoughts about how people are before we even meet them. And I know for me personally, with my experience, whether it was in the work field or, trying to get out of the lifestyle that I was in, it was very hard because I wasn't treated equal, and I always kind of felt less than, as many people of color do, because there is, if we're being honest, the supremacy that we do have and the privilege. So it's a tough thing to navigate. It's a challenge, but I'm really all for, like, we really need to come together and unite to rebuild our communities. I recently started working with the Lived Experience Coalition because I've experienced homelessness before. And one of the things that I was writing about was the misconceptions about people who have ended up on the street. I think we often judge people too harshly and not have any compassion and empathy for their story behind it. Because the things that I've experienced, we all have trauma, right? I'm not negating that. But for me personally, as a Black woman in America, I felt like I've experienced a lot of racial discrimination, not equity, even being in the hospital, like how the young white lady would get a bottle of water and they just bring me a cup and I say, well, can I have a bottle of water too? Just like little things like that. And you notice them and you try not to let them bother you, but at a certain point in time, it does. And the only thing I can do right now is just speak about it, and in the hopes of creating change. Like, when you're creating change, you're creating waves, you're almost like a troublemaker or something. But if we didn't speak up back in the past, we wouldn't be where we are today, not only as people of color, but like specifically as women too, because women are very powerful. We go through a lot, and I feel like we're often silenced and, told to be meek and not speak up and everything. And it's hard when you're a person who wants to speak the truth. You may not be the most loved person, and that's okay. But I feel like it's inspirational to see certain women and communities try to come together to try to create some type of, unity and community and change for the future, because we can't sustain the way that we are now. You said humans are funny. I think it's so funny because I almost feel like there's like a double standard all the time where you're expected to behave a certain way, but then if that person behaves a way that you're not okay with, you absorbing and reflecting that. And so I've really been trying hard. I know we have all these great slogans for different organizations that I worked with, like World We, like coming together to create a world where no one's bought, sold, or exploited, but that's kind of like the world we live in. So I'm trying to, in my mind, picture what does that look like? And that's tough, you know, it's tough, but I think equity, if we're just being real, there's not really much of that, you know, and even with me personally, like I have to have advocates to advocate for me that are white women, or, you know, to get my point across sometimes, because I'm already deemed as a person who, personally with this whole situation, they try to make it seem like I was combative and aggressive and stuff like that. And that's not who I am by nature. Like I really want, I really want, you know, peace among people. But when we talk about peace on earth and we look at our history, when has there really been peace with humanity?
It's true.
So
thank you.
I definitely, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. Like you're speaking so much truth to people's experience. And I also, you know, I often think about, you know, how do we speak from power and not from deficit? And I'm going to bring people in a second, but I just want to speak to this because I think about, you know, your soul, my soul, like, what are we here to do? Right. And what are we learning? Like, this is the earth suit that I got and you got, you know, and I'm just like, are you serious? Are you talking to me like this? Like, this is some bullshit, right? And, you know, and all the different things and things, whatever that happen. But I think there's a level of like your learning and the teachings, the actual teachings and the school that you've gone to, right?
Yeah.
Is your power, is your PhD in which you are coming into it now, you know, in the next 20 years of your life, really, of like being able to speak in such clear, precise places because you know, right? You know, and there's something about that. And I think of, but I just want to say this one, and then I'm going to bring in the people that have put up their hands, is that we live in a place where there's polarity. And I think that's just a spiritual thing, you know, where there's, you know, I think of life and death and, you know, darkness and lightness, you know, and all of the things, equity, like that. Why are some people starving? Why are some people in war? Why does, you know, why is it, you know, a friend of mine, I think she's been raped 3 times in her life. How's that could happen to one person? You know, I think of, you know, a woman I worked with who was, you know, raped and held sexual prisoner for months as her children were chopped up in front of her. You know, I think of like, how is it possible, you know? And so, but I know that it exists and there's lessons, you know, I know that we can come through these, and there's something about that power of authentic power that it exists. Alicia and then Julian.
Yes, thank you so much, Kim, and thank you, Yasmin. I guess I'm just sort of broadly reflecting on our, you know, on our models and our approach to, you know, confronting colonization and just the call for, I think, for settlers and for white people to participate in this conversation around colonization and around systemic racism as well. And something I just think it's really important. I hear in a lot of spaces that there's this deference. I think a deference that settlers have to defer to Indigenous people to talk about colonization and the answer to decolonization. And same with racism. I hear a lot of white people deferring as well. I just want to say that I think in these models and going forward, or in my own model, I think it's so important to talk about the issues, to talk about issues of inequity that I think are everyone's problem. When I talk about issues related to colonization and to racism, it's my problem. also because I'm living in this world. And I think that, being open to feedback, being open to making mistakes, being open to valuing the need to correct ourselves, to course correct. I think that's a really important part of the journey. And I just wanted to put that out there as in part of this conversation. In the area that I work in healthcare, and I see a lot of this diversion working with, I work in the area of addressing Indigenous specific racism in health and healthcare, and see a lot of leaders and decision makers who are not Indigenous, who are settlers, many of whom are white, who want to make a difference and want to, I believe, I hope that many of them do want to make a difference, but just don't often see anyone who isn't Indigenous talk about issues related to colonization. So I just wanted to say that I think it's important to participate in the conversation and to take a stab at it, and not let the fear of making a mistake prevent people who don't identify as having lived experience with the injustice that we're talking about, to not prevent us from stepping into the conversation. And it just also thinking about, I always think about as a queer person, as a gay person, I think about gay marriage that we have here in Canada. It's been legal for some time. And, it's not just gay people who made this decision on their own, right? You kind of need everybody. You need people to be able to speak up and to participate in the conversation. And I just really believe strongly that being able to step into the conversation and to realize these issues of inequity are important for all of us to talk about. So I just wanted to share that, and was just thinking about revising, stepping into conversations and always being open to revising our own models for the conversation, and how we try to disrupt the status quo.
Thank you, Alicia. Julian?
Thank you so much for facilitating this discussion and the really excellent perspectives and wisdom you had to share. I think that, like, in regards to psychedelics, decolonization, and like models, and this word models or stories, right? Like, in many ways, like, we are like living, breathing stories, and there's so much magic in our storytelling power, and there's so much magic in language, and one of the first things that happened during colonization, at least speaking from the perspective that comes from, like, slave people, is that when we were extracted from our homelands, we were like barred from speaking our original language, and we were forced to speak the language of the colonizer. And in learning to speak the language of the colonizer, it's like we were extracted from the stories we were already embedded in, and implanted into a new story that was generated by the colonizer. It's like we were placed in a space where it's like a colonizer sought to recreate themselves in the image of God as they understood God. And in that image, then they went to like name the world, like label the world, and we've internalized that story, and we're still existing and battling it out inside of like the colonizer's world story. So I feel like using these tools, these like these psycho-spiritual tools, these tools for transforming our consciousness, I think there's so much work to be done around not only shifting our narratives about ourselves and our narratives about our communities. There's also a lot of work to be done on the part of settlers for transforming their story about themselves and us. But I think that there's also like a visionary element to it too. It's like, what story we collectively want to like live in together? Like, what is the world that we want to see? Like, what does it look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? How do we start to transition our story from, being a colonized to our story in struggle, and then what comes after that struggle, and how do we like move in that direction, and how can we use our psycho-spiritual tools to help to shift our minds and consciousness in that direction, because I feel, just as a last point, I feel and I see so much backlash, around like social justice in like American political discourse, and a lot of that backlash is wrapped around this narrative of like freedom of speech, and this idea that like freedom of speech is what facilitates communicating truth, and that like to be so-called politically correct is to be like dishonest, and that like the truth is offensive and not what people wants to hear or whatever. And it's like, it's interesting to me how like truth isn't necessarily a matter of like objective truth. It's just what you already believe. Like, does this affirm what I already believe? Does this affirm the story I already told? And I think there's just like a lot of resistance to acknowledging that like we live in a culture, we live in a society that is built on a lot of stories that are total bullshit. So thank you.
It's I have to say this because I want to share this with you. And it's funny, even though there's a bunch of people who I don't know, I'm going to share a story with you. I was working over in South Kivu, and the head of the Catholic Church brought me in to be like, what are you doing here? You're not with a big NGO. And I'm like, I didn't tell them that I did a medicine experience, which ended up opening up doors for me to land there. And they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm teaching decolonization through an indigenous lens of, relationship to land, of dealing with trauma. And they're like, what does that mean? And I'm like, well, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'd already apologized that I would probably offend them with some of my ideas, And I said, well, in one worldview, there's a story about a man and a woman named Adam and Eve, right? And they're like, yes, true story, very formidable priests. And I'm like, I said, yeah. And they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. And they're like, yes, and I'm like, well, in another worldview, we never got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, And then I said this part that was really funny because I was like, oh, Kim, don't do that. But I'm like, oh, well, I'm a guest. I could do anything, right? And I said, I don't understand why you have a cultural teaching, that people can't use birth control when people are having babies and they're dying and they're not affording, they can't feed them, they can't, it's just heartbreak. And when God has given you plant medicines that are growing here, avocado, papaya seeds that are used in ways and for birth control, and they switched to Swahili and they were like, and then back to English, and they're like, you need to teach this. And I'm like, I have been, right? Because our relationship to power is the land, And I think about that, the stories, Julian, and I'm really glad that you said that, right? Like the how it pervades, like that everything's connected, and the connection that we have is actually a place of very much of disconnection that we're seeing in the fabric of our societies, of the conversations, and it's also connected, that's kind of the part of the paradox, which is like, how is that possible? And I think about that and I'm just like, man, it is so true. I think about Patricia McCabe saying, we need to submit to the sacred. What are your practices that we carry, that we are, whatever that looks like for you, whether you go to church or whether you, I don't know, go to the mosque or whatever it is, or you go sit in the garden, which I'm, I've got all my seeds. So I'm like, as soon as this is over, I'm running out there and slamming in some seeds into the ground so they can have some food and flowers later this year. And I think about, what is that place in which we have that relationship with the land that you stand on, and I think there's a place that's my biggest one, is like, can you hear the plants sing? I think of my friend Skyu Lewis, who's from the Silk Nation. And he said, Kim, the animals or the plants come to us in our dreams. And that's when we know to start working with them. Right. I remember him calling me, he goes, Bitterroot just started visiting me. I'm like, what? Bitterroot? And it's so like that concept is alive. And I think about even as transplants, what is your relationship with the land that you're on? So Alicia, when you talk about, the conversation around colonization, right? It is a real thing that people don't talk about. They're like, oh, that's over. But I'm like, it's a real, and I mean it from an embodied sense, because I think one of the things around using medicines or psychedelics, it's a very embodied place. I was lucky that my one teacher talks about, embodied knowledge of our senses, right? our medicines, I don't know about you, but I've had, even before I got into ceremony, right, tripping out with my friends as a teenager, right, and taking it and being like, this is so cool, and having those moments, extraordinary moments, that are really actually more ordinary moments, but that we have these senses, that we have this ability to connect and listen to the plants or each other, and in different ways of, and when I say that, for those who are wondering what I'm talking about, in clairvoyance, clairsentient, clairaudient, and all of those sort of things that Western science has called that, or those ways of knowing, that are inherent to all human beings, and we all have different gifts. And I think, what stops us from that are the stories, right? Are the healing we need to do, are the narrow-minded opinions that we have about our others, the places of worthiness, right? I know that for me, it's like having to, within a world of having comparison. I love that you said, I think one of my first ceremonies I heard, we are all born into royalty.
Hey, Kim, I want to say something.
Yeah, sure.
There's a term called consonance that was coined by Albert Einstein. It's when two consciousnesses are in resonance with each other, are in co-resonance with each other. When two people are in the same vibe of consciousness, that's consonance, right? That's the understanding, right? Yeah. That's just the modern scientific term.
I like that as a term for it, right?
Yeah, that's just the vote from the side of science.
Right. And I think it's important. I think of even language itself. Somebody talked about language and the importance of language, and I remember one of my Maori friends said, Kim, if you don't have your language, you don't have your culture. It doesn't matter what practice you do. And I was like, what are you? And as I've hung out with the elders and people talking, and I'm just like, what did you just say? Because there's words, the oppressor English language is so limited, right, into how we see the world around us, or that relationship piece. And I'm just like, holy smoke. I like imbibing in medicines, whatever that looks like, and to allow me to learn, right? And I think that's really important. And I think our unlearning or learning, whichever way you want to look at it, is part of this beautiful journey that we're on, right? And I think it's funny, Z, when you said that, I was thinking about, I've had interspecies communication with kitty cats, come up to me and had a little conversation, and I'm like, I felt that, and I think of those moments that we have those, we actually have the need for that. I think about that. I was just in Toronto, which is where I was born, and it was just so nice. Like, people there talk to you, and they're like, even if they tell you to fuck off, it's like, thank you, you talk to me. I live on
consonance with cats is really, it's really special.
It is so special, right?
Because their body language, their kinesiology,
right?
If there are moments in time, if your body language can speak feline, and you're in sync with a cat, it's like,
hell yeah, right?
Yeah.
You just made me think of another story. I'm a storyteller, and I'm going to give you another story. Okay, this is not necessarily about inclusion, but it is. And somebody, I could weave it. I could probably weave it into that. But I was in northeastern Thailand with some friends. We were at a monastery. I was there with her family. They'd go there once a year, and the monks were like, what is your culture? And I'm like, I'm indigenous, and the land is the church, the land is the temple, and the animals, we have animals that, I'm from the Martin clan, and, we talk to the beings as beings, bears or whatever it is. And they all laughed at me. They're like, ha, 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 Buddhists. And I'm like, I think you guys are supposed to be about acceptance, but they weren't into acceptance. And anyways, one night, the dogs in the yard were going crazy, barking. And the head monk went out and came back in a bit later. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, nothing, and I said, yeah, but the dogs, they were different this time. And he said, no, and then by the end of our time together, he said, he's like, come here. And we had this conversation, and as we had the end of the conversation, it was at night in this temple with little lights. And at the very end of the conversation, it was like a mutual understanding, and all the crows that were sitting up roosted in the trees started. It was like a perfect moment of like, yeah. And he was like, and I'm like, it's true, right? We're connected, right? We have these things and these places in which nature speaks to us. I noticed that somebody else put something out. Oh, thank you for the,
I
yeah.
want to tell you that there's a compound that I've experienced that really is really helpful to bring you to that space. It's called 2DCK. It's a very powerful mu glutamate receptor antagonist, which means that it shuts off stimulus from the outside world and kind of leaves you feeling only your own mind, almost only. And you can go to places where you are a worm, you are a fish, you are a quadruped. When it's coming out and you regain connection with your motor cortex, you're not, the mind is not in touch with the rest of the mind yet, right? As it's coming out, and then you can be completely physical, completely kinesiological in your consciousness. It's very interesting. So,
Thank you. 1 second, Yasmin. I liked what you said there, and please, everybody, check that out because it is something to think about. Thank you, Yasmin.
Yeah, I just wanted to share real quickly about a couple things that you mentioned as far as the oneness goes. There's this one song that I heard and it said, if we're all one, why do we see the world differently? And I think it's just a matter of perspective. So my perspective has shifted a lot, but you also spoke about the clairsentience, clairaudience, all that. I actually got an email. Yale is doing a study. It's called the COPE Project, and it's seeking to understand the method of voice hearers, including psychic mediums, clairaudience, and shamans, so they could come up with a holistic treatment for people. I was pretty shocked when I saw that because I feel like that's pretty progressive from where we are now as far as wanting to find a holistic treatment that isn't pharmaceutical based. And I thought that was something that is relevant to that too, because for the longest I was treated a certain type of way because of the things that I would sense or see or just my own personal beliefs. But I love how Dr. Z said, like how you could, when you go into your mind, you could know that you have that connection. It's just how they talk about when you have a connection with someone, you could have telepathy or, not only with that, but with like the animals and plants as well too. I think it's just more or less being grounded in that connection to earth, to Mother Earth. And just, that's why I advocate when I talk about the hospitals and stuff, the ones that don't allow you to go outside, those are the worst because you're sitting in there cooped up in a building and you're not allowed to go touch the grass or get some fresh air or sunlight. And that really perpetuates, whatever you're going through at that time mentally because you feel like you're, a prisoner. So I think moving forward, if I can convey to anybody, is to have more empathy and understanding. Actually, Harborview did like a board study thing, and they gave us a case scenario and how the doctors would handle it in their perspective. And then they asked people like me, extrasensory perception. And the things that we said, they didn't even think of because almost like if there's a paper trail of a person being a certain way, you think they're going to act that certain way, but they didn't go through the underlying trauma as to why we're acting that way. So if you don't go through the like trauma, then there's really no actual healing. And you talked about inequity outlasting. Lauryn Hill has a song called "The Mystery of Iniquity," and it's a pretty powerful song where she says,
"Yeah,
have you heard it before?"
Yes.
That it just reminds me of that. But yeah, thank you for letting me share. That was relevant for here.
Thanks, sister. That was amazing. I think, it's interesting. I know we're coming to a close here. So ready for the speed dial here. One, ready. I think it's really important, when we're looking at these things of like, how do we actually be together? I mean, this is like kind of the age old questions of, histories of war and, of the things that we have existed in. And I think, part of it is it is our lessons and yet there's a movement here at the same time as the old patriarchy is going, don't change. There's a consciousness, a movement of consciousness, I think, or evolution of consciousness. I don't even know if that's the right term, who might say that, use those words, but, there's a place in which as circles like this and people are having experiences, and I think it's phenomenal. And I also, I'm like, then how do we do this together? Because I see there's a lot of divisions and there's a lot of challenges, I've got a conference coming up and I'm like, how do I have a piece of a little bit of everybody there together without it turning into a big free-for-all brawl of, people who come from the different, it's not even a corner of the different places in this work, right? How do we hold the space for all of it? It's a yes and rather than this or that, and so I think in the conversation of like, we are, this is our work. Somebody said the other day, why do you do this? And I'm like, well, I don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing. I remember one time landing in Miami and being in South Beach and being like watching this beautiful sister walk over the sand. Like, it was amazing in her high heels. And I was like, next lifetime, maybe I think that's what I want to do. That looks like fun, whatever she's got going on, and I think about that, where it's just like, it is all of it, all of the good